Budi luhur manusia Indonesia. Derap semangat kami yang suci, derap semangat berbakti padamu bangsa dan ibu pertiwi Indonesiaku. Membangun manusia seutuhnya, manusia utama, manusia cerdas dan berbudi luhur, citra insan Pancasila. Budi luhur, mutiara bangsaku. Budi luhur, manusia Indonesia.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Now, the summit kindly invites the head of the International Relations Department, Ms. Anggun Puspitasari, for the opening remarks. Ms. Anggun, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ms. Anggun. We would also like to invite Ms. Dahlia Kusumadewi, the head of the Asia Africa Conference Museum, the Foreign Minister of Indonesia. Ms. Dahlia, the time is yours.
allow me to give my speech, give my remarks in bahasa Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good morning everyone. Yang saya hormati Ibu Anggun Puspitasari, Ketua Program Studi Hubungan Internasional Universitas Budi Luhur, Bapak Duta Besar Foster Gultom, dosen pada Program Studi Hubungan Internasional dan juga sekaligus dulu pernah menjadi senior saya di Kementerian Luar Negeri, beserta seluruh jajaran di lingkungan Universitas Budi Luhur, khususnya Prodi Hubungan Internasional, juga seluruh rekan tim Museum Konferensi Asia Afrika, serta para peserta simulasi sidang ke-19 KTT Gerakan Non-Blok yang saya banggakan, serta seluruh para hadirin yang kami hormati, yang saya hormati, yang mungkin belum bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu. Puji syukur kehadirat ilahi Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas karunia-Nya kita dapat berkumpul dan menyelenggarakan kegiatan simulasi sidang ke-19 KTT Gerakan Non-Blok ini bertempat di Gedung Merdeka Bandung yang sangat bersejarah sebagai saksi lahirnya Konferensi Asia Afrika Sang Perintis Gerakan Non-Blok dengan semangat penuh kebersamaan dan juga perdamaian. Izinkan saya memulai sambutan ini dengan menilik kembali sejarah kelahiran Gerakan Non-Blok atau GNB pada tahun 1961 di Beograd, yang tak lepas dari dampak penyelenggaraan Konferensi Asia Afrika tahun 1955 di Bandung. Dan di tempat yang mana saat ini para hadirin berada, khususnya yang berada di Gedung Merdeka Bandung, gedung ini adalah merupakan tempat lahirnya Konferensi Asia Afrika yang kemudian menginspirasi lahirnya Gerakan Non-Blok. Hadirin yang saya hormati, Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia periode 1978 hingga 1988, Profesor Mokhtar Maatmaja, menegaskan bahwa KAA meletakkan prinsip dasar dan eksistensi zaman, dan dengan demikian memberikan dorongan dan inspirasi bagi pembentukan Gerakan Non-Blok. Gerakan Non-Blok ini sendiri terbentuk melalui konferensi tingkat tinggi pertama di Beograd, Yugoslavia, pada 1 hingga 6 September 1961, setelah sebelumnya diadakan pertemuan pendahuluan persiapan KTT GNB di Kairo, Mesir pada April 1961. Indonesia sebagai negara yang konsisten dengan prinsip politik luar negeri bebas aktif merupakan salah satu pendiri GNB. Hal tersebut tampak dari kesediaan Indonesia untuk menjadi co-sponsor pada KTT pertama GNB di Beograd. Dan dalam hal ini Profesor Mokhtar Maatmaja juga dalam pidatonya berjudul Non-Aligned Peace Between Bandung and Belgrade di Konferensi Tingkat Menteri Beograd tahun 1978 juga menggarisbawahi bahwa sejak kemerdekaan Indonesia dan bertahun-tahun sebelum munculnya Gerakan Non-Blok, bahkan Indonesia sudah mengetahui pada politik non-blok yang disebut sebagai politik bebas dan aktif. Dan dalam kaitan ini Konferensi Asia Afrika merupakan bentuk nyata sumbangsi Indonesia terhadap lahirnya Gerakan Non-Blok. Dan semangat Gerakan Non-Blok ini sendiri sejak awal secara nyata ditunjukkan oleh para pemimpin bangsa Indonesia, antara lain oleh Wakil Presiden pertama kita, Muhammad Hatta, dalam pidatonya di depan WPKFIP pada 2 September 1948, yang menyampaikan prinsip bahwa kita jangan menjadi objek dalam pertarungan internasional, melainkan kita harus tetap menjadi subjek yang berhak menentukan sikap kita sendiri, berhak memperjuangkan tujuan kita sendiri. Sehingga semangat KAA yang kita kenal juga sebagai prinsip GNB ini juga diakui oleh tokoh-tokoh politik internasional seperti Louis Jaipal, mantan Duta Besar India di PBB, Layon Monco, mantan Wakil Menteri Luar Negeri Yugoslavia dan Miguel Lemes, Direktur Lembaga Internasional Politik dan Ekonomi. Para Yang saya hormati, hal yang perlu kita pahami bersama bahwa gerakan non-blok bukan blok. Pada KTP pertama PSB dan pertama juga telah dijelaskan bahwa non-blok bukan merupakan blok dan bahwa politik non-alignment merupakan cara yang baik untuk memberi kontribusi positif dengan menciptakan perdamaian dan mengurangi ketegangan. Dalam kurun waktu yang singkat, PSB itu berhasil menunjukkan peran pentingnya dalam usaha pemeliharaan perdamaian dunia, dan hal ini ditunjukkan dengan keputusan KTP pertama gerakan non-blok yang mengusung Presiden Soekarno, Presiden Hatta, Prime Minister Nehru, Saudara Menteri Rumah untuk menyampaikan surat kepada Presiden Amerika Serikat pada saat itu, Kennedy, dan juga Ketua Dewan Indonesia Andrew yang berisi permintaan agar diadakan pertemuan kembali antara kedua pemimpin negara Afrika Selatan. Memahami betul dapat konsisten sebagai gerakan negara-negara yang menganut prinsip non-blok serta tidak dipengaruhi oleh potensi kekuatan yang membawa pada konflik dan dalam kaitan ini dengan bangga saya menyatakan bahwa Indonesia akan selalu mendorong penguatan peran PSB dalam perdamaian dan keamanan internasional juga dalam penanganan isu dan ancaman keamanan global baru serta pencapaian tujuan kita. Akhir kata dari kami, selamat datang di bersejarah Gedung Merdeka Baru menjadi satu kata dan takdirnya konferensi Afrika yang bagian dan kepada para hadirin semua, selamat mengikuti simulasi dan 19 sampai dengan 19. Semoga kegiatan ini dapat menginspirasi para generasi muda sebagai calon pemimpin dunia serta untuk dapat tujuan penting dalam mewujudkan perdamaian dan keselamatan dunia dan dunia. Demikian sambutan saya, semoga bermanfaat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Thank you, Ms. Dahlia, for your welcoming remarks. That concludes today's opening. I will now hand over the session to the chairperson and vice chairs of this summit. I kindly ask Her Excellency Madam President Vinewita Waruwu of the Republic of Azerbaijan and all vice chairs to the panel.
Sudah Bapak.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the President and people of the Republic of Indonesia for hosting and organizing the 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit. We are grateful for the hospitality and warmness welcome according to all of us attending this annual meeting. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of your excellencies, members of the Non-Aligned Movement, for electing the Republic of Azerbaijan as the president of the 19th Non-Aligned Movement this year. It is an honor for my country and for me personally to serve as the president of this forum. I wish to thank all the members for placing their confidence in me. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I warmly welcome you all today to this meeting to reaffirm our commitment and spirit as non-aligned countries for the betterment of the world under the theme upholding the Bandung spirit for the advancement of non-aligned movement's role in promoting a peaceful and prosperous world. I hope that today we can express our concerns, share our ideas, express our views, and come up with the best solution for addressing various issues of our mutual concern, namely efforts to promote international peace, addressing world economic recession, and efforts to eradicate poverty and to achieve SDGs 2020. I encourage all delegates to actively contribute to our deliberation so as to achieve our ultimate goal, which appears in the field of the year. Excellencies, now we come to the next agenda. I wish to draw your attention to the professional agenda before us. Now we come to the adoption of the agenda. On this particular agenda item 2, adoption of agenda, I invite every delegate asking for the floor. Once again, I invite any delegate asking for the floor. I see the delegation of Palestine asking for the floor. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Palestine proposed an agenda to be discussed on other matters, namely support for Palestinian freedom for Israel, because Israel action have violated international laws and hurt humanity on Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your proposal to add an agenda under the other matters which is concerning the issue of Palestine. Now, I invite any response from around the table regarding the proposal from the distinguished delegates of Palestine. I see the delegate from Ireland asking for the floor. The floor is yours, Excellency. Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegate of Ireland support the proposal agenda by the delegation of Palestine to add under the other matters. As we now place, what has been done by Israel against Palestine are unjustified and very inhuman. Thank you. invite Your Excellency, the President of Ecuador, to take the floor. The time is yours.
Ecuador permission to respond regarding the proposed agenda by Palestine. Ecuador suggests that their agenda does not need to be separated, but rather combined during the drafting of the leader's statement in the working group session. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to Lebanon. Please, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Lebanon support Palestine agenda because Palestine has the right to independence over its sovereign state. But this should be discussed separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Davis, it seems to me that proposal for adding the issue of Palestine under the other matters receives quite a number of responses from around the community. If I could summarize, that Palestine's proposal receives quite a support from the nations. If there is no more different views on this matter, I would conclude by accepting additional agenda under the other matters, namely support for Palestine. I see no. Then the agenda is adopted. Within those statements, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to agenda item 3, business arrangement. Today's session will be held in two formats, a plenary session and a working group session. We will have the session throughout the day, morning session and afternoon session. The plenary will be held in this room and allotted for delivery of counter statement by all members present today. Accordingly, there are two working groups to be held in parallel to discuss and finalize the draft of the leader's statement as our deliverable document. Working group will also consider the declaration of the issue of Palestine as we have agreed upon previously. Working group 1 will take place in the morning from 10 a.m. until 12 p.m. and will consider the preamble, the topic of effort to promote international peace and the closing of the leader's statement. While working group 2 will take place in the afternoon from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. and will consider the topic of addressing world economic recession and efforts to eradicate poverty and to achieve SDGs 2030. Working groups meeting will be conducted in the other room of this meeting. And at 12 p.m., the session will be adjourned for the lunch break and the session will continue at 1 p.m. until completion of the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to agenda item 4, presentation of the draft of the leader's statement. I wish to invite the President of Indonesia, the Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, and a member of Coordination Bureau to convene the draft. Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Yudi Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to state a very testimony from the members of the non-aligned movement. The first is effort to promote international peace. As part of the non-aligned movement, we must need to uphold human rights and create for peace. The second is addressing the world economic recession. This recession can occur due to increased interest rates, excessive debt, and economic conditions. therefore, we must find a way to overcome it. The third is effort to eradicate poverty and achieve SDGs 2030. The issue of poverty has increased due to economic condition and the SDGs are so far from a great for many countries. It is urgent for us to consider issues that have a detrimental impact on the welfare of our people. The two agendas above will be discussed by all non-alignment member countries in the working group, and I will await the results of the agreement of our member countries in the statement. That's all for me. I think my chair is Mr. Solomon. Thank you.
Thank you, President of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to Agenda Item 5, which is delivery of speeches by all members of non-aligned movement. We have made arrangements from the chair's table. I will be conducting the plenary session until the country presentation by the delegation of Peru. The chair will be taken over by Vice President, His Excellency Mr. Igede Issa, the President of Egypt, until country presentation by delegation of India. After that, Vice President, His Excellency Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, the President of Indonesia, will conduct the meeting until country presentation by delegation of Zambia. It will be continued by Vice President, Her Excellency Ms. Indah Permatasari, the President of Fiji, who will conduct the meeting until country presentation by the delegation of Mauritania. Next, Vice President, His Excellency Mr. Harold Davidson, President of Peru, will continue conducting the meeting until country presentation by the delegation of Zimbabwe. And after that, I will take over and conduct the meeting for the rest of the agenda. Moving on to our next agenda, country presentation. Each country will be given only 3 minutes to deliver its country statement. If I ring the bell once, that means you have 1 minute left. If the bell twice, it means you have 30 seconds left. And if the bell 2 times, it means your time is over. Countries that will deliver their statement will be called accordingly commensurate with the bill registered in the Secretariat. So, without further ado, first speaker on the list is the People's Democratic of Algeria, Her Excellency Madam Esther Amanda Hotmaouli. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Fidelita Maru, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, Vice President, distinguished delegates of the non-aligned movement in these countries, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be able to attend this non-aligned movement from 2023. As the President of the Republic of Algeria, please allow me to convey the material for our discussion this time. As we know, the world is currently experiencing peace crisis marked by the emergence of new wars in several countries. This will make the world more cohesive and more worries in various countries, especially in the economic front. The existence of world peace brings the world in a better direction, such as being able to reduce low levels of corruption, maintain political stability, and maintain economic stability in each country. Therefore, it is important for all of us, not only those present in this place, but all over the world, to be able to strive for world peace, to create a world that we all aspire to together. World peace is our common goal.
but the existence of a world economic recession can be a barrier for us to achieve it. This condition occurred due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, high inflation, and increase in benchmark interest. Therefore, we need to overcome the world economic recession by making several efforts, such as increasing job prospects, especially for young people, reinvesting and producing what was not made during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other hand, we also have to think about how poverty in this world can be overcome. In our own country, there is such a thing as Oxfam, which is an international charity that focuses on alleviate global poverty itself. In addition, there is the World Food Program, which provides cash-based food assistance of approximately $1 million. To alleviate poverty and achieve the 2030 SDGs, we must continue to seek cooperation between countries, optimize human resources so that they can support and succeed in the 2030 SDGs. That is all from me, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Foreign Minister, for your incredible statement. Now, I would like to call the delegate of Republic of Angola, Your Excellency, Madam Putri Ramadhani. Please come to the floor.
President and Vice President of the Ladies and gentlemen, as the President of the Republic, it is my honor and privilege to be Forum Summit of Non-Aligned Development 2023 and to stand before it is our endless effort to promote international peace, address the challenge posed by world economy's recession, alleviate poverty, and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Polar Sustainable Development Goals, taught by the also serve as a guide of the country's development effort. The SDGs are the series of goals that to overcome global challenge and achieve sustainable development until 2030. Goals cover various aspects of development such as poverty alleviation, education, health, gender, equality, environmental protection, and others. Following are and sustainable development goals in Angola. Poverty alleviation, reducing the percentage of the population living below the poverty line. Increasing access to decent work and sustainable livelihoods, health and welfare. Encouraging access to basic health service, reducing child and maternal mortality, combating communicable diseases such as HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis. Equality education, improving access to the and quality of education for all, including the provision of education facilities and training of equality teachers. Promoting gender equality, providing equal access to education, employment, and political participation for women and girls. Natural resource management, maintaining the sustainable of natural resource management, protecting ecosystem, reducing reforestation, and increasing the efficiency for energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your kind words. Now, I invite you to the stage, Madam President of Republic of Benin, Your Excellency, Madam Marceline Octavia.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering on behalf of the Republic of Benin. Allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Indonesia as the host country for their warm hospitality and excellent organization of this significant summit. I would also like to express my gratitude to the non-aligned movement member states for their unwavering commitment to the principles of this esteemed movement. Excellencies, first and foremost, I would like to provide an overview of the situation in Benin. While our nation has made significant progress in various sectors, including economic development, education, and infrastructure, we still encounter serious challenges. One of the most pressing issues we face is the persistent poverty and inequality. Benin is committed to addressing these issues through comprehensive structural reforms and by improving access to basic services such as healthcare, education, and clean water. Furthermore, promoting international peace remains a paramount concern for Benin. We firmly believe in the principles of the non-aligned movement and emphasize the importance of peaceful coexistence, respect for national sovereignty, and a peaceful settlement of disputes. Benin is actively engaged in regional and international efforts to promote dialogue, mediation, and conflict resolution as essential means to achieve lasting peace. Moreover, the global economic recession of 2023 has had a profound impact on nations worldwide, including Benin. We recognize the urgent need for collective action to address this crisis and restore global economic stability. Benin supports the implementation of effective strategies that prioritize sustainable economic growth, investment in key sectors, and the creation of employment opportunities. We call upon the international community to strengthen cooperation and coordinate efforts to mitigate the effects of the recession, foster a resilient global economy, and ensure inclusive economic recovery. In conclusion, Benin reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principles of the non-aligned movement, promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, alleviating poverty, and achieving the SDGs by 2030. We propose the adoption of comprehensive strategies that encompass sustainable economic development, inclusive social policies, and target international assistance. By uniting our efforts, we can build a more equitable, prosperous, and peaceful world for all. Thank you.
Such an excellent statement, Madam President. Thank you. Next on my list, I would like to call the representative of Republic of Botswana, Madam Fauzia Nur Aziza. The floor is yours.
Her Excellency Ms. President Vinawatawaru, Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates of NAM member countries, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Non-Aligned Movement 20 and 23 today. It is also an honor to meet various guests from various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as a member of the international community and its commitment to international peace and security, Botswana takes part in international interventions and at bringing peace, security, and stability to Africa and the rest of the world. To this end, the government of Botswana is always ready to deploy peacekeepers wherever such requests are made by regional bodies such as the UN, AU, or SEDC. Botswana itself has made several efforts in international peace, such as conflict mediation, participation in international organization, diplomacy and regional cooperation, and safeguarding human rights. We invite other countries to actively participate in strengthening international peace to create a harmonious and conflict-free world. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, vigilance and against global economic recession is very important, considering the impact that can be detrimental to countries around the world. Botswana's transformation to a mature economy has been slow, partly due to slow Botswana's transformation to a mature economy has been slow economic diversification and declining revenues from minerals, especially diamonds. However, Botswana is resolutely trying to tackle the economic recession by increasing accountability, competition, and governance. Higher probability of success requires performance targets, promotion of competition, and a focus on exports. These efforts must be supported by improved governance, including complementary reforms to control rent seeking and corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, we also have to focus on the problem of efforts to eradicate poverty and achieve the SDGs 20 and 30. The Botswana government's poverty reduction initiatives are included in the country's long-term strategy, Vision 20 and 36, and other national development plans, which outline the reduction of rubble as one of the key policy outcomes. The Botswana government has taken various steps to address poverty, including efforts in sustainable economic development, improving basic infrastructure, and so on. Through these efforts, the government of Botswana is making active efforts to eradicate poverty in order to achieve the sustainable development set out in the 20 and 30 SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for delivering your statement. Now, I invite you to the stage Mr. Igode Isha, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Mr. President, you may come to the floor.
Your Excellency, Madam Chair, President of Republic Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Indonesia, as a member of the Coordination Bureau, Mr. Ayhan Rifki Maulana, distinguished delegates, all delegation of non-aligned movement member countries. It is such an honor to attend the meeting of the non-aligned movement. As a founding member of NAM, Egypt firmly believes in the principles of the movement, which are based on respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. NAM's commitment to the principle of non-alignment has been crucial upon holding the right of nations to determine their own destinies, free from external interference or coercion. Egypt strongly supports NAM's stance on respecting their sovereignty and independence of all states, irrespective of their size or geopolitical significance. Such principles are vital in fostering an inclusive and equitable international order based on mutual respect and cooperation. Egypt constantly works with countries in the Middle East and North Africa region to seek peaceful political solutions to protracted conflicts. Egypt also supports regional and international efforts to promote peace and stability worldwide. In overcoming the global economic recession and the reduction in poverty, Egypt have implemented economic policies aimed at promoting inclusive growth, encouraging investment, and creating job opportunities. We also continue to strengthen economic cooperation with partner countries to stimulate sustainable economic growth and address economic equality. Egypt has two launched social and economic empowerment programs aimed at uplifting vulnerable groups. Achieving SDGs 2030, we have integrated the SDGs into our national development plans, and we are committed to implementing tangible measures to attain this target, where we are working diligently to enhance access to quality education, clean water, sanitation, renewable energy, and sustainable infrastructure. Egypt is also committed to reducing gender inequality, promoting gender equality, and protecting the environment. All delegates, in pursuit of this goal, Egypt acknowledges the importance of international cooperation. We are ready to collaborate with member countries and other international partners to strengthen partnerships, knowledge exchange, and technical support to achieve our shared objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, we will move to the representative of People's Republic of Burkina Faso. Your Excellency, Madam Safa Triana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam President Ms. Rita Wermo, Your Excellencies Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, thank you for the granted hospitality as the host of this non-aligned movement. Your Excellencies Mr. Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, where I hope you live a peaceful life. As we discuss right now, initiative to advance world peace, Burkina Faso seizes these chains to reaffirm our unshakable commitment. We firmly think that communication, negotiation, and conflict resolution are the effective tools for averting and resolving disputes. To lessen the effects of the recession, encourage economic diversification, improve the resilience of our economies. We also support policies that encourage spending of infrastructure, the growth of human capital, and entrepreneurship, all of which have the potential to fuel economic recovery and generate jobs opportunities. To achieving the SDGs by 2030, we emphasize the importance of the international support, including financial resources, technology transfers, and capacity building to assist development countries in their pursuit of the SDGs. We stand ready to collaborate with all member states and international organizations to advance our shared objective of international peace, economic stability, poverty reduction, and sustainable development. Let us seize this opportunity to build a better world, one that guarantees a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your kind words. I will now give the floor to Mr. Iputu Fikananda Adistanaya, the President of the Republic of Cameroon. You may come to the floor, Excellency.
Thank you. Ms. Pinevitawaru, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to participate in this level meeting on middle income countries. Around the world, conflict have consequences on human rights and most particularly on children, girl and women rights. In Africa, thousands of children and youth have been forced to serve as competent mine tester, messenger, and cooks, and some of them are even as human cells. Girl and women are targeted for honors purpose, as sex slaves for military or armed group leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights defenders and activities from several organizations were targeted with the threats, harassment, and intimidation for exposing human rights violations and abuse in the two electoral regions. On 2020 April, for UN special reporting focusing on human rights defender, extrajudicial execution, and the right to the freedom of expression and the right to accession were to President Paul Biya raising concern and offer repeated threats. Since 2015 against the President and the lawyer of NGO Organic Parliament for Guerrilla. Armed group and government force committed human rights abuses, including mass killings across Cameroon Anglophone regions and in the far north regions. As the crisis in the Anglophone regions continued unabated for the 15 years, over 712 people were internally displaced in the Anglophone regions and the proposed littoral, west, and central regions as of August 2021, and at least 22 million people were in need of humanitarian aid. The government continued to resist freedom of expression and association, while the state sanctioned precision of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people intensive. Government forced subject Cameroonian asylum seekers deported from the United States to serious human rights violation following the region, including physical assault and abuse, arbitrary assault and decision, extortion, and confession of identity document, thus impeding freedom of movement, ability to work, and access to public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your incredible statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the next session of today's plenary, I will entrust Mr. Igede Issa as the Vice President to lead the plenary session. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Pinadaru. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our delegation at the Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. So we're now going to continue to the next speaker, and please remember, delegates, that you have only 3 minutes to deliver your statement. So we're now going to continue to the next speaker. We have delegate from Antigua and Barbuda to come to the podium first. Her Excellency, Ms. Ali Uswatun Hassana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Igede Issa, the President of Egypt. Thank you to Mr. Rehan, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, for the place. As representative of 4 countries read at the Non-Aligned Movement Conference, at this conference, we really hope to great achievement in world peace, ending the recession, and also eradicating poverty. Yet a sound assessment has not been realized. The current state of the world is not easy to generate such belief. In fact, it can cause an extraordinary feeling of disappointment for a small country like mine. And a small country like me hope to practice tolerance and live together in peace as good country to unite forces to maintain international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is currently gripped in an atmosphere of economic instability and fear of war. The will need be weighed in every country without expansion and will face inflation, which increases food shortage, egg prices, and increasing debt with a devastating impact on the poor. Many small countries feel us unprotected as the Caribbean island nation. To make matters worse, the prospect of facing for greater poverty has quite a high ceiling point during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only COVID-19, the war in Ukraine can also worsen the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the world now thrown to international conditions that unjustly delay economic development and social progress. We will start with the extension of the Cuban embargo carried out by the United States since 63 years, which can hinder the Cuban people and countries in the Caribbean island in a peace effort to assist economic development and social progress. With the embargo, Cuba economic growth has stopped. 70% of import from Eastern European countries. The resulting decline in the Cuban economy will have an impact on other aspects such as the state of mind that is occurring in various parts of the country. This condition caused the Cuban state to be left behind for 50 years in the country development. Therefore, the government Antigua and Barbuda urged the United States to lift the economic embargo on Cuba and the Caribbean countries to give them the opportunity to become the prosperous country to achieve sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to change the direction of how to address this issue this coming years. We can do it alone. We not every country from now to process. We don't search for a great pandemic. What is the right for the rich countries of the world can contribute to lifting the problem that have occurred today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, for the opening statement. Now I invite the delegation of Chile. Her Excellency, Mr. Nadia Roma, time is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Igede Isha, the President of Egypt, and thank you to Mr. Raihan, the President of the Republic of Indonesia for the places. Good morning, Chairperson, Deputy Delegates, Mini Colleges, Director General, Secretary Deputy Chairperson, Chair Members, and other distinguished guests. I feel grateful and honored to exchange experiences and contribute to the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. It is my pleasure to send greetings to you and would like to take part in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, world peace is the big challenge we face today. In the midst of efforts and enthusiasm to rise together after the pandemic, the world is faced with an uncertain situation as an implication of various prolonged conflicts. This conflict has an impact on the world, the stability of defense security, and its influence on the economy, energy, food, which one day will have a direct impact on world defense and security. The government of the Republic of Chile views world peace as a very important goal for the security and well-being of all mankind. We are committed to playing an active role in efforts to promote peace, build harmonious relations between countries, and resolve international conflicts and tensions. Chile also seeks to promote understanding and tolerance between different cultures, religions, and traditions. We believe that respectful intercultural dialogue can become a solid foundation for building sustainable peace around the world. Chile also recognized the importance of inclusive and sustainable economic development in creating a strong foundation for peace. We are committed to reducing social inequality, advancing human development, and ensuring social justice for all our citizens. We will also continue to play an active role in global efforts to address environmental problems, reduce the impact of climate change, and protect the natural resources that are essential to our lives. Chile recognized the importance of adopting smart and responsive economic policies to overcome the economic recessions. We will continue to strengthen our policy framework, including fiscal stimulus, structural reforms, and investment promotion to strengthen the resilience of our economy. Chile is ready to work with friendly countries and international partners to achieve sustainable world peace. We invite all countries to join in this effort, and together we can realize the vision of a more peaceful, just, and prosperous world of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an incredible statement from Chile. Next, for my list, I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia, His Excellency Mr. Bintang Suryo Samudro. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Fina Metawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Raffi Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia. And thank you to Mr. President of Egypt, Igede Isa. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Colombia, and my personal behalf, it is the greatest pleasure for me to give our warmest greeting for all of the people in this conference, with the need to discuss about the advancement of non-aligned movement's role in promoting a peaceful and prosperous world. Colombia aware about the seriousness of international peace and security. Therefore, Colombia would like to promote the international peace and security. One of the global issues about the international peace is the situation with Russia and Ukraine. Colombia condemns about the invasion that Russian armed force take to Ukraine. Colombia categorically rejects the attack against Ukraine by Russia. This act threatens the sovereignty of Ukraine and put the life of thousands of people at risk. In an unquestionable situation contrary to international law and the United Nations Charter. Peace negotiations are needed. There is an escalation of the conflict. We are not in favor of any international aggression, and with the non-aligned movement, now is the time to achieve the international peace, support the peacekeeping operations, and support the disarmament of weapons of mass destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, Colombia also faced a significant impact from the world economic recession. Looking at the statistics that we have, our economy has been declining since 2021. With the negative economic outlook, we will face a complex global economic outlook, inflation, unemployment, and the twin deficit will harm productivity, making the government's development and inequality reduction goals more difficult to achieve. The economic slowing down, then the increasing in interest rates, and the weakness of the peso against the dollar will continue to weaken the productive sector and job creation. This is a problem that we must face. With this impact in mind, Colombia is still searching for ways to better our economy gradually, and this forum can also be the great insight for our country to learn from other fellow countries from the non-aligned movement. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty is one out of many challenges in sustainable development. By this, our next agenda is achieving the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) by 2030 is by eradicating poverty. Colombia has successfully implemented a program called Más Familias en Acción and Ingreso Solidario, which is a program that covers health, social security, and education. We also would like to emphasize any international partnership to ensure the successful achievement of the SDGs on a global scale by 2030. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Colombia is committing on promoting international peace, poverty reduction, and addressing the economic recession as it is a problem for many countries, especially for developing countries. I hope we can work our way to make the better of this situation and to make the prosperous and peaceful world. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you all a success.
Thank you very much, Delegation of Colombia, for the statement. Next, we have now delegation of Ecuador to deliver the statement. Her Excellency Ms. Indah Syakina Fatar. Wonderful.
Thank you, Madam President, Ms. Fina Metawaru, Vice President Mr. Igede Isa, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor for me to speak on behalf of my government at this non-aligned movement summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic is a highly complex issue faced by countries around the world. Until now, the issue of the pandemic has had significant impact on various sectors, including the country of Ecuador. We have made efforts and struggled to address the problems caused by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, issues such as poverty and peace have become our main focus. We recognize the importance of the economic issue not only for the country's economic growth but also for reducing the rates of child mortality and improving the well-being of the people. This issue intertwines humanitarian concern with our country's economy. In 2019, Ecuador had a poverty rate of 25% of the population living below the poverty line. However, this figure increased to 33% in 2020 due to the pandemic. This indicates the setback of a decade in the progress made by Ecuador in combating poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, Ecuador has previously experienced an economic crisis but the government has pursued economic reform and moved all social indicators in a positive direction. The unemployment rate has decreased to 4.1%. Poverty has declined by 26%. Job opportunities have increased. Employee wages have risen. Efforts have been made to reduce pollution. Sustainable development has been pursued. Corruption has been fought, and a transparent governance system has been established. Additionally, the government has started providing easy access to education and healthcare for all Ecuadorian citizens through increased funding. Furthermore, the humanitarian issue is also crucial in this discussion because our focus on improving the country's economy can help reduce hunger and mortality rates among our people. Therefore, we prioritize the quality of life of our citizens, which has been demonstrated through the program we have implemented over the past few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates of Ecuador, for your speech. Next on my list is delegation of Grenada. Her Excellency Mr. Deddy Aramawati, and those on floor.
Thank you for Mr. and Madam President, Chairman of 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, college. I feel honored and grateful for the opportunity to stand and be present today at the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. On behalf of the government and people of Grenada, I extend our warmest greetings and sincere gratitude to all the esteemed delegates and participants in the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement, as well as the staff and organizers who have made this event a reality. It is with great honor and pride that we will come to you to our shores and to this historic gathering. The world is currently faced with global political uncertainty that affects various sectors of our lives. Today, Russia and Ukraine are experiencing tension due to war, which has resulted in many casualties. In addition, war has also triggered global political tensions, leading to conflicting interests among countries. If the conflicts are not addressed, they may escalate and lead to more wars. As a democratic nation, Grenada is committed to promoting peace. Our membership in the non-aligned movement will have no meaning if we follow the current flows of tensions. Furthermore, it is not in the line with our constitution. Article 26 of our constitution requires that we safeguard and promote the right of all human beings and safeguard and secure the freedom and safety of all people. As such, we remain neutral amidst the exciting tensions. Debates the political impact of war, it also has an impact on the world economy. The war between Russia and Ukraine has degraded the economies of several countries, especially those that rely on these two nations. It has also triggered breakthrough in related sectors, leading to unemployment. If left unchecked, this may lead to an increase in poverty. To address the challenge caused by the war, Grenada suggests the countries enhance the regional and international cooperation in promoting trade and investment, as well as ensuring the continuity of global supply chains. We also recommended that countries adopt green technologies, such as renewable energy, to reduce their reliance on oil and gas. In the midst of the tension, it is perhaps now a good time for countries to independently develop their own energy sources so they can rely on domestically produced sources if a major confrontation occurs among nations. That's all and I have to say thank you so much for your attention and your understanding.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Grenada, for the statement. We will now have the next delegate of Kenya. Her Excellency Mrs. Lazara Nabila, you could deliver the statement.
Your Excellencies, Honorable President and Vice President, distinguished member of the Non-Aligned Movement. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by extending my congratulations to Ms. Pinawita Waruwu, assuming the esteemed position of the President of the Non-Aligned Movement. I also would like to express my deepest gratitude to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Raihan Rifki, for the warm hospitality. It is such an honor for Kenya to be able to participate in this summit. Excellency, for almost 60 years, the Non-Aligned Movement has continued to advocate for international peaceful coexistence, multilateralism, and cooperation. Promoting peace is such an essential goal for any country, and Kenya has made effort to foster peace within its border and beyond. We actively engage in diplomacy to resolve conflict and promote peace in the region. Kenya has played a significant role in mediating of various peace processes, such as Sudanese peace process talks and Somali peace process. Moreover, Kenya also has deployed its military personnel as a part of United Nations peacekeeping mission in various conflict zones. Honorable, Kenya is fully committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Sustainable development is a key factor for long-term stability. Kenya, like many other countries, faces a challenge such as poverty. However, the government of Kenya aimed to reducing the poverty by initiating programs to support entrepreneurship, vocational training, and technical skills development. Additionally, efforts have been made to improve business environment, attract investment, and promote sectors with high employment potential such as agriculture, manufacturing, and services. In facing the economic recession predicted by experts, Kenya has implemented an economic stimulus package to revive the economy. Kenya is focusing more on macroeconomic policy. The aims to achieve balance in a complicated economic environment through a combination of a greater exchange rate flexibility, fiscal consolidation, and tighter money policy. Fiscal consolidation initiated by Kenya in recent years to address a mounting debt sustainability challenge and which was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, continued in 2022 to help reduce an external and domestic imbalances. Therefore, to effectively address the global challenges, we must foster an international cooperation and invest in innovative solutions so that we can create a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegation of Kenya, for the statement. Now, the next delegate to take the floor is the delegate of Lesotho. Her Excellency, Ms. Imelda, floor is yours.
Grateful to be able to stand here and meet new delegates from the non-aligned movement summit members. We are at a time filled with challenges. Global security faces uncertainty. Global economic recovery is fragile and unsteady, and various risks and crises are emerging. These are the challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030. We observe that conflicts often occur at this time. This is an increasing influence on conflict-affected countries, which leads them to relapse back to crisis and present challenges to international peace and security. All nations must uphold the principles of mutual respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and equal rights of all nations. In addition, all nations should exercise
global economy continues to face big challenges shaped by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a cost of living crisis caused by persistent and broadening inflation pressures, and the COVID-19 shock in 2020. In the face of this challenge, central banks should act visibly to monitoring the economy and adjusting policy appropriately, and of course, communicating clearly. Each country needs to closely monitor inflation pressures and stand ready to adjust its accommodative policy stance to avoid global inflationary pressures from becoming apparent domestically. Africa is one of the continents it is difficult to alleviate extreme poverty and slow in progressing towards the Sustainable Development Goals 2050. In Lesotho, poverty reached 32.4%. The government of each country in the African continent should be able to cooperate more actively in finding solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the right time for us to show the relevance of non-aligned movement and to make non-aligned movement contribute more as bridge builder for all differences, solutions to challenges, and make the world more peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Lesotho, for your statement on the poverty reduction strategy. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria, Her Excellency Ms. Putri Dewi Aprianti. You have the floor.
It is an honor for me to be able to attend to elected performance me. As the representative of the Republic of Bulgaria delegation, please allow me to convey the material for our discussion this month. As we know, the world is currently experiencing a peace crisis marked by the emergence of new wars in several countries. This will make the world more conducive and more worries will arise in various countries, especially in the economic field. The extensions of war peace bring the world in a better direction, such as being able to reduce low level of corruption, and political stability and maintain economic stability in each country. There is the important for all of us, not only those present in this place, but all of the world to be able to strive forward is to create a world that we all aspire to together. But the exchange of a recession world economy can be very furious to achieve it this condition of horror because the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, high inflation. We need to overcome the world economy recession by making several efforts such as increasing job prospects, especially for young people, investing and pursuing what has not moved during COVID-19. The government will herald a new era sustainable development with plans for property direction, shared property and tackling climate change. However, this new effort will significantly get to the heart of the issues by addressing the core cause of poverty and the need for development to work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Her Excellency for delivering the statement. Now I invite to the stage the delegation of Barbados, His Excellency Mr. Malik Adiachia. You have 3 minutes.
Her Excellency Yatawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency Mr. Isa Masiha, Vice President of Republic of Egypt, distinguished delegates. It is an honor for Barbados to able to attend this non-alignment movement meeting, and thank you for all distinguished guests from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Barbados is deeply committed to promoting international peace and fostering strong global partnership as essential foundations for a peaceful and prosperous world. Barbados recognizes the importance of diplomatic engagement, dialogue, and multilateral cooperation in addressing shared challenges and advancing peace and security. Barbados also acknowledges the significant impact of the world economic recessions and the importance of global collaboration in addressing its consequences. The government is dedicated to implementing robust economic policies that promote stability and sustainable growth. Barbados actively seeks to attract foreign investment, diversify its economy, and enhance its competitiveness in the global marketplace by fostering an enabling environment for business, promoting innovations. Barbados aims to contribute to global economic recovery, job creation, and poverty reduction. Addressing poverty and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 are central priorities for Barbados. The government has implemented comprehensive social welfare programs that focus on poverty alleviations, equitable access to education and healthcare, and social protection for vulnerable population. Barbados is committed to promoting inclusive growth, reducing inequality, and eradicating poverty through attractive policies and programs that empower individual families and communities. By mobilizing resources, building partnership, and implementing sustainable development initiatives, Barbados aims to achieve the SDGs and improve the well-being and quality of life for all citizens. Barbados recognizes that promoting peace and addressing economic challenges in achieving sustainable development are interrelated objectives that require international cooperations and collaborations. The country actively engages in global forums, participates in initiatives aimed at poverty, education, and sustainable development. Barbados is committed to working with the international community to build more peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable world for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representative of Barbados. I will now give the floor to the delegate of Bolivia to deliver the statement. Her Excellency, Ms. Tristi Anissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Her Excellency, Vice President Pinem Tawaru, President and Vice President of the Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates of the Non-Aligned Movement members countries, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here as the President of the Republic of Bolivia. It's an incredible honor to attend this forum, Summit of Non-Aligned Movement 2030. Feel so grateful to be able to give my speech to promote international peace, address the challenges posed by the world economic recession, alleviate poverty, and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The Republic of Bolivia is proud to join the Non-Aligned Movement because we believe that this role has a positive impact on the progress of a more just and prosperous world. This movement represents our hope to eradicate injustice, poverty, and inequality that still pervade many countries in the world. Bolivia, as a country rich in culture, natural resources, and national heritage, has experienced firsthand how important the Bandung spirit and non-aligned principles are in achieving independence and progress. By adhering of this principle, we have strived to create a more inclusive, just, and a sustainable society for all our people. Excellencies, in our journey as members of the non-aligned movement, we realize that the world's challenges are increasingly complex and interrelated. Climate crisis, armed conflict, humanitarian crisis, and global pandemic as are part of the current world reality. Therefore, it's very important for members of the non-aligned movement countries to unite and work together in finding a win solution. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that as members of the non-aligned movement countries, we must always work together to overcome injustice and secure peace as the foundation for a better world progress. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, Delegate from Bolivia. Next speaker on my list is from Cuba. Her Excellency, Ms. Hani Dwi Horeneza, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Madam President, Vineri Tawaru, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor for me to speak on behalf of my government at this non-aligned movement summit. Our appreciation goes to Azerbaijan and Indonesia for organizing this important meeting for all of us and for the hospitality shown to the Cuban delegations. Our country's recovery in the post-pandemic stage is a complex task. The high number of people infected and the countless human losses have shown a devastating impact on a more and more interconnected world, which has not been able to put this interconnection to solidary use and is now paying the price of the inability to correct the serious social imbalance. Excellencies, despite of the tightening of the blockade and equal levels, Cuba has developed 5 vaccine candidates, 3 of which become highly effective vaccines against COVID-19. Our country is among those with the highest vaccination levels in the world, today with 90.3% of the population with 3 doses of the vaccine. Therefore, we invite the non-aligned countries to clinically use our biotech medicines. Under no circumstances, Cuba's solidarity will never stop. We have proven by sending 58 medical brigades to 42 countries and territories during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Cuban people and government, I thank the valuable and firm support of the NAM for the legitimate claim to leave the illegal and unjust economic, commercial, and financial blockades imposed on our people for more than 6 decades. We call on all governments, without exception, to mobilize their financial resources, to transfer technologies, and fulfill the commitment in matters of official development aid. It is our movement to continue promoting international cooperations and solidarity to face the challenges that lie ahead. Cuba will work tirelessly to represent and defend the true interests of developing countries. Let's join forces and combine both group actions to vindicate the aspiration of our nations. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, delegation from Cuba. The next speaker is delegation of Democratic Republic of the Congo. Her Excellency, Ms. Natalia Michelle Gabriela. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Vineri Tawaru, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Democratic Republic of the Congo, unites global progress and prosperity. Permanently power of dialogue and cooperation, prevent conflict, resolve disputes, and sustainable peace. As a nation that has endured the consequence of prolonged conflict, we are committed to fostering peace with our brother and contributing to these efforts globally. We actively participate in peacekeeping missions and support initiatives that promote reconciliation and justice. We emphasize the importance of inclusive human rights and the rule of law fundamental elements
nation worldwide, including the Democratic Republic of the Congo. However, we remain steadfast in our determination to overcome these obstacles and rebuild our economy with resilience and stability to address the economic decision we have implemented and serve to promote domestic economic growth, attract foreign investment, and diversify our economy. We recognize the importance of international cooperation, fair trade practice, and partnership to stimulate economic development. By harnessing potential of sectors such as agriculture, mining, and renewable energy, we aim to create employment opportunity with drive innovation and promote sustainable development. We also prioritize social safety nets, healthcare system, and education to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are not left behind during the recovery process. By investing in our people and empowering communities, we can build a resilient economy that benefits all. Democratic Republic of the Congo in result in its commitment to reduce poverty and achieve 1,030 justice. We understand that eradicating poverty requires a comprehensive strategy that addresses in root causes, including inequality, lack of access to basic services, and limited economic opportunities. We have embarked on a journey to promote inclusive growth, equality distribution of resources, and social protection programs. Our focus lies on sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and sustainable agriculture, which are crucial to poverty reduction and long-term development. By ensuring equal access to quality education, healthcare, and social support, we aim to empower individuals and uplift communities. We are fully aware of the interconnectedness between poverty reduction and environmental sustainability. Our commitment to combat climate change risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Galea, for your speech. Now I invite to the stage a representative of Djibouti, Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Aprilia.
Your Excellencies, President of Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Binali Tawaru, Vice President of Republic of Egypt, Ramasiha, guest delegates of non-aligned movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with such a significance for today's. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and hold the meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Djibouti is deeply committed to fostering international peace and cooperation as a means to create a harmonious global community. Recognizing the importance of peaceful relations among nations, Djibouti actively engaged in diplomatic efforts to promote dialogue, understanding, and conflict resolution. Through its participation in regional and international organizations, Djibouti strives to be a catalyst for peace, stability, and cooperation in the Horn of Africa and beyond. Djibouti is actually aware of the challenge posed by the World Economic Recession and its impact on vulnerable population. The country recognizes the importance of inclusive and sustainable economic growth for the global stability. Djibouti actively seeks to foster an enabling environment for trade and investment, attract foreign direct investment, and diversify its economy. By developing strategic infrastructure projects, enhancing its logistical capabilities, and promoting business-friendly policies, Djibouti aims to contribute to global economic recovery and resilience. Addressing poverty and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 are the key priorities for Djibouti. The government has implemented comprehensive poverty alleviation programs that focus on social protection, job creation, and skill development. Djibouti recognizes that poverty, peace, and sustainable development are interconnected challenges that require collaborative action. The country actively engages in international partnership, participate in global forums, and support initiatives that address poverty, promote peace, and advance sustainable development. With a cooperative spirit and by working together with the international community, we can contribute to creating a peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world. Let's commit ourselves together to build a better future for Djibouti and for this world. That's all from Djibouti. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. Thank you from Djibouti. We now have the delegate of Indonesia, Mr. Rahan Rifki Maulana, to deliver his statement. You have 3 minutes. The time.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Ms. Fini Tawaru, Vice President, Mr. Isha Mashiha, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Our meeting today is very timely in the midst of increasing power, competition as well as major wars. It is the right time for us to show the relevance of non-aligned movement and make non-aligned movement contribute more as a bridge builder for all differences, and make the world more peaceful. At the first NIM summit in 1961, President Sukarno said that the collusion of blocs based upon power politics and armaments can only lead to war. The state of the world today is very concerning. Wars that occur in several parts of the world affect various global issues. These wars have jeopardized peace in several countries. The war between Russia and Ukraine caused a global economic recession. The conflict between Palestine and Israel, if it continues, really adds to poverty, and the 2030 SDGs that are expected to be realized will not be realized. Without peace, economic recession and poverty will continue to be our problems. In responding to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, Indonesia's free and active foreign policy is implemented by the government. Indonesia has always been consistent in fighting for peace for both and supporting the struggle of the Palestinian people to achieve the sovereignty of their country. Indonesia's other support for Palestinian independence is also carried out by providing Indonesia's optimal role as a member of the UN Security Council. Indonesia's attitude and consistent support is not only based on the aspect of religious similarity. However, it is also one of the manifestation of humanity and justice. Through this support, Indonesia seeks to draw the attention of foreign parties to the concern of those adversely affected by war and help create space for peace negotiations. Earlier this week, the UN Secretary General warned that the cycle of violence against the Palestinians risks distorting prospects for peace. That is why NIM countries must apply pressure for the resumption of credible peace process. Excellencies, as the saying goes, we are only as strong as our weakest link. There is no alternative for us but to work together. Therefore, NIM must be pioneer for inclusive collaboration with all parties, ensuring that the burden is shared, not borne alone, and strengthening cooperation through multilateralism. These are all the spirits contained in the Bandung Principles. By adhering these principles, we will be able to move forward in addressing these pressing global changes. If we do this together, we may be able to influence the world to adopt a new paradigm that promotes strategic trust, respects sovereignty and territorial integrity, and advances peaceful resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you to the delegation of Indonesia for your speech. The next speaker on my list is the delegation of Guatemala. Her Excellency, Mrs. Gabriela Adelweiss, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is an honor for me to have given the opportunity to be present today at the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. With honor, I present thank you to Mr. President of Egypt and Mr. President of Indonesia for the invitation. As we know that the world has experienced various kinds of crises and challenges problems. One of them is the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, which had a major impact on global life. And these problems also become an agenda that we must pay attention to. Guatemala, as one of the pillars, has a responsibility in efforts to maintaining world peace and security along with other nations. Guatemala is willing to contribute to cooperation in the military field by conducting joint training and providing military forces to cooperate and cooperate with the United Nations through CREOMPAS.
Together with other nations, Guatemala believes that various kinds of conflicts, problems, and divisions that occur will be resolved through international dialogues. Guatemala, as one of the largest countries in Latin America, also has big challenges in dealing with country's economy. However, Guatemala continues to strive to recover and improve the country's economy in order to achieve the SDGs 2030 agenda. Guatemala is experiencing an increase in the country's economy around 4% over the past year. Guatemala has a great national credit for nutrition strategy to improve nutritional health for children, women, and people living under the poverty to achieve the 2030 SDGs agenda. Thus, Guatemala is willing to contribute to maintaining world peace, handling economic recessions, and efforts to deal with poverty through international dialogues and cooperation to help solve problems and find solutions for the common goods. That's all from me. Thank you for the opportunity and your attention.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Guatemala, for that statement. And now we invite delegation of Brunei Darussalam. Her Excellency, Mr. Pinda Putri Anjani, the stage is yours.
Good morning, Her Excellency Madam Fineli Tawaru, President of the Republic Azerbaijan, and Mr. Isa, the Vice of President, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Peace is the main instrument that needs to protect together. Currently, the world's security and peace are deteriorated, which has been proved by the ongoing war that took place between Russia and Ukraine since the early stage of 2023. The existence of such a war caused world of order to experience significant change, with countries divided into two camps supporting Russia and supporting Ukraine. As a non-aligned movement members, Brunei is always ready to help maintain global peace and stability, as it condemns the attack carried by Russia against Ukraine. But it does not identify Russia as an aggressor. Despite this, the state peace of rather exacerbated by the ongoing military conflict that is currently in progress. Brunei has strongly voiced its concern the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. As a member of various international organizations, Brunei actively participates in dialogue, negotiations, and regional international cooperation to resolve conflict and maintain stability. Excellencies, this conflict not only affects global political stability, but also has an impact on the price of energy, food, and commodities, which can hinder the recovery of the Asian economy from COVID-19. In 2023, Brunei economic conditions has improved significantly after the end of the pandemic. However, it cannot be reason to ignore the presence of poverty in Brunei, which still amounts to 5%. It's clear that Brunei Darussalam increased awareness to depleting natural resources in the country. With the government commitment to diversify the economy from excessive dependence on oil and gas, Brunei Darussalam, in maintaining the stability on the stage, Brunei Darussalam has prepared various programs such as SDGs to increase per capita income. More interestingly, Brunei is committed to social equality and aim to reduce youth unemployment to below 10% in 2030. Brunei is committed to reduce the number of people living in poverty below 2% by 2030. Target is to be one of the leading countries in Asia Pacific by the year 2035, which is also known as Brunei. The main focus of this plan is to raise standard of living of citizens and make Brunei the best place for investment. The Brunei government aims to attract more quality tourists by incentivizing the tourist sector. This plan also focused on improving the quality of education, health, and social development, such as promoting good governance, eliminating corruption and nepotism, enhancing social cohesion and solidarity, and providing social security. Excellency, the Brunei Darussalam government's plan is to create a conducive business environment for both local and overseas investors, as well as to improve its infrastructure to attract more tourists and investors. Brunei Darussalam government has also increased its investment in health and medical facilities to meet the increased needs for medical service, as well as in the field of education to meet needs of the country's future human capital.
Delegates from Brunei, I'm sorry.
Brunei
Unfortunately, your
government
time is
goals
over.
are to create a cohesive society by promoting unity, solidarity, and national identity, and also to ensure a just, a stable society by upholding the rule of law and promoting good governance. To end my speech, I would like to invite all of us to commit to creating a better future for peace, security, a strong economic and sustainable development. Let's think globally and act rationally. Thank you for the place. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, delegation from Brunei, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the delegation of Cambodia. His Excellency, Mr. Arman Sadikin, please, the floor is yours. Once again, the next speaker on my list is delegation from Cambodia. His Excellency, Mr. Arman Sadikin, please, the floor is yours. Okay, now I would like to call the delegate of India, Her Excellency Ms. Sophia Almas Moria. You have the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. I am honored and grateful for having the opportunity to be able to stand up and be present today at the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. COVID-19 and geopolitical tensions have created uncertainty for many countries around the world. Despite this, some countries have seen economic growth and social welfare improvement after pandemic. But this growth has not been evenly distributed, and lower income countries are still facing more severe crises. As the result, the global poverty rate has increased from 7 to 9%. With limited resources, societies and government are having difficulties enduring the global socio-economic challenges of the COVID-19 era. In order to foster economic growth and national development, we must leverage internal strength and external assistance. Second, leveraging globalization can enhance national economic potential through promoting trade liberalizations and eliminating quantitative restrictions. Finally, promoting fiscal consolidations and reducing reliance of external loans and leveraging the full of broad economic aspect, including micro and macro, for national economic development. To foster economic recovery worldwide and prevent recessions, also increase poverty, political efforts are necessary, especially in the light of tension generated by Russia and Ukraine war. Hence, we reiterate the dialogue is sole means to address and resolve differences and disputes arising from war. We advocate for dialogue among countries at odds while upholding the principle of neutrality, respect for sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of countries. In addition, we urge the immediate cessation of violence and conflict. Thank you so much.
Thank you all delegates for the speech. Excellencies, we will continue to our next speaker of the continuous presentation. Now we will yield the chair to His Excellency Mr. Rayhan Rifki Maulana, the Vice President. Your Excellency, Mr. Rayhan, the time is yours to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Vice President, Mr. Igede Isha Mashihan. So we are now going to continue to the next speaker. And please remember to delegate that you have only 3 minutes to deliver your statement. I will now give the floor to the representative of the state of Kuwait, Your Majesty Mr. Al-Fatih Haris Malik. Please state your statement.
Her Excellency, Ms. Vinaya Tawaru, His Excellency, Mr. Rayhan Rifki Maulana, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today as the Emir of Kuwait to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principle of objective of the non-alignment movement in this year of 2023. This esteemed organization plays a crucial role in promoting dialogue, cooperation, and understanding among nations, transcending division and fostering a world of harmony and equality. The state of Kuwait recognizes the significance of the non-alignment movement in today's complex global landscape. In the world characterized by escalating tension and competing interests, the principle of non-alignment, sovereignty, and independence remain relevant and crucial. We firmly believe that by embracing this approach, we can safeguard our nation interests and engage with all nations on an equal basis, free from the influence of power bloc or ideological differences. As a member of the non-alignment movement, the state of Kuwait upholds the principle of national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the right to self-determination for all nations. We firmly reject any form of aggression, intervention, or encouragement on the sovereignty of states, emphasizing the importance of international cooperation and adherence to established principle. The challenge we face as a global community are immense and multifaceted. Poverty, inequality, and climate change continue to threaten the stability and well-being of nations worldwide. In this regard, the state of Kuwait committed to working with fellow member states and the broader international communities to address these challenges within the framework of the non-alignment movement. In this year of 2023, the state of Kuwait actively supports sustainable development, poverty eradication, and equitable economic growth. We firmly believe that by bridging socio-economic gaps and empowering marginalized communities, we can create a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the non-alignment movement serves as a powerful reminder of the significance of unity, cooperation, and multilateralism. The state of Kuwait remains steadfast in its commitment to the movement principle, and we stand ready to contribute actively to its objectives. We believe in the power of dialogue, collaboration, and collective actions to address the pressing issues facing our world today. In conclusions, I urge all member states to reaffirm their commitment to the non-alignment movement in this year of 2023 and work collectively to build a future founded on peace, security, and development. Let us unite to overcome differences, foster inclusivity, and strive for a just and purposeful world. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering your statement. I will now give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Lebanon, His Excellency Mr. Khalid Alfian Sabah. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Your Excellency, Madam Vinaya Tawaru, President of Republic of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, Mr. Rayhan Rifki Maulana, President of Republic of Indonesia. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. World peace is very important and is the right of the country. Lebanon also, in this case, support world peace, even though in the country of Lebanon itself, this has not been implemented strictly. Therefore, we want to work together with other members to create a peace, especially in our country and our region. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon is entering its fourth year of crippling economic crisis that is having disastrous consequences for human rights and pushing more than 80% of the population of Lebanon into poverty. The economic crisis that Lebanon has experienced since August 2019, this crisis has also been exacerbated by the outbreak of COVID-19 in early 2020. In this case, we are trying to develop all the business sector that we have in the country, such as agriculture sector, and also reduce the consumptive nature of society that has been happening so far. And the last, Lebanon, in this case, support SDGs development without poverty, because in our opinion, if we work together to eradicate poverty, then the world economy as a whole will be better. Lebanon thinks the poverty is a major problem in every country, which is very difficult to deal with. And because of that, Lebanon is committed to eradicating poverty and targeting the achievement of sustainable development goals by 2030. We prioritize access to quality education, ease of access to clean water, and also granted about the nutrition for the people. And we are ready to partner in the making of sustainable development for 2030. Lebanon reaffirmed its commitment to non-aligned movement and its goals. We are ready to actively contribute to effort to create a world peace, overcome the world economic recession, and eradicate poverty. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief statement. The next on our list is the President of People Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. President Muhammad Rangga Dahana. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam Pinamata-Waru, President of Azerbaijan, and Your Excellency, Raihan Rifki Maulana, Vice President of Indonesia. All the distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the places. It's an honor for Bangladesh to be able to attend this non-aligned movement meeting. And thank you to the host country. The government of Bangladesh are deeply committed to join hands with fellow delegates to work towards shared goals and create a world of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Bangladesh, committed to peace and harmony, firmly believes in the importance of promoting international peace. We recognize that peace is not only a fundamental human right, but also a catalyst for sustainable development, social progress, and the well-being of all nations. Bangladesh has experienced the devastating consequence of conflicts and violence in the past. Bangladesh firmly believes in the power of dialogue, diplomacy, and mutual understanding to resolve disputes and promote peaceful coexistence. In response to this challenging scenario, we are taking proactive measures to mitigate the impact of the global economic recessions. One of the key strategies adopted by Bangladesh is the expansion of its social safety net programs. These programs aim to provide support and assistance to the most vulnerable segments of society, including the poor, elderly, and disabled. Additionally, Bangladesh has prioritized investment in education and healthcare, recognizing the role of education in breaking the cycle of poverty. The government has made significant efforts to improve access to quality education for all. As a nation that have responsibility to take care of each other on this earth, not just because we have more power that can be arbitrary. This is a chance to help each other. Last of all, let's show our solidarity of non-aligned movement member to make a change for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. Now I would like to call the President of the State of Eritrea, Madam President, Ms. Natalia Putri Andini Hukom, please state your statement.
President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Vice President of the Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates of the Non-Aligned Movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen. As President of the Republic of Eritrea, it is an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Non-Aligned Movement 2022 Summit, along with other outstanding delegates present in today's agenda. Eritrea strongly believes that lasting peace can only be achieved through dialogue, diplomacy, and respect from the principle of the state's sovereignty. Eritrea emphasizes the importance of the strengthening international cooperation and being actively involved, promoting peaceful negotiation and post-conflict recovery. In the global economic recession, Eritrea recognized the impact of the developing countries and the vulnerable population within them. Therefore, Eritrea encouraged dialogue and cooperation among countries to strengthen financial system, encourage investment in infrastructure development and job creation, especially in sectors such as agriculture, renewable energy that could mitigate the impact of the global recession. Eritrea remains committed to eradicating poverty and achieving the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Eritrea has implemented various poverty alleviation strategies, including investment in education, health, agriculture, and social protection programs. We emphasize the importance of the international cooperation such as technology transfer and capacities advancement to support developing countries in their effort to achieve sustainable development. In closing, the Republic of Eritrea reiterates its commitment to promoting international peace, overcoming the global economic recession, and achieving sustainable development goals in 2030. We believe that by working together, countries can overcome this challenge. Eritrea also stands ready to actively contribute to international effort and collaborate with fellow countries to achieve common goals. On behalf of people and Eritrea government, I will say thank you for attention.
Thank you for your statement. The next on our list is the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Madam President, Ms. Larenia Alfatunisa Rofihandi, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Tawarugu, President of Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Haqqi Maulana, President of Republic of Indonesia, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to make this statement on behalf of the non-aligned movement member states. At the outset, NEM would like to express its sincere appreciation to the High Commissioner for his presence and for sharing with us his thoughtful remarks. Excellencies, in this regard, we are of the view that the right to development is an inalienable and intrinsic right, with the distinct and independent nature by which all human rights can be fully realized. Hence, we acknowledge that we may not reduce the right to development by trying to define it through secondary aspects of development such as poverty reduction, hunger eradication, food security, inclusive education, and adequate housing. Iran revolution is over. In expressing decades of pent-up rage and frustrations, the Iranians indulge in terrible excess, but they settle accounts because they held responsible for the past. Moreover, the turmoil accomplished its purpose, which was the overthrow of the absolute monarchy and the end of foreign dominations. Even more for to those Iran revelations, unlike so many others, did not pass from absolute monarchy to military dictatorship and thus paved the way for more bloodshed in the future. Today's Iran is more at peace with itself than the West is willing to admit. The revolution was popular and so is the republic. While there are many in Iran who would like to see the power of the mullahs reduced, most would not want a return to the Shah march toward secular rule. As a result, today's Iran is more united and therefore politically stronger than it could ever have been under the Shah. Finally, we could like to ask this question. How can the human rights mechanism contribute to implementation and realization of the right to development, and how can we overcome the lasting challenges around the concept as an independent right? Thank you.
Thank you for delivering your statement. Now I will give the floor to the President of the Republic of Iraq, Mr. President Rafi Altaf Naufal. The time is yours.
Your Excellencies, Madam President Tawaru, Mr. Vice President of Indonesia, Mr. Raihan Rifki. It's ladies and gentlemen, as a proud member of the non-organization, we recognize the vision for collective action and collaboration to tackle the multiple challenges that lie ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you all today with hope and determination to discuss three issues of great importance to our country, Iraq, and the world at large. We live in an age full of challenge and complexities that test our wisdom and ability to deal with them. However, I believe with mutual cooperation and determination, we can achieve a better future for all. First of all, let's talk about the efforts to promote international peace. Iraq, a country rich in history and cultural diversity, has experienced difficult times filled with conflict and violence. But right now, we stand at a turning point in history. It's time for us to promote peace, stability, and reconciliation. We must put dialogue, diplomacy, and tolerance first as a way to overcome difference and build strong relationship with other countries. Only by respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries can we achieve a peaceful and harmonious world. Next, let's discuss global economic recession countermeasures. It is undeniable that the economic recession has a serious impact on our people's life. But in the midst of the challenge, we must not lose hope. We must strengthen our economic sector through innovative and inclusive policies. Investment and infrastructure, industrial development, and technological advancement can be driving force for sustainable economic growth. Besides, international cooperation and fair and balanced trade can help overcome economic inequality and create better jobs for our people. Lastly but not least, we need to focus on efforts to reduce poverty and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) by 2030. Poverty is a complex and destructive problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And now I would like to call the Prime Minister of Laos People's Democratic Republic, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Dimas Baihaqi Hakim. The floor is yours.
Republic of Indonesia, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to talk about three issues that are important and need global attention today, namely efforts to promote international peace, overcome the global economic recession, and the need for the global peace, and realize poverty of elevation goals as well as sustainable development goals by 2030. As representative achievement of Laos, a beautiful country with a rich culture and extraordinary local wisdom, I want to underline our role in addressing this challenge in a unique and special way. First of all, let's discuss efforts to promote international peace. Laos as a country with a rich history and respectful for cultural diversity have a great potential in building dialogues and cooperation between nations. We believe that peace is the primary foundation of human progress and well-being. Therefore, as a citizen of Laos, we must commit ourselves to maintaining peace at regional and global levels. We can do that by strengthening multilateral diplomacy, playing a bridge between countries involved in conflict, and encouraging constructive dialogue. As we strive to promote peace, we must also respect and engage our local culture and values that have been broken to maintain harmony and balance. Secondly, let's focus on talking global economic recession. When countries around the world are faced with serious economic challenges, Laos has the opportunity to demonstrate our uniqueness and advantage. Although we may not have great economic power, we have abundant natural and cultural resources that we can use sustainably. Through strong international collaboration and wise economic policies, Laos can play an important role in overcoming this recession. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. I will now give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Federation of Malaysia, Her Excellency Ms. Nadia Rahmaranita. The time is yours.
Madam President Ms. Pinawetawaru, Vice President Mr. Raihan Rifki, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Federation of Malaysia would like to express our sincere gratitude for being granted the opportunity to deliver a statement within the framework of the non-aligned movement. Also, we want to thank Azerbaijan and Indonesia, the president of the non-aligned movement, for organizing this important meeting and serving great hospitality for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, cooperation within the non-aligned movement further trust, mutual respect, and understanding among member states. Regular interaction, diplomatic dialogue, and collaboration on common goals build relationship based on shared interests and values. This trust and mutual respect form the foundation for resolving disparities peacefully, promoting cultural exchange, and fostering a more harmonious global peaceful community. Therefore, on this occasion, the Federation of Malaysia would like to address several critical points that are of concern to us, including: first, underline the importance of cooperation among NAM member states in overcoming common challenges, as well as nurturing trust, mutual respect, and understanding. Second, express concern over the rise of hatred and insensitivity in certain countries. Evident in the recent Quran burning incident in Sweden, Malaysia stressed that bigotry, Islamophobia, racism, and any degradation of holy scriptures, irrespective of religion, must be condemned. Third, emphasize the need for the reform of the United Nations to ensure that the aspiration and interests of UN members are advanced creatively and equitably. Fourth, stress that the international financial architecture should be overhauled to help developing countries overcome various problems such as financial crisis, inflation, rising interest rates, and a standstill in debt relief. 5. Express ASEAN disappointment with NEM over NEM's refusal to accept
over NAM's refusal to accept ASEAN's proposal about the South China Sea in the final meeting document, which has persisted for almost 10 years. Malaysia's resolve in voicing criticism of NAM received support from representatives of NAM member states present, including those from ASEAN countries. 6. Underscored that NAM needs to remain relevant and not favor any major power in line with the fundamental principle of NAM, and that NAM must not ignore the concern and interests of member states in upholding of NAM's principles. Excellencies, the Federation of Malaysia believes that the non-aligned movement will be able to play more effective, dynamic, and progressive role on a range of current issues relevant to its member states at the regional and global levels, provided the NAM remains non-aligned. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering your statement. Next on my list is the President of Republic of Azerbaijan, Madam President Ms. Finawita Waruwu. The time is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, delegates, Honorable Vice President, all my fellow members of the Non-Aligned Movement. The Non-Aligned Movement is committed to supporting multilateralism with the United Nations at its core, preserving and strengthening the values of multilateralism and international cooperation, which underpin the Charter of the United Nations and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, is fundamental in promoting and supporting the three pillars of the United Nations, namely peace and security, development, and human rights. As a member of Non-Aligned Movement, Azerbaijan is a peace-loving country and hopes for lasting peace in the world. We are slowly but surely working to resolve our decades-long conflict with other countries, such as Armenia, with the mediation of the President of the European Union. In other fields related to the economic recession that is currently a challenge, we must be stronger, join hands to help each other, build together for a better world economy recovery. The state of the world after the COVID-19 pandemic. We have done it before. Right after the beginning of the pandemic, the Non-Aligned Movement took the initiative to mobilize efforts to fight COVID-19, showing our influence and responsibility in the sustainability of life on Earth. Azerbaijan continues to initiate various efforts, one of which is proposing a special session in the UN General Assembly at the leadership level. As part of our commitment, we have provided financial and humanitarian support to more than 80 countries, most of which are Non-Aligned Movement members. We can do this again and continuously because we are one together. Honorable, despite the global economy downturn, extreme poverty in the world continues to decrease according to the World Bank's latest report on poverty and shared prosperity. However, along with projected growth trends, the report cautions that reducing health inequality is increasingly important in order to achieve SDGs target of eradicating extreme poverty by 2030. Distinguished delegates, once again, we need to mobilize and step up together to address this. The three main issues we are discussing today we will achieve together if with strong commitment and intention. This is our spirit, Bandung spirit, Non-Aligned Movement for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. Now I will call to the stage the President of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Madam President Ms. Sheri Shafila Lubis. The time is yours.
President Ms. Finawita Waruwu, Vice President Ms. Raihan Rifki Maulana. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and deep gratitude as the representative of the high gathering of the Non-Aligned Movement. As the members of NAMs itself, we recognize the critical importance of collective action and collaborative advancing sustainable development for all, especially in present times where everything has felt happening at the time. First, Ethiopia firmly believes that lasting peace can only be achieved through dialogue, diplomacy and respect for the principle of nation sovereignty and non-interference in international affairs. We advocate for peaceful and resolution to conflicts, respecting the rights of all nations in self-determination and territorial integrity. Ethiopia also actively working to diversity of our economy, which has decreased by past years due to the economic downturn. By creating an enabling business environment, that we aim to build a strong foundation for sustainable economic development worldwide. Ethiopia places great importance on poverty alleviation as an integral part of sustainable development. We support initiatives that promote inclusive economy, policies, social safety nets, and investments that promote inclusive economic policy. Ethiopia is actively working towards the attainment of the SDGs at the national level, emphasizing poverty reduction, food security, gender equality, renewable energy, and sustainable environment practices. We encourage international cooperations, technology transfer, and capacity building to support other member states in their SDGs implementation efforts. Delegates, let us redouble our commitment to promoting a world peace and embrace the principles of tolerance and understanding. Let us work together, hand in hand, so we can build a more just, equitable, and sustainable world for present and future generation. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering your statement. And now I would like to call the President of the Gabonese Republic, Madam President Ms. Daifina Salsabila. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellencies, Vice President of the Non-Aligned distinguished delegates from member countries of the Non-Aligned Movement who attend today's meeting. It is honored to be present and contribute to this meeting. Gabon recognizes the paramount importance of the international peace for the progress and prosperity of nations worldwide. As a nation committed to peace and stability, Gabon has actively engaged in regional and international organizations like the United Nations, Africa Union, and Economic Community Central African States, aimed at resolving conflicts, fostering dialogue, and promoting peaceful resolutions. We firmly believe that peaceful coexistence, respect for sovereignty, and adherence to international law are essential principles that should guide all nations. We acknowledge the challenge posed by the world economic recession and its impact on global development. Gabon recognizes the need for collaborative effort to address this issue, and we remain committed to creating an enabling environment for sustainable economic growth. We have implemented policies to attract foreign direct investment, diversify our economy, and strengthen our private sector. Gabon established the Investment Promotion Agency with the assistance of the World Bank in April 2014. The NP Gabon's mission is to promote investment and export, support small and medium-sized enterprises, manage public-private partnership, and help companies to get established. NP Gabon houses more than 20 public and private agencies. The government encourages investment in Gabon sector that contribute the greatest share to GNP, including oil and gas, mining and cyber through custom and tax incentive. Lastly, Gabon understands that poverty eradication is a fundamental prerequisite for the achieving sustainable development. We have developed comprehensive strategies and national programs aimed at poverty alleviation, social inclusion, and improving the livelihoods of our citizens. Through target interventions, we are investing in education, healthcare, and social safety nets to uplift the most vulnerable segments of our society.
We are fully committed to the implementation of the SDGs by 2030 and have aligned our national development plans with the goals and targets set forth in the agenda. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your memorable statement. Now I would like to call the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mr. President Michel Rianto Wijaya. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Madam President, Your Excellencies, Mr. Vice President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representative of the Gambia, it's an honor for me to speak against at the 19th Summit of the Non-Alignment Movement. The Gambia firmly believes that international peace is crucial for global stability and prosperity. We acknowledge that peace, but early the absence of conflict, a state of harmony, justice, and respect for human rights. Our nation actively advocates for peaceful resolution of disputes, adherence to international law, and the promotion of dialogue among nations. We actively participate in regional and international organizations, contributing to peacekeeping missions and supporting efforts aimed to end conflict prevention and reconciliation. Conflict economic resolution has posed significant challenges for countries across the globe, particularly those with limited resources. Gambia recognizes the importance of international cooperation to address this crisis effectively. We are committed to fostering an enabling environment for economic growth and sustainable development through policy reforms, investment in critical sectors, and the diversification of our economy. The Gambia is fully committed to alleviating poverty and achieving the SDGs by 2030. We recognize that poverty is a multi-dimensional issue that requires comprehensive and targeted actions. Our nation is dedicated to implementing policies and promote inclusive education, healthcare, and social protection programs. We prioritize the empowerment of women, youth, and vulnerable groups, ensuring that no one is left behind in our operation. The Gambia firmly believes that achieving the SDGs requires global solidarity and collaboration. We actively engage in international platforms to share our experience, learn from others, and forget partnership for sustainable development. In conclusion, the Gambia reiterates in our unwavering commitment to promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and alleviating poverty to achieve the SDGs by 2030. We firmly believe that collection, action, inclusive policies, and partnership, we can overcome the challenges we face and create a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you for the referring statement. Next on my list is the President of the Republic of South Africa, Madam President Ms. Salsabil Ayu Hermawan. The time is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam Vinaweta Waruwu, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished delegates from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. As the delegation of the Republic of South Africa, it is a great honor for me to be a part of the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement in Jakarta. My gratitude goes to the Republic of Azerbaijan for conducting this important meeting for all of us. On this honorable occasion, I would like to deliver a speech on behalf of South Africa.
Firstly, as a president of South Africa, I recognize that peace is not only a fundamental human right, but also a precondition for sustainable development, social justice, and prosperity for all nations. As a nation that has emerged from a painful history of apartheid, we understand the devastating consequences of conflict and the urgent need to build bridges of understanding and cooperation. South Africa remains a committed advocate of the central role of the United Nations in maintaining peace. We actively participate in UN peacekeeping missions, providing our troops, expertise, and resources to support the promotion of international peace. Secondly, the world economic recession has been a great concern that affects us all. The COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on the world economy, which includes South Africa's economy, leading to a contraction in gross domestic product. We recognize that economic recession are not confined to the borders of any single nation. They require global cooperation, solidarity, and coordinated efforts to mitigate their impact. We actively engage with our partners, locally and globally, to share experiences and best practices. Together, we can unite our resources, knowledge, and expertise to address the systemic challenges we face. Lastly, we cannot achieve true global progress without addressing the persistent issue of poverty. Poverty remains a significant challenge in South Africa, with several main problems contributing to poverty such as unemployment, inequality, and poor quality of education. South Africa is committed to alleviating poverty, a goal central to the United Nations for SDGs 2030. We are determined to create an enabling environment that promotes economic growth, infrastructure development, and equitable distributions of resources. In conclusion, let us recommit ourselves to the promotion of international peace, addressing the world economic recession and poverty alleviation. South Africa stands united to fellow members of the non-aligned movement to achieve these goals. By promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and advancing efforts to alleviate poverty, we can create a more sustainable world for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. I will now give the floor to the President of the Republic of Uganda, President Muhammad Ehsan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana. Your Excellencies, Madam President, Ms. Vini Witawaru, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor for me today to attend this conference and be a part of the Summit of Non-Alignment Movement. The Ugandan government has expressed to commit to peace and stability both within the borders and in the region. Efforts have been made to address the root causes of the conflicts, promote dialogue, and engage in peace negotiation. Uganda has also been an advocate for peaceful resolution of disputes at international level and has been involved in mediation and conflict resolution efforts in various regional conflicts. Your Excellencies, Uganda, like many other countries around the world, has experienced the significant impact of the global economic recession. The economic downturn has had far-reaching consequences for the nation, affecting various sectors of economic and livelihood of its citizens. One of the major factors contributing to Uganda's economic recession has been the disruption in global trade and supply chains. The restriction imposed to international travel and closure of borders has led to a decrease in exports, causing the decline in foreign exchange earnings for the country. Moreover, the agricultural sector, which is the backbone of Uganda's economy, has also been impacted by the recession. The disruption in global supply chains and reduced access to market have hindered the export of agricultural products, leading to a decline in agricultural income for farmers. This is not only affected to the farmers' livelihood, but also impacted to the food security in the country. Furthermore, The recession has led to a decrease in foreign direct investment and capital inflows into Uganda. Business have faced challenges in accessing financing and had to downsize or shut down operation, resulting in job losses and increased unemployment rates. While the road to recovery may be challenging, Uganda remains resilient and determined to overcome the effect of the global economic recession. The government focus on economic diversification, investment.
Your time is over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And now I would like to call the President of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Mr. President Aldio Raspana Dainkaleba. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Rehan Rifki Maulana. Your Excellency, Madam Vinewita Waru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to the Republic of Azerbaijan for organizing this important meeting for all of us. On this honorable occasion, I would like to deliver a speech on behalf of North Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, thoughts about promote international peace. Lately, our nation had some threat from post-Allied power. DPR Korea is as a sovereign country, and they should respect all the boundaries that exist on the Korean Peninsula, especially after joint military drill that South Korea and the United States plan to carry out. Flew a bomber that could carry nuclear bomb make us cynical, especially since the distance was quite close. Will not tolerate such military provocation any longer, because as work now, we can defend ourselves, and I'm bold on this cause of our country is capable to do it. This was coupled with the existence of sanctions given by the United States, by the United Nations, so that the impact on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea more struggle for getting up. Nowadays, DPR Korea also made a current notes worth about $1 due to a shortage of North Korean won, notes for save the country from high inflation. Our supreme leader also to maintain the stability of our country's economy. We swiftly carry out economic recovery by planting food so that the state treasury can recover and our economy is improving this year. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about alleviate poverty and achieve SDGs 2030, DPR Korea and UN has worked to focus at least 4 strategic priorities by United Nations Strategic Framework. They are food and nutrition security, social development service, resilience and sustainability, data and development management. And of course, there's amplified by recurrent natural disaster like flood in country borders, which does impact of climate change. I hope to all the leaders present at this meeting, bring it the peace is a very rare in the world, so we must take care of it. If success, there's no more bloodshed, especially cause of war. We as a nation have a responsibility to take care of each other on this earth, not just because we have more power than to be arbitrary. This is chance for is needed to help each other, not to harm each other. Last of all, let's show our solidarity of non-alien movement member to make a history again and chance for better the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And last on my list is the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. President Muhammad Azam Farasha. The floor is yours.
Honorable Excellency Mr. Rehan Rifki, President of Republic of Indonesia, thank you for the place. and fellow delegates and distinguished guests of the non-alignment movement. First of all, let me start with peace issue. Zambia, as a country rich in cultural and ethnic diversity, believes that peace is the foundation for sustainable progress and development. We believe that peace must be pursued through dialogue, tolerance, and mutual understanding between groups of people, regardless of race, religion, or social background. Through regional and international cooperation, Zambia is committed to build a safer, just, and peaceful world for future generations. However, we are aware that peace is often difficult to achieve in conditions of economic instability. Amidst a global challenge, Zambia is facing a significant economic recession. We invite international stakeholders to consider investing in key sectors such as agriculture, mining, tourism, and renewable energy in Zambia. In this effort, we are committed to improving regulation, increasing the ease of doing business, and developing the skills of our people to face global challenges. Aside from the economic recession, poverty is a major challenge for Zambia and countries around the world. We believe that all people should have equal access to decent opportunities, education, health service, and jobs. To address poverty, the government has implemented the SGT program since 2003, and the World Bank Council recently approved a second additional financing that will expand coverage to a total of 750,000 households in 2021 and 994,000 households in 2022. The support will enable disbursement timely and predictable cash transfer to 30% of Zambians and 50% of our poor by 2022. In conclusion, in the face of challenge to peace, economic recession, and poverty, Zambia believes that international cooperation is the key to success. We appreciate the role of international institutions such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank in helping developing countries overcome the challenges they face. We are also committed to actively participating in international forums, establishing win-win partnerships, and sharing best experience with other countries. Only through strong and inclusive cooperation can we achieve sustainable peace, overcome economic recession, and reduce poverty levels around the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. Thank you, delegates, for the statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12 o'clock and I think that we all need a break to have lunch that has been prepared by the committee. I shall now adjourn the meeting and I will see you in 1 p.m. I give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Her Excellency and Vice Chairs. His and Her Excellencies, the summit will now be on hold until 1 p.m. We invite all distinguished delegates to enjoy the luncheon, and we kindly request you to return to the plenary hall 15 minutes before the session resumes. Untuk yang di Jakarta ditunggu sebentar ya. Untuk Pak Dubes dipersilakan menuju ke ruang makan terlebih dahulu, diantar oleh Lisa dan Rifki.
78 cek. Cek, ya. Kok itu ada suara gitu deh mas? Cek. A, B, C, cek. A, B, cek. Itu yang paling
cek. Siapa yang nyoba?
Ki, ngomong Ki, pakai mic Ki.
Kita kan buat YouTube, kalau nggak ada yang mata percuma.
Ada suaranya? Cek, cek.
Cik. Satu, cik. Cik.
Cek, cek, cek.
Cik. Cik, satu. Cik. Cik. Satu. Cik. Cik.
Cek, cek, cek. Dari sini
Cek.
juga. Dari sini ada suaranya. Tes, cek, cek.
Cek. Satu, dua. Cek. Satu, dua.
Ki.
Cek.
Ki.
Oi.
Ki.
Ya.
Yang di Zoom itu di sini noise gate-nya di mana ya?
Di mana?
Di
Noise
Zoom,
gate.
Zoom. Di Zoom kan ada noise gate-nya di Zoom.
Di ini di setting di terus audio. Itu kan audio
Itu
lu
ganti
dikit banget.
headphone dulu
Nah,
kali.
itu kan ada tar dulu setting audio. Nah, yang di audio profile. Nah, itu low. Kalau
Cek. Cek.
Itu apa sih tulisan apa? Your TV speaker. Oh, yang itu cabut dulu kali. Yang mana? USB-nya. USB-nya cabut dulu. Oh, yang device apa yang mana?
Cek. Satu.
kalau dia buka Zoom lagi ya di situ. Apa gimana?
Cek.
Itu feedback itu.
Itu suaranya Rizky.
Zoomnya di situ.
Ki, suaranya ngemak banget, Ki.
Suaranya kenapa?
Suara lo di sini ngemak banget.
Itu di situ ada buka Zoom nggak ada kan?
Tuh ada yang ketinggal buntutnya.
Cek. Cek.
Itu volumenya setengah coba. Itu buat tes ya? Nggak ngaruh ya? Oh, levelnya. Buset. Ki, lu lagi di jalan?
Ikan di sampingnya obat drug fresh.
Ki, coba berbicara Ki.
Cek. Cek.
Lu deket banget sama mic lu, suaranya ngebas banget.
Ya, makanannya.
Dulu. Udah gue kirim. Nggak bisa kalau lagi bisa ya.
Kalian makanan lu nggak estetik nih.
Ki.
Cek.
Gue juga nggak dihabisin. Apaan? Gantian nih ngomong. Apa cok?
Cek 1 2 3, cek lo.
Cek. 1 2.
Udah aman lah ya, Ki, daripada yang tadi nggak ada suaranya Ki.
Cek.
Ki.
Cek. 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 1 2.
Pencet lah.
Cek.
Lo colokin ke
Cek.
ini ya, listrik.
Cek. 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 1 2. Cek. Cek. 1 2.
Saya makanan di sana gimana sih?
Cek. Cek. 1 2. Cek. 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 1 2. Cek. 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 1 2.
Ki.
Cek. Cek.
Ki.
Cek. Cek. 1 2. Cek. 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 1 2. Cek.
Itu siapa itu?
Cek. 1 2.
Bandung, Bandung, Bandung.
Ikutan nih, nanya ngapain.
Cek. Cek. 1 2.
Apaan sih minum gua, Mbak?
Di mana ngambil?
Itu di situ.
Ya, punya gua. Unjuk.
Cek. Cek. 1 2. Cek. Cek.
Udah lah, udah aman ya?
Cek.
Daripada yang tadi nggak ada
1 2.
suaranya.
Cek. 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 Ayo. Cek. Cek. 1 2. Cek. 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 1 2. Cek.
Kasih Kak. Oke, roll call.
Official name aja deh.
Setelah break ya. Oman.
Jadi di
Oke.
Kaca Indah nggak ada
Timor Leste.
Perhatian untuk seluruh delegasi, diharapkan untuk duduk kembali karena sebentar lagi kita akan memulai sesi kedua. Terima kasih.
Oh, oke. Nah, ya, lagi main. Oke, Haiti.
aja.
Honduras, enggak, saya lagi roll call yang Jakarta.
Diharapkan untuk para delegasi yang mengikuti sesi working group 2 untuk bersiap-siap karena sebentar lagi acara akan dimulai.
Oke, Vanuatu.
Terima kasih.
Kamu pegang HP kan, nanti aku chat.
Palestine, Saudi Arabia.
Jumlahnya jangan lupa ya.
Sri Lanka. Syria.
Nek.
Syria.
Oh, berarti ntar dulu belum ready ya.
Thailand.
Oke, ntar kabarin ya kalau udah ready ya. Belum. Jadwal ini siapa?
Pakistan, Madro, Pakistan, oke. Turkmenistan, Patris.
Oh, ya udah.
UAE. Alright, Uzbekistan, Mas Wan. Oke, thank you.
Teman-teman semuanya, teman-teman.
Nah, ini masuk nggak nih?
Teman-teman semuanya.
Nah, ini ada suara masuk nggak?
Boleh didengar dulu teman-teman.
ASEAN kita udah nyambung belum sih Kak? Itu Pak, nyampe gamis Pak.
Udah foto-fotonya. Udah foto-fotonya.
Oke, terima kasih sebelum mulai. Pakistan
Udah teman-teman semua.
Yang banyak dibicarakan tadi termasuk di working group, kamu harus bilang terima kasih.
Belum ready ya Mas, yang di Jakarta? Karena yang di Jakarta belum ready, kita belum bisa mulai teman-teman. Jadi teman-teman pulang aja ke Jakarta.
Abaikan. Bercanda doang.
Iya itu dari Bandung kan?
Cek.
Cepet bro. Oh, iya tinggal dari oh, ya.
Mas, depan mas, satu mas.
Jadi Palestina kan tadi di working group banyak yang mendukung. Jadi kamu harus apresiasi mereka dan minta mohon direalisasikan kerjasama ataupun keinginan membantu penyelesaian Palestina untuk negara merdeka, gitu ya. Ya, jadi itu kamu lagi berbunga-bunga mau dibantu tapi juga harus ya ada pendekatan kepada sincerely untuk mau membantu gitu, betul. Ya, oke. Ada pertanyaan sebelum kita mulai? Ini saya merangkap segala macam bisa nih. Oke, kalau udah oke.
Udah ya? Belum mulai. Di Jakarta belum siap.
Ibu Direktur. Direktur apa?
Yang mulai di Jakarta.
ASEAN.
Coba buka laptop.
Udah atau belum? Oke.
Buka aja.
Thank you.
Dimas mukanya biasa aja dong. Iya, lu sendirian. Ini apaan bejir?
Cel oil bejir.
Coba dulu apa?
Indonesia.
Ini mau ini apa?
Indonesia.
ASEAN apakah udah? Belum, oke. Kabarin aja ya Kak.
Cek, cek, cek. Belum masuk kan?
Gini guys.
Cek, cek, cek. Ada ya? Masuk. Oke. Ready ya?
Cek.
Bersih nggak Ki? Bentar, gua kalah.
Ngomong lagi sih. Lu ngomong lagi.
Cek, cek, cek. Bandung.
Udah aman ya?
Oke, ready.
Aman.
Ladies and gentlemen, His and Her Excellencies, the session will now continue, and I once again hand over the proceedings to His and Her Excellencies Chairperson and Vice Chairs.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. After having a lunch, we will have continue our meeting. So, I declare the conference is open. The next program is continue to present country statement. Now, I would like to call the delegate of Oman, Rahmaniyat Nur Sajida. Your Majesty, the time is yours.
Mereka kan sudah snacknya udah masuk kan? Sudah. Nah, snacknya. Udah dikirim, saya belum makan malah. Ya, kasih ya. Ayat pizza.
Timerin.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would say thank you to Madam Indah, Prime Minister of Fiji, and thank you to Mr. Raihan, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, for the place. I feel grateful and honored to exchange experience and contribute to the 9th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. It's my pleasure to send greetings to you and would like to take part in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, world peace is currently being challenged by continuation of wars in various parts of the world, especially those that are in the world spotlight are the Middle East and Europe. In the Middle East, conflict never ends, such as the Palestinian and Israeli conflicts, Yemen conflicts, and Iran conflicts with the United States. The conflict has also given powerful shock to the economic sector, so that it can lead to an economic crisis. The result is poverty. Therefore, Oman as a country located at the junction of the Middle East and South Asia has played an important role in bringing
the focus of attention and fostering cooperation between the countries of the region. In addition, Oman also recognized the importance of overcoming the negative effects of the global economic recession and has implemented fiscal policy and structural reforms under the Midterm Fiscal Balance (MTFP) for 22 until 22-24. This country also doesn't remain silent in overcoming poverty by launching social and economic programs aimed at increasing access to education, health, and decent work, as well as increasing social inclusion. Oman has also played a role as a mediator actor in promoting international peace. Oman has been involved in mediating conflicts such as between Palestine and Israel by supporting the right of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state in accordance with international law, relevant Security Council resolution, and the Arab Peace Initiative. Then, Oman also seeks mediation between Iran and United States with a nuclear agreement that will produce results that achieve the desired context between all parties and become interest in the region and through the world. The solution is in the Sultanate of Oman, are part of interconnected world, with which we share the same interest and destiny. We are blessed with what pleases the world and forgive what is harmful. We believe that harmony and tolerance lead to better and more lasting results than can be achieved with conflict and problems. Therefore, we endeavor with the protection of our manpower and capabilities to contribute to the advancement of peace at all regional and international levels. We uphold a balanced and constructive approach in dealing with all matters. We will also continue the step towards strong sustainable growth in employment, which requires we design and carefully sequence reforms. The authority reform agenda under the strategic direction of Vision Oman is a major step in the right direction. Firm implementation of the reform is critical to fully unlocking the potential of the nation, educate workforce, and accelerating non-hydrocarbon private sector-led growth. Finally, we seek to translate institutional commitments toward the sustainable development goals by focusing on poverty elimination to be able to significantly reduce the level of poverty, improve the quality of life of its people, and sustainably achieve sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent statement. Next, I invite you to the stage the delegation of Belarus, Salsabila Shannon Subagio. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Chair of the Coordination Bureau of Non-Alignment Movement, Madam President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Vinevita Waru, Your Excellency, all of the heads of delegates from all of the countries who attend this coordination of non-aligned movement today. Ladies and gentlemen, uncertainty about the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine has an impact on world peace. Not only had an impact on geopolitical security, the war had a given shock to our economic sector, especially due to sectoral sanctions from Western countries and the EU about export bans on products that impact the GDP of Belarus. In 2020, the poverty rate in Belarus was 1.3% from the total population, and the war has caused the loss of access to our main market and the biggest recession since 1995 in 2022. Is a period that this recession will increase the poverty rate, which can stabilize our domestic peace and global peace. Belarusian region become a strategic location for brokering peace negotiation for the Russia-Ukraine war. We have become mediator for 3 peace negotiations and actively submitted peace proposal to end the war. To maintain the stability of the country's economy, Belarus enhanced economic cooperation by supporting and focusing on joint economy and export activity with Russia. We also increased bilateral cooperation strategy together with China in the industrial sector. As prevention from Belarus of the issue, Belarus is committed in supporting efforts to maintain world peace. We would like to be mediator for peace negotiation in early September in 2023 or in March 2024 to end the Russia-Ukraine war. As prevention for restore domestic economic income, reduce the impact of the recession, and anticipate for increase the poverty rate, we would like to first, develop joint cooperation in Asia and Oceania countries in the fields of trade and economy, food, industry, petroleum, culture and education. Second, strengthening joint cooperation with our strategic trading partners. Third, investing in ASEAN countries in digital economy and tourism sector. Fourth, as a part of Eurasian Economic Union, we will focus on carrying out import and export activities together with member countries and partners in Eurasian Economic Union. Belarus availed itself this opportunity to renew to all of head delegates of all the countries' assurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the incredible statement. Now, we will move the representative of Timor-Leste, Mr. Syahrul Fadilullah Yudi. Mr. Prime Minister, the time is yours.
Thank you, Madam the Prime Minister of Republic Fiji, Indah Permatasari, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure today to deliver this statement on behalf of the government and the people of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Madam, as a country that has experience in addressing internal conflicts and reflecting on our struggle for independence, we understand that ending conflicts, restoring peace, and uniting nation is not an easy task. Dialogue and negotiation are crucial in achieving sustainable peace. Therefore, the role of institutions like the non-allied movement is essential in facilitating inter-country dialogue and promoting fair negotiation that result in peace for conflict-affected countries. If peace cannot be achieved, the ongoing global conflict today could potentially be the cause of world economic recession that affect countries worldwide, with the far-reaching consequence for social stability, development progress, and the well-being of the people. In this regard, small countries that are in the process of achieving economic stability greatly need assistance in comprehensive and coordinated approach that can mitigate the negative impacts of the global economic recession. The strength of multilateral cooperation and collaboration among member states will create an enabling environment and support the economic restoration and recovery. The economic recovery process is also a crucial part of the fighting poverty. International cooperation can serve as a platform for developing countries to overcome challenges in mobilizing sufficient domestic resources to meet development targets. We are a country still grappling with poverty and are committed to taking decisive action to uplift the life of our citizens and create a prosperous society. We call upon the international community to support our efforts in accessing financial resources, capacity building initiatives, and technology transfers, which are essential for accelerating progress towards poverty eradication and broader sustainable development goals. Madam, in conclusion, let us work together to build a world where all nations can thrive in peace and prosperity. Timor-Leste is ready to contribute and collaborate towards the attainment of these noble goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the incredible statement. Next on my list, I would like to call the representative of Ghana, Marcela Hardiani. Madam President. Madam President, time is yours.
Her Excellencies, President Vinewitawaru, Vice President, distinguished delegates, member countries, ladies and gentlemen, as President of the Republic of Ghana, it gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Non-Aligned Movement 2023 today. Excellencies, the Republic of Ghana stands in front of you to express the importance of our joint efforts in promoting international peace. We understand that peace is not just an aspiration, but a necessary foundation for achieving global security. Ghana is committed to working together with other countries to strengthen the regional and multilateral cooperation and advancing diplomacy based on the principle of equality, justice, and respect for human rights. Ghana stands ready to play an active role to create a peaceful world for all humanity. With strong commitment, we are also determined to tackle the world economic recession, poverty alleviation, and achieve the 2030 SDGs. We are willing to work with other countries, international institutions, and the private sector in building an inclusive economy. Through joint efforts, Ghana is committed to achieving the 2030 SDGs, creating a better future for the people of Ghana and the rest of the world. The Republic of Ghana are committed to promoting international peace, overcoming the global economic recessions, and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We believe that by working together, all countries can overcome these challenges. In closing, we, the Republic of Ghana, open the door to global cooperation as widely as possible to create international peace and close relations between countries. Let's make closer ties of brotherhood to create a strong economy, warm nations, and friendly country. On behalf of the people and government of Ghana, I would say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam President, for the excellent statement. Now, I invite you to the stage the delegation of Guinea Rangga Andika Pratama. Mr. President, the time is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President and Vice President of the Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Guinea would like to first and foremost express my gratitude to the President of the Republic of Indonesia as the host of the current meeting for welcoming us so graciously. Distinguished delegates, here in Bandung, right now is the chance to meet again after 68 years. For the first time, we met together here in the Great Merdeka building. We have gone through many issues together, and this forum we are reunited to help solve these issues together. The Republic of Guinea, as an active member of the international community, recognize the importance of international peace, global economic stability, poverty eradications, and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In our endeavors of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, in this global agenda, we firmly declare our commitment in promoting international peace, overcoming the world economic recessions, alleviating poverty, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The Republic of Guinea believes that the international peace is the main foundations for the sustainable development. As a country vulnerable to the issues of economic recessions, we also recognize the serious impact that the global economic recessions has on countries around the world. And we are committed to taking concrete measures to overcome the economic recessions through prudent economic policies, promoting of sustainable investment, and close regional and international cooperations. We support efforts to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, taking into account the needs and well-being of our people, including the vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, the Republic of Guinea understands the importance of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. We are committed and make every effort to implement policies and programs that contribute the achievements of these goals. We will focus on sustainable economic development, waste environment management, access to equality education and health, and promoting gender equality and social justice. Distinguished delegates, as the Republic of Guinea, we are committed to achieve participating in global efforts to promote international peace. We stand ready to work together with the other countries, development partners, and international organizations to realize this vision for global prosperity and sustainable development. We recognize that we cannot get it alone, and so we endeavor to bring others this meeting by today to achieve the same goals. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible statement. Next delegation is representative from Guinea-Bissau, Chaula Sahara Adelia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Madam President and Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for us, the Guinea-Bissau delegation, to attend this event and discuss issues that really need to be discussed lately, namely related to promote international peace, addressing world economic recession, and alleviate poverty to achieve SDGs 2020 and 30. Ladies and gentlemen, in promoting peace, Guinea-Bissau, there is women's organization devoted to conflict resolution have been active in the last decade under the auspices of international and regional bodies, in particular the Economic Community of West African States or ECOWAS and the United Nations or UN. Our participation is also more focused on women so that their contribution can be more appreciated and utilized. Or these women's organizations were mostly active at the communal level, present in almost every village. The newly elected government reacted to this effort by incorporating 8 women into key ministries. Women's participation in peace building activities and mediation processes at all levels has proven very effective in Guinea-Bissau. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the problem of the world economic recession, the Guinea-Bissau priorities are still relevant today and will be studied in the context of preparing the second generation roadmap. The EU has also considered a number of sectoral policies such as the new National Agricultural Investment Plan, the Fisheries Development Strategy Plan, the Education Sector Plan for Guinea-Bissau. Lastly, the Guinea-Bissau's effort to eradicate poverty are in collaboration with UNDP. The UNDP project aims to increase equity of access to innovative, low-cost financial service. This will have a positive impact on the local economic and poverty levels. For the first time since the adoption of the SDGs by UN member states in 2015, the Guinea-Bissau has reviewed its efforts to achieve them. Our country is a small country. Through this discussion, Guinea-Bissau asks for cooperation from all NAM countries to jointly maintain solidarity and help build Africa, especially Guinea-Bissau, in forming a more developed country so that prosperity can be created equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the excellent statement. I will now give the floor to the representative of Madagascar, Cindy Amanda. Madam Minister of Foreign, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President and Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to begin by thanking the Republic of Azerbaijan, the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement. It is a great honor for me to deliver this statement on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement. The 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement held in 15 July 2023 was an achievement of Non-Aligned Movement's role in promotion of peaceful and prosperous world. I am confident that the Non-Aligned Movement's meeting will generate solidarity and support in resolving the issue. The Non-Aligned Movement is of the view that the United Nations is an important forum for the achievement of international peace. Madagascar joined the United Nations on 20 September 1960. The Non-Aligned Movement also acts an important role in the achievement of international peace, the handling of the world economic recession, and poverty alleviation effort. In achievement of international peace, we prioritize Madagascar's role in national interest with international risk. Briefly, we have launched the project support for countries present in southern Madagascar with the aim to establish community dialogue by reactivating indigenous mechanisms, strengthening livelihoods, and promoting behavioral change for peace. Cooperation and collaboration are also needed to overcoming global challenges and crises in Madagascar. Thus, we propose to enhance bilateral relations by some members of the non-aligned movement who have been attending at this time. We hope that Madagascar can be a good cooperation partner in achieving international world peace. Countries have committed to prioritizing progress for countries that are far behind. And the question is, are we as a member of the non-aligned movement able to implement these poverty alleviation policies? The non-aligned movement has support policies and practices of cooperation, especially those that are multilateral and beneficial to all parties involved. I am here as the country of Madagascar, proposing more detailed cooperation in discussing poverty alleviation for the sustainable development, the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals 20 and 30. I hope that every country in the non-aligned movement can voice their aspiration and participate in sustainable development that acts to the end poverty and ensure that by 20 and 30 all people suffer peace and prosperity. Thanks.
Incredible statement. Now, I would like to call the delegate of Peru, Abel Davidson Ginting. Mr. President, the time is yours.
Distinguished delegate, honorable chairperson, gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I address this estimate gathering today as the representative of Peru, also the vice president of non-aligned movement. Recognizing the paramount importance of this platform, we acknowledge its significance in fostering international cooperation and maintaining global peace and security. Peru firmly believes in the fundamental principle of promoting international peace. We understand that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, equality, and respect among nations. Therefore, we reaffirm our commitment to engaging in constructive dialogue, diplomacy, and peaceful means to resolve disputes. Peru's support effort aimed at enhancing multilateralism, strengthening regional mechanisms, and upholding the principles of the United Nations Charter. As we gather here today, we are confronted with the challenge posed by the world. Economic recession. Peru acknowledges that economic stability is vital for sustainable development and the well-being of all nations. In light of this, we emphasize the need for increasing cooperation, dialogue, and coordination among states to address the underlying cause of this recession. Peru is committed to promoting inclusive and equitable economic growth, fostering an enabling environment for investment, and exploring innovative approach to revitalize global trade and financial system. Furthermore, Peru is acutely aware of the persistent issues of poverty that impedes progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030. Poverty eradication requires a comprehensive and integrated approach encompassing social, economic, and environmental dimension. Our nation is dedicated to implementing targeted policies and programs that prioritize poverty reduction, inclusive education, healthcare access, and social protection measures. Peru believes in the significance of partnership and international cooperation in addressing this complex challenge and stand ready to collaborate with other member states to share experience, knowledge, and best practice. In conclusion, as the Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, I reiterate our commitment to the principles and objectives of the Non-Aligned Movement. Peru acknowledges the indispensable role of this esteemed forum in facilitating dialogue, fostering cooperation, and promoting global peace and prosperity. We are ready to work hand in hand with all member states to address the pressing issues of our time, including the promotion of international peace, mitigating the impact of the world economic recession, and advancing effort to alleviate poverty in line with the SDGs 2030. Let us forge a path of unity, collaboration, and solidarity to build a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the excellent statement. Next, on my list, I would like to call the representative of Afghanistan, Adesi Darmayanti. Madam President, the time is yours.
Thank you, Vice President Indah Permatasari. Her Excellency Madam Vinewita Waru, President of the Non-Aligned Movement. Excellencies, Head of State and Head of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to attend this July meeting. At the outset, I would like to extend my highest appreciation and gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this meeting and hospitality accorded to me. Afghanistan is a country in the Central Asia and South Asia region. Although a country prone to conflict, it certainly doesn't prevent Afghanistan from supporting and upholding world peace. Afghanistan has an interest in maintaining global stability and promoting peace at the international level. One example of effort made by Afghanistan in promoting international peace is that Afghanistan is one of the countries with the largest opium producer in the world. The Afghanistan government has collaborated with partner countries, including the United States and the European, in an effort to address drug production, combat illegal drug trafficking, and promote substitution program for opium crops with legal and sustainable alternative crops. Through its participation in global security efforts, Afghanistan seeks to strengthen security and stability at the international level and contribute to addressing security challenges involving global issues. Afghanistan contributes personnel to United Nations peace mission in various countries such as UN mission in Haiti, Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and other countries. The Afghanistan government has launched an Economy National Comprehensive Development Plan, or NCDP, program to promote growth and mitigate the effect of the recession. The Afghanistan government has designed and launched the NCDP, which is to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth across the country. The program targets sectors such as agriculture, economy, industry, transportation, and tourism for long-term economic development. Afghanistan creates sound policy framework at the national, regional, and international level, based on proper and gender-sensitive development strategies to support accelerated investment in poverty eradication actions, increase inclusive and sustainable urbanization, and capacity for participatory, integrated, and sustainable settlement planning and management in all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for delivery of your statement. I will now give the floor to the representative Bahrain, Ratri Puspitasari. Madam Prime Minister, the time is yours.
Honorable Vinewita Waru, President of the Republic Azerbaijan, respectfully all delegation on countries attending today's session of the Coordination of Alignment Movement. Ladies and gentlemen, recently the Kingdom of Bahrain has made significant efforts to overcome the economic challenge resulting from COVID-19 pandemic. The Kingdom of Bahrain reported 80,000 cases and 300 deaths in early 2020. Due to the spread of the COVID-19 virus, and this number continued to rise. To gradually stop the transmission of the virus, the Kingdom of Bahrain implements several measures such as limiting movement in public space, closing schools and businesses. This measure result in economic decline. As a result, the GDP of Bahrain decreased by 8.9% the second quarter of 2020, and the government implement various measures to protect jobs and maintain the national economic during the pandemic. Amid significant economic decline, the Kingdom of Bahrain has a dedicated effort to revive the national economy. The government has taken several steps, including attracting foreign and investment by bringing in several large companies and promoting global investment cooperation. Investment has yielded significant opportunities in the job sector, as proven by declining employment rate from 7.7% in 2021 and to 5.4% in 2022. This is aligned with Sustainable Development Goal, which aims to promote productive employment and economic growth. Based on aforementioned information, we acknowledge that impact of the pandemic on the national economy cannot be resolved independently. The nation requests the support of other countries. Therefore, we are committed to promoting international cooperation and including micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. In order, compress hands revive the economy. The existence of MSMEs in economic cooperation should be recognized and promoted for recovery purpose as well, developing as enhancing the quality of MSMEs. In addition to economic recovery, international cooperation also promotes peace and outlined in 11 of the United Nations Charter, which emphasizes of importance of cooperation of maintain international peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for the excellent statement. Now I would like to call the delegate of Haiti, Loranisa Pertiwi. Madam President, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Indah Permatasari, Her Excellency Madam Vinewita Waruwu, President of the Non-Aligned Movement, Excellency, Head of State and Head of Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to deliver a statement at the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. At the outset, I would like to extend my highest appreciation and gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this meeting and the hospitality accorded to me. Haiti is a country that has a strong commitment to achieving international peace and SDGs in accordance with the global agenda agreed upon by the international community. Haiti's efforts in alleviating the economic crisis involve various effective strategies to enhance SDGs. Haiti has endeavored to reduce dependence on certain economic sectors, such as the tourism sector, by promoting economic diversification. This can be done by encouraging the development of the industrial sector, technology, financial service to increase the country's income. The country of Haiti strives for the promotion of international peace. As a country that has experienced internal conflict and tension, Haiti understands the peace is a key pursuit for social, political, and economic progress. Haiti supports the efforts made by the United Nations to promote dialogue, diplomacy, and negotiation as tools to resolve conflicts. Haiti is also committed to capacity building and cooperation with other countries to create sustainable peace at the global level, and Haiti recognizes the global economic recession and seriously impact sustainable development efforts. Therefore, Haiti supports international cooperation in finding effective and sustainable solutions to overcome the economic recession, in finding effective and sustainable solutions to overcome the economic recession. Haiti submits the need for assistance and support from the international community to build economic capacity, promote sustainable investment, and create decent jobs to overcome the economic challenge faced. Haiti is committed to working with other countries to strengthen national capacity, improve access to resources and technology, and promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, and support the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the excellent statement. Now, I invite you to the stage the delegation of Honduras, Farisal Priska Purnomo. Madam President, the time is yours.
Thank you, Vice President Indah Permatasari, Her Excellency Madam Vinewita Waruwu, Excellency President of the Non-Aligned Movement, Excellencies Head of State and Head of Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to deliver a statement at the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. It is a great honor for me to attend this July meeting. At the outset, I would like to extend my highest appreciation and gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this meeting and the hospitality accorded to me. Honduras is one of the countries that has to focus on world peace, one of which is dealing with transnational crime that threaten international peace and stability. One example is the drug trade between South American and North American countries. As the non-aligned movement member, Honduras has endeavored to promote international peace and has several security role engagement addressing global issues. For example, Honduras has sent military and police personnel as UN peacekeeper in various conflict-torn countries. Honduras also participates in various regional organizations to the same degree as the Organization of American States and the Central Integration System of America. The Honduran government has launched an economic stimulus program to promote growth and mitigate the effect of the recession. That include tax incentive program for definite industry and investment in job-creating infrastructure projects. Honduras has developed a national action plan for the SDGs that guides the implementation and achievement of the SDG goals. The government has launched programs to improve the quality and accessibility of education and expand the reach and quality of essential health services. Honduras has also taken steps to protect the environment and sustainably manage natural resources. This includes forest preservation, reduction of deforestation, and reduction of greenhouse gas emission. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the excellent statement. Now we will move to the representative of Jamaica, Fadia Putri Karamina. Madam Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President of Fiji, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Alignment Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I am honored to be addressing you today as a delegate representing Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the world has faced numerous challenges in recent years, including the pandemic COVID-19, which has made many countries face difficulties in various fields. Economic has been one of the most affected fields. Even Jamaica economy in 2020 has decreased by 23%. Ladies and gentlemen, despite now we have overcome the pandemic, the global economy is still facing numerous challenges. The ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia is exacerbating an already unstable economic situation, leading to significant increases in the prices of imported goods such as food, foods, and others. To maintain economic stability, Jamaica is committed to implementing strategies focused on economic development and industrial diversification to strengthen our long-term stability and sustainability. Jamaica is aiming to increase our economic independence by developing various sectors, especially in the tourism and agricultural sector. We are also modernizing our social protection system with the goal of expediting our effort to end poverty, prevent economic decline due to the global economic turbulence, and enhance our development through social services such as affordable health service, affordable education, and universal access to basic services like water and sanitation. This is in line with our commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to maintain economic stability, we need to pursue a political approach to reduce geopolitical tension and conflict. Tension and conflict are the primary sources of rising foods and energy prices. Therefore, we Jamaica recommend establishing a dialogue forum and conducting diplomacy as means of finding solution and regional and global challenges, particularly in the field of security, which will help establish world peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for the excellent statement. Next on my list, I would like to call the representative of Panama, Fadila Rihadatul IC. Madam President, the time is yours.
Excellencies, President and Vice President of the 19th of Non-Aligned Movement Summit, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm grateful and pleased to have the opportunity of exchanging experience and contribution to the 19th of Non-Aligned Movement Summit today. And also thanks to Indonesia
for welcoming us and hosting the 19th of Non-Alignment Movement meeting today. The pandemic that occurred several years ago has had an impact on world development and the global order that allows structural changes ranging from threats to world peace, economic recession, and posing new threats to poverty alleviation efforts. From this reality, we can choose alternatives that will lead us to conflict, division, and indifference, or we can take the path that lead us to unity and solidarity. The pandemic has posed major challenges to countries in the world, not only affecting the global economy, but also posing a threat to stability of workplace and security, especially in areas in conflict countries. And in the economic sector, pandemic also has an impact on the declining world economy amid the downturn of the global economy that we have faced. The government of Panama is committed to raising the focus on strengthening its logical, financial, and commercial advantages with a digital transformation and innovation strategy toward a digital economy. And also, Panama committed to building a sustainable and inclusive future by global goals related to the SDGs in effort to eradicate poverty. As a step to restore the state of the world after the pandemic, Panama is willing to be a bridge to bring nations closer together and find common solutions to the problems we face and overcome regional and global challenges. For this reason, Panama encouraged delegates to seek a broad and honest international dialogue, focusing on maintaining international peace, solidarity, and respect for human rights. Encourage cooperation as well as strengthen among countries with strategic partners who have strength and leadership in the international market as an effort toward global economic recovery. And last, Panama calling for a national dialogue, bicentennial pact, closing gap dialogue with enthusiasm participation, with the visions of contributing to maintaining the focus on sustainable development, ensuring long-term solution with social justice, equal opportunities, respect for human rights, and minimizing delays in compliance with the SDGs agenda. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the incredible statement. Now we will move to the representative of Venezuela, Rido Alfani. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam Vinay Witawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Madam Indah Permatasari, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, distinguished delegates, good afternoon, honorable delegates. As a delegation from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, it is a great honor for me to attend the 19th Non-Alignment Movement Summit. Today, I stand before you to discuss Venezuela's effort in promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and striving toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. First, Venezuela remains committed to promoting international peace. We firmly believe that dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation are essential for resolving conflict and fostering peaceful relations among nations. We actively engage in multilateral organizations such as the United Nations, the Organization of American States, and the Non-Alignment Movement to advocate for peaceful resolution and contribute to global peace initiative. Our diplomatic engagement and mediation effort in regional conflict demonstrate our dedication to finding peaceful solution and promoting stability. Furthermore, we acknowledge the challenge posed by the world economic recession. Venezuela has faced significant economic difficulties, and we are actively working to address this challenge within our own borders. We have implemented comprehensive measures aimed at stabilizing our economy, reducing inflation, and creating a conducive environment for economic growth. In line with our commitment to achieving the SDGs, our social mission focuses on crucial areas such as healthcare, education, housing, and food security. Our effort to combat poverty and achieve the SDGs are rooted in the belief that social development is essential for sustainable and inclusive growth. In conclusion, Venezuela remains steadfast in its commitment to promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and striving toward the achievement of the SDGs. We believe that by working together through dialogue, cooperation, and inclusive policies, we can overcome this challenge and build a better future for our people and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the excellent statement. Next delegation is representative from Vanuatu, Nelsi Permatasari Dayali. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm greeting on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Currently, the world is faced with conflicts that threaten all efforts to promote international peace. We support diplomatic efforts and peace negotiations, as well as engagement in peacekeeping operations that can uphold justice, equality, and the well-being of all nations worldwide. Additionally, Vanuatu, being a small island nation highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, is committed to promoting international peace through environmental issues. Environmental conservation is crucial in maintaining stability and minimizing the possibility of conflicts. Particularly for small island nations that frequently the possibility of particularly for small island nations that frequently experience extreme climate change. Environmental issues also have a close correlation with our nation's recession, as they pose significant challenges for our small island nation. This necessitates comprehensive and collaborative actions to protect the country's economy. Sustainable development and environmental management can serve as primary drivers for long-term economic stability. More importantly, collaborative international cooperation can facilitate economic recovery processes such as financial assistance, knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and effective implementation of environmental management strategies. Vanuatu is highly vulnerable to extreme climate change impacts such as rising temperatures, extreme weather conditions, sea level rise, and changing rainfall patterns directly affects the lives of our population and the country's poverty levels. Consequently, this leads to significant losses in sectors such as tourism, agriculture, fisheries, and limited availability of natural resources. Vanuatu will commit to implementing sustainable practices in other sectors such as adapting renewable energy and developing climate resilient infrastructure to reduce environmental impacts, create broader economic opportunities, and enhance the nation's adaptive capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the incredible statement. Now, I invite you to the stage the delegation of Mali, Debbie Mutia. Madam Prime Minister, the time is yours.
Your Excellencies, President and Vice President, distinguished delegates of non-aligned movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and thankful to be participating in this 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. The theme of this year's meeting is a very appropriate theme and in accordance with our expectations, hope for a more peaceful, prosperous, and safer world. It's a truism to say that Mali and the countries of the Sahel are currently facing the hydra of terrorism, violent extremism, and instability. This has been going for over a decade. The transitional government that I have been leading since June 11, 2021 includes representatives of Mali's living forces. As soon as we are inaugurated, we work together to draw up the transitional government's action plan. The first axis of the government's action plan makes security a top priority. It responds to our people's deep-rooted desire for peace and coexistence. Situation in Mali constitutes a threat to international peace and security and decided accordingly to act under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations. Mali aspires to live in peace with its neighbors and other countries, strengthen its unity and stability, and regain full sovereignty over its entire territory. Mali wants to guarantee human security within its borders by consolidating its constitutional institutions. To this end, Mali is committed to transforming itself through reforms into a stable and prosperous state focused on the well-being of its people. The world's economic recession is accelerating due to the double impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and security crisis because of the war in Ukraine. As a result, extreme poverty has increased, further driven by the erosion of the purchasing power of the most vulnerable due to soaring prices of goods and weak economic growth. To alleviate poverty, Mali cooperates with the World Bank and supports the multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali. The government of the Republic of Mali collaborates with the United Nations, bilateral and multilateral donors, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and the private sector. As such, Mali seeks to establishing and strengthening partnerships to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by reminding you that the actions of the transitional government in Mali are based on the support for world peace, prosperity, and security. To achieve those goals, the support of the international community is also needed. Thank you for your kind attention today.
Thank you, Madam President, for the excellent statement. Now, I would like to call the delegation of Mauritania, Nusa Indah Nurwana. Madam President, you have the floor.
President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to represent Mauritania at today. Let me first congratulate Her Excellency Finewita Waru on being elected President of the 19th session of the Non-Alignment Movement. Mauritania affirms its deep commitment to international peace, recognizing that peace is essential for sustainable development and human progress. The country is committed to supporting mediation, diplomacy, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts at the regional and global levels. Mauritania will continue to work with international partners and regional organizations in building dialogue, promoting cooperation, and strengthening multilateral frameworks to achieve global peace and justice. The economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been particularly severe on developing countries. The COVID-19 pandemic is one of the causes of the world economic recession. This put the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals at considerable risk. Mauritania is also committed to addressing adverse economic impact by implementing appropriate economic policies, promoting economic diversification, and encouraging investment in strategic sectors. Mauritania strives to restore economic growth, create jobs, and maintain economic stability. Mauritania is also committed to protecting environmental sustainability and promoting social inclusion to achieve sustainable and equitable growth. In addition, Mauritania has a strong commitment to alleviating poverty and achieving the 2030 SDGs. The country prioritizes community empowerment and social inclusion. We will implement policies and programs to reduce social disparities, strengthen the education sector, promote gender equality, and advance sustainable agriculture. We are also working with international partners, regional organizations, and the private sector in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Mauritania is a country that adheres to the principle of peace, economic prosperity, and social justice. Is ready to play an active role in promoting international peace, overcoming the world economic recession, and achieving poverty alleviation and the 2030 SDGs. We invite all countries and international partners to join hands in a joint effort to create a world of peace and quality for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for delivery of your statement. On the next session of today's plenary, I will entrust Mr. Habel Davidson Ginting as the Vice Chairman to lead the plenary session. Mr. Habel, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Your Excellency, Ms. Kamatasari, the Vice President of the Non-Aligned Movement, also the representative of Fiji. I will now continue the roll call, starting with the counter-statement presentation from Mauritius. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Ika Junia Kafifa, President of Mauritius.
Her Excellency, Secretary General of Non-Aligned Movement, Ms. Vinewita Waruwu, Your Excellencies, Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates of the Non-Aligned Movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen. As the President of the beautiful island nation of the Republic Mauritius, it is my honor and privilege to attend this forum, Summit of Non-Aligned Movement 2023, and to stand before you today to discuss our relentless efforts to promote international peace, address the challenges posed by the world economic recession, alleviate poverty, and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Mauritius, nestled in the Indian Ocean, has always been a proponent of peace, harmony, and diplomacy. Mauritius is committed to promoting international peace and security. We believe that peace is essential for the development of our country and the world. We have been actively participating in international peacekeeping missions, and we are committed to supporting the United Nations in its efforts to promote peace and security around the world. The world is currently facing a severe economic recession, and Mauritius is not immune to its effects. However, we are taking steps to address this issue. Our government has launched several initiatives to promote economic growth, including addressing unemployment, eradicating poverty, further opening up the country, providing access to education, and encouraging foreign investment. We believe that these efforts will help us to overcome the challenges posed by the world economic recession. While striving for economic prosperity, we are acutely aware of the pressing issue of poverty that affects millions around the world. Finally, we are committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. We are focusing on promoting economic growth, reducing inequality, and protecting the environment. Furthermore, we acknowledge that the achievement of the SDGs goes beyond national efforts. It requires global cooperation, solidarity, and collective action. Mauritius actively engaged in international forums to advocate for a comprehensive approach to development, emphasizing the importance of financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building support to developing nations. We believe that no country should be left behind in this journey towards a sustainable future. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Mauritius remains steadfast in its commitment to promoting international peace, addressing the challenges of the world economic recession, alleviating poverty, and achieving the SDGs by 2030. We firmly believe that by fostering peace, stability, and sustainable development, we can create a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive and prosper. Let us join hands and work together to build a better future for all. Merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the great and spiritful statement. Next, we have Morocco. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Advani Christi Sinaga, President of Morocco.
Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, I am pleased to take part in the summit in support of international peace and security. Firstly,
Allow me to convey to you the cordial greetings of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him and his best wishes for the success of the summit. What brings us together today is a shared determination to create a peaceful world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we are facing big threats such as endemic COVID-19, wars, climate change, conflicts, and the security and refugee crisis, which are creating spin-off impacts on food, health, education, the environment, peace, and security, and affecting all the sustainable development goals. This reality shared by the international community calls into question our ability as a political leaders to identify solutions and implement them within the framework of solid partnerships. In line with the wise royal vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Kingdom is committed to strengthening national capacities for sustainable development and fruitful partnership through the involvement of the public and private sectors, based on cooperation, pragmatism, and ambition, while ensuring that national policies are aligned with the UN agenda. The Kingdom has launched a series of initiatives addressing vital issues, such as the efforts to address the common challenges arising from migration and the activities of human trafficking networks, are reflected in a national immigration and asylum strategy in collaboration with international partners. Furthermore, Morocco hosting the Global Coalition Against ISIS ministerial meeting in May 2002 demonstrates the country's continued commitment to international coordinated efforts to combat terrorism, extremism, and organized crime. In terms of economic recovery, the Kingdom established the Mohammed VI Fund, a $12 billion recovery plan equivalent to 11% of the domestic product as a locomotive to boost investment and contribute to economic recovery in the face of the global crisis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finally, Morocco invites all of us to take action together to make the world a better place. Non-aligned movement is a prestigious platform dedicated to collaborative action and a relevant forum for constructing a world characterized by democracy, security, justice, and human rights. Together, we can create a peaceful and prosperous world in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the critical and spiritful statement. Next in line, we have Mozambique. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Dinkari Hakim Mahendra, President of Mozambique.
Okay, Your Excellencies, Mr. Vice President of Peru, Mr. Abel Davidson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As a proud member of the non-aligned movement, we recognize the urgent need for and collaboration to tackle the multiple challenges that lie ahead. At first, Mozambique believes in the fundamental principle where peace, justice, and respect for human rights, in the role of international peace and stability play in fostering social progress, economic prosperity, and sustainable development. In this regard, we advocate for peaceful resolution of conflicts, enhanced regional cooperation, and the strengthening of multilateral institutions to maintain peace and security worldwide. And then, Mozambique recognized that the world faces an unpredictable economic recession, such as the global COVID-19. We acknowledge the adverse impacts on both developed and developing nations, which have highlighted the interconnectedness of our economies. To address this challenge, Mozambique emphasized the importance of fostering inclusive and sustainable economic growth through international cooperation. This will be opened by any chances to help each other to all countries in the world. Furthermore, Mozambique recognized again that poverty remains one of the most pressing global challenges. Our government is committed to implementing comprehensive poverty eradication strategies that prioritize access to quality education, healthcare, clean water, sanitation, and sustainable agriculture. We call for increased international support, financial resources, and technology transfer to empower the most vulnerable communities and lift them out of poverty. Lastly, by achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030, through strong partnership with the international community, civil society, and the private sector, we aim to accelerate progress towards the SDGs in the areas such as poverty eradication, quality education, sustainable infrastructure, climate action, gender equality, and inclusive economic growth. We'll enhance data collection and monitoring mechanism, promote evidence-based decision-making, and strengthen institutions to ensure effective implementation of the SDGs. Lastly, in conclusion, we believe that through collective action, dialogue, and cooperation, we can build more and more collaboration, equitable, and sustainable for present and future generation. Let us join hands and work together towards a brighter future where peace, prosperity, and dignity are the cornerstones of our shared global community. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your great statement. Now, next in line, we have Namibia. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Fanya Widayari, President of Namibia.
Your Excellencies, President and Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegates of Non-Aligned Movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen. As the representative country of Namibia, the country has historically experienced forms of struggle to obtain peace, as our country is the last colony in Africa and the last stronghold of South Africa defense outside its territory. Therefore, our country supports the implementation of the non-aligned movement, which is able to provide assistance in the formation of peace. Along with the topic of peace, we must also address the economic slump brought on by the global COVID-19 epidemic, which has affected our nation. Because of the production process negative effects on key industry, domestic economic activity in Namibia shrank significantly and severely by 8%. It is anticipated that the implementation of the non-aligned movement, which unites different nations under common principles, will be able to encourage the growth of a recessionary economy, where each member nation is able to assist other nations in achieving an integrated economy, for instance, through the implementation of international cooperation and trade that is mutually beneficial to each other. The decrease of poverty and Namibia's emergence as an upper middle income nation have been made possible in this case by political stability and prudent economic management. Therefore, by increasing the role of the non-aligned movement through this gathering, our nation is also offering the greatest amount of assistance for maintaining poverty concerns. This effort is carried out in accordance with target number 1 set by Namibia based on the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals 2030, in which year the target of poverty problem has been resolved and every community has the right to justice over the economy. In light of the shared objective of promoting peace and prosperity in the global community, our nation believes it is possible for this endeavor to be carried out with the cooperation of each non-aligned movement member countries. Our nation thinks that the non-aligned movement increased connection may support the realization of each member state's goal. In the middle of the current world system, which is rife with anarchy, Namibia thinks that the existence of the non-aligned movement may strengthen the stability and defense of a country from numerous areas, including the economy and poverty. Let's remain collaborative to make platform and provisions that will secure our belonging stronger, so that we may establish a firmer foundation for an inclusive, relevant, and sustainable future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Now we have Nigeria. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Ahmad Haikal Abiu Daifullah, President of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Ms. Vinewita Warubu, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Habel Davison Ginting. As the representative of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we appreciate the opportunity to address this esteemed assembly on matters of utmost importance regarding our efforts to promote international peace, address the world economic recession, alleviate poverty, and achieve the SDGs by the year of 2030. Nigeria also recognized the significance of maintaining global peace and stability. And as a committed member of the United Nations and other regional bodies, we actively participate in peacekeeping operations worldwide. We have consistently supported diplomatic negotiations, peaceful resolutions to conflicts, both within our region and beyond. Nigeria is dedicated to working collaboratively with the international community to prevent and resolve conflicts, promote dialogue, and foster understanding among nations. We also acknowledge the challenge posed by the global economic recession. We recognize the importance of international cooperation and multilateralism in restoring economic stability. We also committed to implementing sound economic policies, fostering domestic and foreign investments, and promoting trade partnerships to revitalize our economy. We are also aware of the devastating impact of poverty on our society and recognize that poverty eradication is essential for our sustainable development. We have implemented various poverty elevation programs focusing on job creation, skills development, and social protection schemes. Nigeria is committed to enhancing access to quality education, healthcare, and basic amenities of our citizens. We actively collaborate with international partners to share best practice, exchange knowledge, and mobilize resources to combat poverty at both the national and global levels. Nigeria also have the commitment to achieving the SDGs by 2030. We have aligned our national development plans with the SDGs, and we are dedicated to advancing gender equality, ensuring inclusive and quality education, sustainable economic growth, promoting clean energy, and combating climate change. We also recognize the importance of partnerships, both domestic and international, in mobilizing resources and knowledge sharing to achieve the SDGs. In conclusion, Nigeria remains resolute in its efforts to promote international peace, address the world economic recession, alleviate poverty, and achieve the SDGs by 2030. Nigeria are committed to working collaboratively with the international community, regional bodies, and other stakeholders to ensure a prosperous and peaceful world for all. Let us seize this opportunity to foster dialogue, strengthen partnerships, and collectively address the challenges that lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Next, we have Palestine. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Rizky Chandra, President of Palestine.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, Your Excellency, Mrs. Vinewita Warubu, as President of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Mr. Hanabel Davidson Ginting, as President of Peru, Your Excellencies, Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, as President of Indonesia, and as host country of 19th Line Movement. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you all at this important opportunity to discuss the security situation, the economic and poverty situation, and the condition for sustainable development in Palestine. Before I start the discussion, I, as the President of Palestine, want to thank all of the countries to support Palestine on the working group before. Palestine is a land of great historical and cultural richness. However, the complex political situation and ongoing tension have hindered progress and stability in the region. Palestine has long been the focus of world attention because of its complex and often dangerous situation. Security is a fundamental human right. However, in the Palestine context, the dire security situation has become a daily reality for its people. They face extraordinary challenges, including armed conflict, restriction on movement, violence, and serious human rights violations. Lots of residents have fled and survived to live in various lands that are considered very dangerous to live in on a daily basis, namely a Gaza Strip and West Bank, which has become a source of world concern. The blockade imposed on the region has caused unimaginable suffering to the civilian population. Lack of access to basic resources such as clean water, food, medicine, and healthcare has created a serious humanitarian crisis. On this occasion, the international community also has an important role in ensuring security in Palestine. States must work together to strengthen international protection mechanism and ensure the rule of law against human rights violation committed by anyone, regardless of race. Excellencies, let's discuss the economic and poverty situation in Palestine. The state of Palestine economy is critical to ensure a decent life for its people. International support in the form of financial, technical, and training assistance is also important to strengthen the Palestinian economic sector. Moreover, it is important to Palestine to achieve sustainable development. Sustainable development means integrating economic, social, and environmental aspects in every development decision and action. Palestine will prioritize sectors as such as renewable energy, efficient water management, and sustainable agriculture to achieve sustainable development goals. To end my speech, I would like to invite all of us to commit to creating a better future for Palestine in the pursuit of peace, security, a strong economy, and sustainable development. Let's think globally and act rationally. Every individual, institution, and government has a critical role to play in building a peacefully, sustainable, and prosperous future in Palestine. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your critical and spiritful statement. Moving on, we have Saudi Arabia. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Majesty Mika Jr., representing Saudi Arabia.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Chairman of the 19th Summit of Non-Alignment Movement, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to have been given the opportunity to be present today at the 19th Summit of Non-Alignment Movement. With honor, I present thank you to Mr. President of Peru and Mr. President of Indonesia for the invitation. For now, Saudi Arabia is carrying out a world peace mission, especially for the Yemen conflict, which until now has not ended. Yemen is the republic country located in the Arabian Gulf, directly bordering Saudi Arabia in the north. In the Yemen conflict, many terrible in North Yemen joined the Houthi alliance and attacked the government. Some other terrible joined the government alliance and attacked the Houthi terror group from 2011 present. Yemen is expecting domestic conflict, which is also influenced by a wave of democracy in the countries of the Arab region. According to the United Nations, assessing the impact of war on development in Yemen, concluded that the ongoing conflict has further reduced the pace of the development. The impact of the conflict in Yemen has been devastating. Nearly 250,000 people have died as a result of the fighting and because of a lack of access to food, healthcare, and infrastructure. Assessing the impact of war in Yemen, pathway for recovery, explore post-conflict recovery, and find that war continues to ravage the country. The conflict death toll has risen by 60% since 2019, and the country continues to rank lowest in several global gender index ranking. The report highlights the important role of women and youth in the recovery and reconstruction process in Yemen and predict that if a sustainable and workable peace agreement is reached, there is still hope for a brighter future in Yemen. Saudi Arabia has played a significant role in overcoming the conflict in Yemen and
has been committed to efforts to promote international peace. Saudi Arabia has been engaged in various diplomatic invitation and mediation efforts to reach a sustainable political settlement in Yemen. Saudi Arabia also plays an important role in handling the world economic transition. The country has taken steps to reduce its dependence on the oil sector, launching the Saudi Arabia Transformation Plan 2030, which aimed to encourage economic diversification and increase investment in other sectors such as tourism, technology, and the manufacturing industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great and spiritful statement. Next, we have Singapore. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Azhara Khairiana Fatima, Prime Minister of Singapore.
Your Excellency, Madam Finewitawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, Mr. Rehan Rifki Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellency, Mr. Habel Davidson Ginting, President of the Republic of Peru. Distinguished delegates from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Singapore extends its warmest greetings and express gratitude for the opportunity to address the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. As a proud member of this esteemed organization, Singapore reaffirms its commitment to promoting international peace, addressing global economic crisis, and advancing efforts to eradicate poverty and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Promoting international peace, Singapore actively engages in diplomatic efforts both bilaterally and through international organizations such as the United Nations and ASEAN to build trust, strengthen relationships, and promote peaceful resolution to international disputes. We continue to support and participate in mediation and conflict resolution initiatives, offering our expertise and providing neutral platforms for dialogue. Moreover, as a nation that has experienced economic challenges, Singapore understands the importance of resilience and adaptability. Singapore actively participates in international forums and collaborations, advocating for open and rule-based international trading systems and promoting cooperation to address global economic challenges. We recognize the significance of regional stability and economic integrations, particularly within ASEAN, in enhancing resilience and driving sustainable economic growth. Additionally, Singapore's dedication to eradicating poverty and achieving the SDGs 2030 further reinforces its comprehensive approach to global development and stability. Singapore is committed to the global pursuit of eradicating poverty and achieving the SDGs by 2030. Singapore places great emphasis on providing equal access to quality education, robust social safety nets, and support systems to uplift vulnerable communities. We actively promote innovation, research, and sustainable infrastructure development to ensure a sustainable and inclusive future. In conclusion, Singapore remains steadfast in its dedication to promoting international peace, addressing global economic crisis, and advancing efforts to eradicate poverty and achieve the SDGs. Together, we can create a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world for present and future generations. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your phenomenal statement. Now we have Sri Lanka. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Murti Rahayu, President of Sri Lanka.
The Honorable Madam President of Azerbaijan, Mrs. Finewitawaru, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Peru, Mr. Habel Davidson Ginting, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. As the delegation of the Democratic Socialists of Sri Lanka, it's a great honor for me to be a part of the 19th Summit of Non-Alignment Movement. Today, I stand before you to address some critical issues that affect not only our nation but also the world at large. In these turbulent times, it is crucial for us to promote international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and advancing effort to alleviate poverty and achieve sustainable development goal 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Lanka has experienced the devastating consequence of a prolonged conflict. We have witnessed firsthand the immeasurable toll it takes on the lives of individuals, communities, and nations. Our effort to promote international peace stem from the fundamental principle of mutual respect, dialogue, and cooperation. Sri Lanka actively engaged in diplomatic efforts, international forum, and multilateral organizations, which strive to play a constructive role in mediating conflict, facilitating dialogue, and promoting peaceful resolutions. Sri Lanka understands the importance of a strong global economy as we experience several economic problems such as high public debt, trade imbalance, and inefficient state-owned enterprises. We are committed to taking necessary measures to address this issue. We will work toward creating a conducive environment for trade and investment, promoting fair economic practices, and fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. While addressing the global economy, we are committed to implementing comprehensive poverty reduction strategies that focus on inclusive growth, access to education, healthcare, and social protection programs. Furthermore, we recognize that poverty alleviation is deeply intertwined with achieving the Sustainable Development Goals set forth by the United Nations. To achieve SDGs 2030, Sri Lanka is dedicated to create an enabling environment that empowers all segments of society, including women, youth, and marginalized communities with collaboration with various stakeholders. We will work towards strengthening our institution, promoting good governance, and combating corruption, which are essential components for achieving sustainable development. In conclusion, let me reiterate Sri Lanka's commitment to promoting international peace, addressing the world economic recession, and striving to alleviate poverty while achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent statement. Next, we have Syria. I will now give the floor to our district delegate, His Excellency Fiki Ramadan, President of Syria.
Your Excellencies, Madam Finita Waru, Your Excellencies, Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the current state of the Syrian state is still complex and faces significant challenge. Although some regions have made progress in recovery and stabilization, large parts of the country are still affected by the ongoing conflict. The conflict has caused infrastructure destruction, loss of human life, refuse, and widespread humanitarian and economic problems. Syria is ready to play an active role in the struggle of the international peace and cooperate with other countries to achieve stability, reconciliation, and prosperous life for all mankind. We appreciate the support and cooperation of the international community in promoting peace, facilitating humanitarian coexistence, and building a better future in Syria. Syria is currently facing a difficult economic situation with significant impacts from the ongoing conflict. The civil war that has been going on for years has destroyed infrastructure, disrupted the economic sector, and increased employment and inflation. The international sanctions imposed have also placed additional pressure on the Syrian economy. We will take the necessary steps to strengthen our country economic resilience in the face of a world economic recession. Syria will enhance coordination of the internal economic policies and engage the private sector and civil society in economic recovery effort. We will continue structural reforms to improve the investment climate, improve financial institution, and encourage growth in potential economic sectors. The current situation of poverty in Syria very serious and complex as a result of ongoing conflicts. Conflicts has caused damage to infrastructure, loss of livelihoods, displacement, and disruption of access to basic services such as education, health, clean water, and sanitation. High employment and inflation rates have also caused many Syrian families to become entrenched in a cycle of poverty that is difficult to escape. We believe that with cooperation, commitment, and joint efforts, we can eradicate poverty in Syria and achieve SDGs 2030. We appreciate the support and cooperation of the international community in promoting sustainable development, peace, and prosperity for all Syrian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a spectacular statement. Moving on, we have Thailand. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Indra Agus Ilyas, Prime Minister of Thailand.
Your Excellency, Madam Finewitawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Rifki Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thailand recognizes the urgent need to promote international peace and security. One of the pressing global issues requiring immediate attention is the situation between Russia and Ukraine. Thailand recognizes the seriousness of this conflict and steadfast in its belief in peaceful resolution. We encourage diplomacy, dialogue, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity principles. We firmly believe that dialogue, diplomacy, and peaceful resolution of conflict should be the cornerstone of our collective efforts with the non-aligned movement. Thailand remains committed to actively engaging in international peace efforts, supporting peacekeeping operations, and supporting disarmament and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Thailand is experiencing significant problems due to the world economic recession. Statistics show Thailand's economic growth to the recession has slowed or even decreased. This means economic output, including the production of goods and services, has declined. We firmly believe that the international cooperation, inclusive economic policies, and targeted intervention are essential in overcoming the adverse impact of the recession. Thailand is committed to implementing economic reforms, fostering a conducive business environment, and promoting sustainable development practices. We emphasize the importance of international trade, investment, and financial stability in stimulating economic growth and ensuring the well-being of all nations. Poverty is one of the main obstacles of sustainable development and human rights violations. Thailand is committed to eradicating poverty and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by SDGs by 2030. We prioritize inclusive growth, social protection, and access to quality education, healthcare, and clean water for all. In the education sector, we have invested and worked to improve the quality teaching of curriculum. Thailand has also successfully implemented the Universal Health Coverage Program. This program ensures that all residents, including the poor and vulnerable, have access to affordable and quality health services. Based on our efforts, Thailand is actively involved in implementing poverty alleviation programs, promoting good health services, and strengthening social safety nets. We also emphasize the importance of international partnership, technology transfers, and capacity building to ensure the successful achievement of the SDGs on the global scale by 2030. Thank you.
Next, we have Fiji. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Indah Permatasari, Prime Minister of Fiji.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President Habel Davidson, Her Excellency Madam Finewitawaru, President of the Non-Aligned Movement, Excellencies, Head of State and Head of Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to deliver a statement at the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. It is a great honor for me to attend this July meeting. At the outset, I would like to extend my highest appreciation and gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this meeting and the hospitality according to me. Excellency, Fiji is a country committed to international peace. Although Fiji is a small island nation in the South Pacific, it has played an active role in global peace effort. Fiji continues to receive international recognition and admiration for its contribution to global peacekeeping over the years. Fiji contributes to keeping world peace and is also engaged in global issues. Fiji is a pointer security partner in the Pacific. Fiji has contributed the Republic of Fiji military force to peacekeeping operation for over 40 years. Thousands of Fijian troops play a vital role around the world. The latest deployment to the Solomon Islands in partnership with the Australian Defence Force, it is testament to Fiji's commitment to regional stability. Fiji economy is recovering strongly from the outbreak. With the economy recovering strongly, the policy focus is on sustaining medium-term growth, rebuilding reserve, and building resilience. The immediate priority is to strengthen the government balance sheet to provide fiscal space for future shocks. And the government should initiate fiscal consolidation in the medium term, relying primarily on revenue mobilization while promoting growth, private investment, and an inclusive society. Fiji has made effort to alleviate poverty to achieve sustainable development goals. Fiji has developed and implemented a national development plan to achieve the SDGs. This plan provides a strategic framework for reducing poverty, creating jobs, and improving people's quality of life. They involve the sustainable management, the utilization of natural resources to improve people's welfare. Fiji has focused on sustainable economic development as a measure to reduce poverty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President, also the representative of Fiji. Now, for the next in the line, we have the Republic of the Congo. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Annabel Arset Diafidala, President of the Republic of the Congo.
Your Excellencies, President and Vice President on Alignment Movement, distinguished delegates of non-member countries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored and represent the Republic of Congo and address this extreme gathering today. The global economic recession has cast its shadow upon numerous nations, including the Republic of Congo, which stands among the poorest countries in the world. Moreover, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has put except the situation leading to a sharp increase in poverty and unemployment. Nevertheless, we remain resolved on our determination to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2003 and eliminate poverty within our nation. The Republic of Congo rejoins the paramount importance of international cooperation in fostering peace and stability. We firmly believe that peace and stability for the holistic development of any nation. In this regard, we extend our solidarity to our neighbor country. The Republic of Congo remains its commitment to achieve the SDGs erratic poverty within our nation. We recognize that poverty multifaceted issue that demands a coherent approach to the end. We must address the root cause of poverty, include gender-based influence and discrimination. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has hindered the impact of international cooperation in tackling global challenges. We must acknowledge that this pandemic constitutes a global health crisis, inflicts immense human suffering, wreaking havoc upon the economy and upending the life of country individuals. The International Labour Organization has recently reported that work worldwide could lose income by the end of this year. In light of this grave circumstance, we must forge ahead with a recovery plan that is both just and inclusive benefit all stakeholders. And in close, the Republic of Congo remains resolute in this commitment to promotion international peace, addressing the global economic recessions and achieve the SDGs. We firmly believe that international cooperation and sustainable development are the cornerstones of achieving this noble objective. Let's join us and work together as a global community to forge a future that characterized by peace, prosperity, and shared progress. Probably that's enough, and please thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a spectacular statement. Next in line, we have Senegal. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Ridwan Firdaus, President of Senegal.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Vice President Mr. Habil Davidson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to stand before you today as a representative of the Republic of Senegal at the summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. Senegal reaffirms its commitment to the principles and ideals that have guided the non-alignment movement throughout its history. Senegal firmly believes in the fundamental principles of the Bandung Spirit, which emphasize respect for national sovereignty, self-determination, non-interference in internal affairs, and peaceful coexistence among nations. It is this spirit that has shaped the foundation of the non-aligned movement and guided our collective effort to promote peace, justice, and prosperity for all. At this summit, we must reflect on the contemporary challenges that confront our nation and recommit ourselves to the objective of the non-aligned movement. Senegal recognizes that in an increasingly interconnected world, the issues we face are complex and interconnected. Poverty, inequality, terrorism, climate change, and the persistence of conflict continue to hinder the progress and well-being of our people. It is therefore imperative that we redouble our effort to address this challenge collectively. Senegal places great importance on promoting peace and security as prerequisite for sustainable development. We emphasize the need for peaceful resolution of conflict, respect for international law, and the strengthening of multilateral institutions. Senegal's call for the non-aligned movement to play an active role in mediating and facilitating dialogue to resolve conflict, promote reconciliation, and foster lasting peace in regions affected by instability. Furthermore, Senegal recognized the urgent need to address climate change and its absurd effect on our planet. I call upon all member states to fulfill their commitment and support efforts to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and promote sustainable development. Senegal, as a country particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, seeks the assistance and cooperation of the international community to adapt and build resilience in the face of this challenge. In conclusion, Senegal reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle and objective of the non-aligned movement. We firmly believe that by upholding the Bandung spirit, we can advance our collective vision of a peaceful and prosperous world. Let us harness the strength of our unity, deepen our cooperation, and work together to overcome the obstacles that lie before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President of Senegal. Moving on, we have Somalia on the line. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Hubert Agus Miharsi, President of Somalia.
Thank you. Your
Excellency, Vice President Mr. Habel Davidson, distinguished delegates, heads of state and governments, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, our country has faced many difficult challenges. Policies have been put in place to improve the food economy of the people and bring down the mortality rate. Stability is the baseline. Somalia actually has 25% of the world's uranium reserves, but this asset has not been explored to this day. The main reason is because the current conditions are not conducive to civil war. The civil war has hampered world peace and the economic crisis continues. Poverty, inequality, underdevelopment, and injustice are still everyday facts. It is true that the crisis is getting harder for every country, but what does it mean if this NAM meeting does not bring us together? With this meeting, we need to focus on acting for sustainable development and world peace in a fair, transparent, without expansion and discrimination. World peace between countries that are still experiencing civil war. We need to increase collaboration again because it requires sufficient military power to provide peace. The human resources that are needed are very small considering that many people are experiencing high levels of hunger. In the face of these issues, the summit can advance peace and also work together to make the world economy and their respective countries grow and develop. As a nation, engage in constructive dialogue, make necessary compromises, and come up with innovative solutions to overcome most of these challenges for the people themselves. Excellencies, it will be a miracle if changes can be made in all NAM member countries becoming more prosperous over time due to awareness of world peace and overcoming poverty to occurs in parts of the world. Together, we can build a better quality world again for the upcoming era of globalization and advanced technology. As non-aligned movement is like saying that like water with a cliff, which means a close relationship with each other and helping each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your phenomenal statement. Next in the line, we have Sudan. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Azwa Aulia Bilqis, President of Sudan.
Your Excellency, President and Vice President of Non-Aligned Movement, distinguished delegation of member countries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today to reaffirm the Republic of Sudan commitment to sustaining the Bandung spirit and advancing the non-aligned movement role in fostering a peaceful and prosperous world. I would like to draw your attention to the terrible humanitarian disaster that has engulfed our country. An armed battle between the army and the rapid support force, as well as severe disagreement over security arrangements, are now growing in Sudan. The ongoing struggle, which started on April 15, 2023, has had negative effect on our people and our nation's future, particularly in the area of West Darfur. Regarding the current situation in Sudan, I strongly support efforts to advance international peace. Sudan, like the decide of Bandung, solely promote global peace and cooperation. Speaking of peace, given that Sudan has recently experienced a number of humanitarian crises, it already has very good understanding of the type of peace that desired by other countries. Here are some peace-building efforts that can be referenced to improve the implementation of international peace progress which has been implemented in Sudan. In an effort to promote the progress in international peace, we can take the example of the effort already made in Sudan. One of the steps that can be taken to improve relations between countries and between community at the community level It can be done by implementing community-based efforts aimed at promoting peaceful coexistence between communities and cross-border in Sudan and neighboring countries. It can create mutual understanding, cooperation, and tolerance between different groups of people. Furthermore, it's important to increase the capacity and network of traditional authorities in supporting peace dialogue between communities. Support for the Peace Council and local administration can be implemented to facilitate dialogue, mediation, and conflict resolution between communities. I strongly support efforts to deal with the economic recession and strive for sustainable development for a prosperous life for the entire nation. Therefore, the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement, a platform bringing together nations committed to peace and development, is expected to work together to realize prosperity and peace not only for Sudan, but for the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Sudan, for your statement. Now we have Tanzania. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, His Excellency Farel Aldifan Ijlal, President of Tanzania.
Good morning, Your Excellency Ms. Finewetawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency President and Vice President, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Tanzania has certainly played an important role in the non-aligned movement since 1961. In addition, Tanzania was one of the founding countries of the non-aligned movement at the ASEAN African Conference in Bandung 1955. At that time, Tanzania was involved in mediation effort to resolve regional conflicts under the umbrella of the non-aligned movement as an effort to achieve the goals of peace and peaceful dispute resolution. In overcoming the global economic recession due to COVID-19 pandemic, Tanzania has taken several steps in dealing with the world economic recession, including the Tanzanian government implement fiscal policies that lead the economic stimulus in the infrastructure, education, health, and social programs sector in order to revive economic growth and create jobs. Tanzania is also increasing regional trade with the regional economic community and the African Union in order to reduce dependence on global markets that might be affected by the recession. To solve the problem of poverty and employment, Tanzania launched a development that focus on inclusive economic growth, improving access to basic services such as education, healthcare, and economic empowerment for the poor. The Tanzanian government also cooperates with international organizations and development partners to overcome poverty with foreign aid and foreign investment in an effort to solve employment and poverty. Tanzania also plays an active role in conducting foreign relations to achieve world peace, including diplomacy as a weapon to prevent wars. Because this country engages in dialogue and negotiation with other countries through bilateral and multilateral, Tanzania actively participates in is committed to achieving world peace and security. Two countries have worked together to promote trade and enhance cooperation in sectors such as agriculture, mining, and manufacturing. Indonesia has also shown interest in investing in Tanzania, especially in mining, energy, and plantation sector, as several Indonesian companies have broad technological influence and knowledge that is useful for the development of these sectors. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, representative of Tanzania. Next, we have Tunisia. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Adelia Shah Putri, President of Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Habel Davidson Ginting, Madam Chair Finewitawaru, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may peace and the mercy and blessing of God be upon you. First and foremost, would like to greet the people and the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan, wish them every success in sharing in the 19th session of the non-alignment movement. Today, we are still facing issues regarding peace. World peace is a global vision that has yet to be achieved. Tunisia believes that life without war serves as the primary international precondition for the material well-being, development, and the progress of countries, and for full implementation of the right and fundamental human freedom proclaimed by United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia actively engages in a diplomacy, mediate conflict, and foster peaceful resolutions. It has tradition of diplomatic neutrality and has played a role mediating regional conflict such as the Libyan crisis. Tunisia has hosted peace talk, resolution efforts, demonstrating a commitment to peaceful conflict resolutions. Tunisia actively participates in international peacekeeping missions, demonstrating its commitment to the global peace. Tunisia military personnel have been deployed to United Nations peacekeeping operations in various conflict zones, such as Mali and the Central African Republic. This contribution helped stabilize conflict-affected areas and support peace-building efforts. Distinguished delegates, in AM play a crucial role in maintaining global peace and security. Member countries advocate for the principle non-alignment. By the fostering cooperation among nations and promoting peaceful mutualism, and AM contributing to reducing tension and minimize the risk and the armed conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, representative from Tunisia. Next in line, we have Zimbabwe. I will now give the floor to our distinguished delegate, Her Excellency Anissa Putri, President of Zimbabwe.
Her Excellency, Ms. Finewitawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, distinguished head of states and government, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government and people of Indonesia for hosting this high-level commemorative meeting of the non-aligned movement, for the excellent work they continue to coordinate and steering the activities of this glorious movement. First of all, our overriding objective is to fully implement the United Nations 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Zimbabwe steadfastly supports strengthening global financial institutions, along with building a comprehensive mechanism for debt relief and financial assistance to help vulnerable countries. In addition, we are determined to advocate for cultivating an enabling investment climate, encouraging international trade to revive economies and accelerate sustainable growth. Poverty reduction remains our main goal, demanding cohesive efforts to realize the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Our poverty reduction efforts focus on increasing access to quality education, healthcare, clean water, and sanitation. We consistently pursue targeted programs to empower marginalized promote social inclusion, and raise living standards. Zimbabwe is continuing to maintain international peace through diplomacy and collaborative efforts to resolve conflicts. We strive for active engagement with fellow member states, regional organizations, and international partners in order to build the responsibilities. We would like to take this opportunity to inform you that Zimbabwe will always stand in strong solidarity with the non-aligned movement. These are the challenges of our time and the future. We have to define a common vision to deal with these various challenges. We need a movement that is ready and confident, willing to redouble its efforts in a manner that will prove to the skeptics that the non-aligned movement represents the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your presentation of your statement. Now I will give to President Finewitawaru to continue the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Habel. I shall now declare the meeting to order. Now, I invite you to the stage, Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Mr. Wari Anak Aji Samodro. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Ms. Finewitawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Thank you, the Government of Republic of Indonesia, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today, after the end of the Cold War, our multiple world is more free and vibrant, yet still chaotic and turbulent, more interdependent but more unequal, more prosperous, yet still afflicted with poverty. We see spectacular progress but also unprecedented human suffering. Competition between the major powers is becoming more confrontational. This can pose serious threat to peace across the world. Peace cannot be built when injustice prevails. After decades of strong growth, the world economy has reached significant era. Despite this adverse international economic environment, my government has, in 3 short years, moved the country toward robust growth. We have fully integrated the 2030 development agenda into our own economic and social strategy. It seeks to safeguard its security and territorial integrity, building peaceful relations with all countries, especially neighbors, and pursue the path of economic prosperity. Pakistan seeks peaceful and cooperative relations to acquire its rightful place as a responsible nuclear power. The geostrategic and geopolitical policy ensure a prominent place for Pakistan in the global environment. It is clear that the common denominator of economic development is peace and sustainability. If we look back, economic development in Europe accelerated only after stability had returned to the continent. A priority goal of economic development requires internal peace and stability. Unlimited freedom of expression, which hurt the sentiment of any religious community, need to be avoided. Remain deeply concerned over instances of xenophobia, religious or racial profiling, and defamation of religion. And no country can say there is immune from the global force that will affect its success. Today's challenge to sustainable development and human progress do not respect borders. They demand collaborative answer that recognize that we all share the same planet and we need to cooperate across borders and sectors to realize our aspiration. And I'm pleased to say that Pakistan has embraced the sustainable development goals from the start. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for delivering your statement. I will now give the floor to representative of Turkmenistan, Your Excellency Madam Patricia Putri Elizabeth Sopasua. Please state your statement.
Thank you, Excellencies, Madam President Finewitawaru, the President of Republic of Azerbaijan, and Mr. President Raihan Rifki Maulana, the President of Republic of Indonesia, for the places, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, it gives me an honor to attend this 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. The world we live in today has begun to recover from the post-pandemic. It is the right time for us to show the relevance of non-aligned movement by contributing more and making the world more peaceful. It is important to promote international peace because the most effective way to reduce human suffering and its aftermath is to prevent conflict.
Therefore, Turkmenistan remains highly committed in contributing to world peace, as evidenced by the recent initiative, which directly correlates with the UN Secretary General's new agenda for peace, namely the 2023 as the International Year of Dialogue, as a guarantee of peace according to the resolution of the UN General Assembly. Excellencies, promoting international peace is the foundation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To illustrate this point, one of the right efforts is to recover confidence in world politics and build a respectful dialogue. The next issue I would now like to turn briefly is the problem of world economic recession. We must buttress multilateral cooperation, especially on fundamental areas of common interest, such as international trade and expanding the global financial safety net. Therefore, Turkmenistan strives to alleviate poverty and achieve the 2030 SDGs agenda through a national review, which takes into account modern challenges and realities and outlines the importance of developing further strategic way for the implementation of the agenda and the country's development. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that we must be active in promoting international peace by establishing respectful relations so that the process of economic recovery and the process of the SDGs agenda could go well. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your kind statement. Next on my list, I wish to invite King of the United Arab Emirates, Your Majesty Mr. Alberto Rossi Andika Nugroho. The floor is yours.
Her Excellency, Madam Finewi Tawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we extend our gratitude to the Republic of Indonesia for hosting this meeting of the Non-Aligned Movement. Throughout its history, Non-Aligned Movement has played a critical role in reinforcing multilateral action in the face of global challenges and in service of peace and prosperity. The commitment of the UAE to Non-Aligned Movement's role and its goals remains resolute. The cooperative pursuit of international peace and sustainable development has guided the foreign policy of the UAE since our independence in 1971. These principles motivated one of our first acts in a multilateral setting, and it will be just as a strong motivation during our upcoming membership of the UN Security Council. The principles of non-aligned movement are consistently reflected in the approach of the UAE to issues of peace and security. While we remain firm in our position over the UAE legitimate right of sovereignty over the three islands, we continue to call on the Islamic Republic of Iran to join us in settling this dispute with peaceful means, either in negotiations or in the International Court of Justice. In the same vein, we wish to reaffirm the UAE's readiness to support all regional and international efforts aimed at advancing the Middle East peace process and achieving the two-state solution. With the existence of conflict between countries, it will have various impacts that will be felt both directly and indirectly by various countries. The impact on the economic sector will greatly affect the economy of a country. This is inversely proportional because the COVID-19 pandemic has just subsided. Looking ahead, the UAE economic outlook remains positive, supported by domestic activity. With GDP growth, we can reduce the poverty rate in our country. As well as driving GDP growth, we also enforce increased employment opportunities and a fair job market for all. The UAE will continue on its path with fellow non-aligned movement members at the UN Security Council and at every opportunities. We do not underestimate the scale of the challenges before us, but we are confident that through a renewal of the principles which first gave rise to this organization, its foundational goal, a peaceful and stable world, is within reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. Now, I invite you to the stage, the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Finewitawaru, the President of Republic Azerbaijan, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a profound satisfaction to welcome all of you present in this hall. I stand before you today on behalf of the Republic of Uzbekistan, a proud member of Non-Aligned Movement, to reaffirm our commitment to the principles and goals of this esteemed organization. Uzbekistan strongly believes in the values of non-alignment, sovereignty, and the promotion of peaceful coexistence among nations. Uzbekistan is committed to promoting international peace and actively contribute to peace-building efforts at regional and global levels. To promote world peace, Uzbekistan makes several efforts such as encouraging diplomacy and mediation approaches in resolving conflict. Our country has also participated in a peacekeeping mission through its contribution to maintaining security and stability. Uzbekistan seeks to support efforts to achieve international peace. Like many other countries, Uzbekistan is also facing the challenges posed by the world economic recession. To address this situation, our country has implemented several measures aimed at mitigating the impact of the recession and promoting economic recovery. The Uzbek government has introduced a stimulus package to support the business and household affected by the economic downturn. This package includes measures such as tax breaks, financial support, and loan facilities to encourage business continuity and consumer spending. Our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals is unwavering. Uzbekistan has made a significant stride in areas such as poverty eradication, education, healthcare, gender equality, and environmental conservation. We remain steadfast in our efforts to achieve the SDGs, aligning our national policies and development plans with these global targets. Finally, Uzbekistan reaffirmed its commitment to the non-aligned movement and its goals. We are ready to actively contribute to the collective efforts of non-aligned movement member states in promoting peace, stability, and sustainable development globally. This is the official statement from the Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, I wish to call the President of Dominican Republic, Your Excellency Mr. Muhammad Wais Al-Khorni. Please come to the floor.
Thank you. Distinguished President of the Conference, Finewitawaru, Excellencies, esteemed delegates. Allow me express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Raihan Rifki for the warm reception and gracious hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor and privilege that I stand before you today as the President of the Dominican Republic, representing my nation at the significant gathering of the non-aligned movement during the high-level Asia-Africa Conference in the historic city of Bandung. As we assemble here, guided by the principles of non-alignment, we are reminded of the pressing global challenges that demand our collective attention. First and foremost, the promotion of international peace remains an essential objective for all nations. In a world grappling with conflicts and tensions, it is imperative that we reinforce multilateralism, respect for international law, and peaceful dispute resolution mechanisms. We encourage all nations to pursue dialogue, build trust, and foster inclusive partnerships, recognizing that sustainable peace is the foundation for progress, development, and the well-being of our peoples. We find ourselves confronted by a daunting global economic recession. The impact of this crisis knows no borders, affecting both developed and developing nations alike. As representative of our respective countries, we must devise comprehensive strategies to revitalize our economies and foster resilient and inclusive growth. It is through cooperation, sharing of best practices,
and equitable access to resources that we can surmount the challenges of recession and uplift the livelihoods of our people. The eradication of poverty and achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 represent our shared commitment to a just and equitable world. To address this formidable task, we must implement transformative policies that focus on poverty alleviation, social protection, education, healthcare, and access to clean water and sanitation. We pledge our unwavering support for regional and global efforts that strive to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and promote sustainable development for all. Ladies and gentlemen, let us seize this moment of unity and solidarity to reinforce the principles of the non-alignment movement and address the challenges that lie before us. Together, as a representative of diverse nations, we possess the collective strength and determination to build a better future for our peoples and generations to come. The Dominican Republic stands ready to collaborate with all nations in fostering international peace, revitalizing global economies, and advancing poverty alleviation for the attainment of SDGs 2030. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible statement, Excellency. Now, we will move to the representative of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Madam President Anaya Dianti. Please come to the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Ms. Finewita Waru. I'm honored to be here to attend the 19th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In today's world marked by complex challenges and global uncertainty, the pursuit of international peace becomes ever more imperative. Guyana recognizes that lasting peace can only be achieved through dialogue, cooperation, and respect for the principle of the United Nations Charter. We firmly believe in the peaceful settlement of dispute, the rejection of violence, and the promotion of understanding and tolerance among nations. Guyana acknowledges the interconnectedness of our global community and the importance of collaboration to address the root causes of conflicts. We actively support regional and international peace initiatives, including mediation effort and peacekeeping operations, contributing to the maintenance of peace and stability in conflict-affected regions. We firmly believe that through sustained dialogue and diplomacy, we can overcome difference and find common ground for peaceful resolution. Guyana has the opportunity to be elected as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the 2024 to 2025 period. Guyana is honored and humbled by the confidence the international community, the expert in selecting us for this most important position of responsibility on the global stage. The world economic recession has posed challenges, especially for developing countries like Guyana. We are acutely aware of the far-reaching impact of livelihoods, business, and social well-being. In the face of this crisis, Guyana emphasizes the importance of united cooperation and international solidarity. Guyana believes that international cooperation is vital to overcoming this recession. We advocate for inclusive economic policies that prioritize the needs of all nations, particularly the most vulnerable. We must promote fair trade practice, equitable distribution of resources, and responsible investment to foster sustainable economic growth. Guyana recognizes that Poverty is a complex issue that requires a comprehensive and multidimensional approach. We are dedicated to implementing targeted policies and programs that address the root causes of poverty and create opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. Our effort encompasses areas such as education, healthcare, social protection, and sustainable economic development. We recognize that this requires collaboration action both domestically and internationally. By investing in education, healthcare, social protection, and sustainable development, we are working towards a future where poverty is no longer a barrier to human potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for delivering your statement. I give the floor to President of the Republic of Malawi, Madam Fariza Usman. Please come to the floor, Excellency.
Your Excellencies, President of Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Vinetawaru, Heads of State and distinguished delegates of non-life movement member countries, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to stand here representing Malawi among the heads of state and international delegation from the member states of the non-life movement. I stand here to talk about three main issues that are relevant to our topic today. Excellencies, Malawi has been working with countries to promote democracy, strength, and resilience among communities to promote peace and security in the world. In our efforts to promote international peace, we must mutually commit to promoting dialogue, diplomacy, and negotiation as the primary means of resolving disputes. Malawi supports peaceful resolution efforts that involve all parties involved in conflict. We also propose the establishment of a special forum under the name aimed at facilitating dialogue, mediation, and negotiation between member states in the resolution of ongoing conflicts. The Malawi government has taken important steps to address the impact of the slowdown by stabilizing the economy and boosting economic growth. For one, Malawi has reached an agreement with the IMF on a rapid credit facility through the food shock window and program monitoring with board involvement. The program will support the government's economic reforms to restore macroeconomic stability and provide a foundation for an inclusive recovery. In the face of the world economic recession, international cooperation is crucial. We need to work together on information exchange, sustainable economic policy development, and inclusive economic recovery. Malawi encourages close partnerships between member countries in terms of investment, trade, and technology transfer. Poverty alleviation and achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals are priorities for Malawi. We are committed to reducing high levels of poverty and achieving sustainable development goals in all sectors of life by establishing several important programs, including the Basic Development Program, which provides cash transfers and local infrastructure improvements, the Household Economic Empowerment Program, which provides cash transfers to poor households, and many others. The government of Malawi works closely with international organizations and relevant agencies to implement these programs. In closing, Malawi calls all member states of the non-aligned movement to unite, collaborate, and commit to addressing today's global challenge. Thank you.
Such an incredible speech, Madam President. Thank you. Now, I invite you to the stage, the delegation of Republic of the Union of Myanmar, Mr. President Iwayan Pandey Barawisnu. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Madam President and Vice President Vinewita Waru, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to represent the Republic of the Union of Myanmar at this gathering of the 19th Summit of the Non-Alignment Movement, graciously hosted by the Republic of Azerbaijan. We highly appreciate the warm hospitality extended by the host of our delegation. Let me also convey the warm congratulations and best wishes of our leaders to the President of the Republic Azerbaijan on her assumption of the chairmanship of the movement. The non-alignment movement, representing two-thirds of the UN members and more than half of the humanity, has the great potential to play a more effective and important role responding to the numerous challenges facing the world today. The movement has played a fundamental role in the maintenance of international peace and harmony, promoting dialogue, cooperation, and fair solution. One of its major achievements was its political and moral drive to the decolonization process that led to the emergence of many independent countries present here today. The humanitarian challenge we face as an international community today sadly stretches the length and breadth of the globe, and perhaps none has been more rapid in APEC the last 12 months than the plight of the Rohingya people both in Myanmar and then in Bangladesh. In the last year, more than 725,000 Rohingya refugees have fled to Bangladesh from Myanmar. We cannot turn away from the reality that the Rohingya people have been subject to extreme, unthinkable violence in the context of decades of discrimination and persecution. We are currently witnessing the newest chapter of what has been a long and tragic history for the Rohingya people. The issue of Rakhine State is just one of those many challenges in our nation's transition. This problem should thus be viewed from a broader perspective of Myanmar complex and incomplete democratic transition. I wish to state once again that the Rakhine problem is not a religious issue as widely mischaracterized. It is, in effect, a political and economic issue involving lack of development and irregular migration across the porous border since colonial time. What is happening in the northern tip of Rakhine doesn't represent the whole country. In the remaining areas, people of different faiths are living in harmony, religious buildings and edifices of different faiths stand by side in many cities of Myanmar. In conclusion, I would also like to assure that Myanmar will work hand in hand with the membership of the movement for strengthening unity and solidarity of the movement to effectively respond to our complex common challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, we will move to the next delegate, the Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. Your Excellency, Mr. Rafki Nuansa Putra, you have the floor.
Good evening, Her Excellency Ms. Vinewita Waru, President of the Republic Azerbaijan, distinguished head of states and government, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. As the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, I would like to express my appreciation for the Republic of Indonesia, which is hosting this honorable meeting of the 19 Non-Aligned Movement. I believe that we all have the same goal in helping to realize the Sustainable Development Agenda. First of all, in effort to deal with the economic recession, Papua New Guinea will continue to work on increasing food production and strengthening the linkages between smallholder farmers and the market to improve food security and boost export. Building business confidence will be key to attracting new investment, particularly in major pipeline resource projects and restoring economic growth. We will continue programs to improve the business support environment. We recognize the importance of free and open trade and stable investment regime for the development and prosperity of our people. In addition, we recognize that security challenges are increasing, including greater uncertainty in the geopolitical environment, greater competition in our region, pressure on established international rules and norms, transnational crime, cybersecurity threat, and global health pandemic. This challenge requires strengthened cohesion and coordination among all areas of our security cooperation. We are committed to developing a bilateral security agreement to better promote security interests and cooperation. Papua New Guinea adopt the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and accelerate small island developing countries action modalities. Samoa. To achieve the country vision 2050 in the regard, we will focus on improving government institutional arrangement and be broad community coordination and approach so as not to be left behind. On this occasion, we invite the whole community to work together to achieve the agenda of sustainable development goals because it can have a practical effect on our ambition vision for the benefit of the people and future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your kind statement. I wish to invite Delegate of the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President Jeremiah Emanuela Eliando. Please come to the floor.
Good evening, Your Excellency, Madam President Fain Witawaru, Your Excellency, all Mr. and Mrs. Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for being invited at the peak of this non-aligned movement to discuss several important points. At the first point, I will discuss the role of the Philippines and responding to world peace. Philippines has the role of the responding to world peace, which is an active contributor to UN peacekeeping missions around the world, and we have also sent troops to maintain security and stability in various countries such as Timor-Leste, Lebanon, Sudan, and Liberia. Our participation by participating in this UN operation is proof that we are committed to maintaining world peace. We also want to discuss the second point, namely regarding the steps taken by the Philippines in overcoming the world economic recession. We have implemented a monetary policy whereby our central bank, namely Bangko Barat Philippines or BSP, that can adopt an accommodative monetary policy to stimulate economic activity, thereby lowering interest rates to encourage investment and consumption. The third point that I will discuss is regarding the Philippines' steps in achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs implemented by the United Nations, where we have committed to reducing the level of poverty and improving the quality of our people by launching several programs such as providing benefits to poor families, microcredit programs, and provide 12 years of education as well as scholarships for poor students. With the several points that we have been made by the Philippines, we hope that we can become a role model for other delegates so that we can work together to maintain the world peace and can help sustainable development and reduce world poverty. This is the speech that I can convey to the ladies and gentlemen of all the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words, Mr. President. Now, I wish to call the Foreign Minister of the State of Qatar, Your Excellency Muhammad Askar Tariq. The floor is yours.
Ahlan wa sahlan, Your Excellencies, Madam President of Azerbaijan, Ms. Fine Watawaru, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude for the hospitality extended to our delegation and the excellent arrangement for this meeting. We are honored to stand before you today on behalf of Qatar as we gather here to discuss upholding the Bandung spirit for advancement of non-alignment movement rule in a peaceful and prosperous world. Ladies and gentlemen, as a nation that has no alliance with any group, Qatar will continue to commit and also endeavor to provide our view toward peace, economic recession, poverty alleviation, as well as the achievement of SDGs 2030. In terms of promoting international peace, Qatar has been playing an active role in the promotion of peace at the international level by working as a conflict mediator in terms of regional and international conflict, such as, for example, in 2014, Qatar made every effort to negotiate between Hamas and the Israel army regarding a ceasefire agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, economic recession is something that the country certainly doesn't want to feel, but surely or uncertainly this kind of thing will be felt by country. Therefore, Qatar has efforts such as infrastructure investment. Qatar has invested large funds in infrastructure projects, including the construction of new airport, transportation network, and sport facilities for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Distinguished delegate, Qatar is a country with a very low poverty rate. According to World Bank data, the poverty rate measured against the international poverty line of $1.19 is almost non-existent in the country. However, Qatar remains committed to ensuring social and economic inclusion for all its citizens, including vulnerable groups. In line with saving the 2030 SDGs, Qatar has achieved several outcomes from the implementation of the SDGs, such as quality education, SDGs number 4, quality water and sanitation, SDGs number 6, renewable and affordable energy, SDGs number 7, good health and well-being, SDGs number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, before the end, let us together equalize our perception for unity and peace for the whole country. We accept all countries to take part in the development of the whole country, and hopefully this forum can strengthen our relationship together. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for deliver your statement. Now, I call to the stage the Prime Minister of Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Mr. Andrew Arif Wibowo. You may come to the stage, Excellency.
Xin chào, Your Excellency, Madam President Finawitawarawu, Your Excellencies, all Mr. and Mrs. Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Vietnam is committed to promoting international peace and has made significant efforts toward this goal. The country actively participates in regional and international organizations such as United Nations and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations to contribute to peacekeeping missions and diplomatic initiatives. Vietnam has also been involved in mediating conflicts and promoting peaceful relations in various regional disputes, highlighting its commitment to maintaining stability and fostering peaceful relations with the neighbors. In addressing the world economic recessions, Vietnam has implemented various measures to mitigate its impact and promote economic recovery. The government has pursued policies to stimulate domestic demand, attract foreign investment, and support business, particularly those affected by the recession. Additionally, Vietnam has actively engaged in international economic cooperation and trade agreements to diversify its markets and strengthen its resilience against global economic fluctuation. Effort to elevate poverty and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) by 2030 are a priority for Vietnam. To ensure the successful implementation of the 2030 Agenda, Vietnam aims to maintain the current pace and further accelerate the implementation of the remaining goals. Vietnam will expand partnership to promote SDGs implementation and mobilize more financial resources. Vietnam will always continue to invest in human resources, innovation, and digitalization to improve productivity. Vietnam will promote administrative reform and enhance transparency and accountability of the administrative system. These are important factors for addressing the institutional bottlenecks and inclusive growth in the coming years. More efforts are needed to achieve the SDGs for vulnerable groups, especially the poor and ethnic minorities. In summary, Vietnam wishes to make more contribution to the common efforts of the international community in upholding international law and promoting the role of this organization, especially in the maintenance of international peace and security. We hope through the collaboration will bring us to the great and beyond and brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for the incredible statement. Now, last on my list, I call to the stage Mr. Prime Minister of Cambodia, Your Excellency, Mr. Amir Sodikin. Please have the floor.
Your Excellency, Madam Finewitawaru, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, Mr. Raihan Fikri Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you for this opportunity to present the country statement for the Kingdom of Cambodia to the President of the General Assembly, members of the Council and participants of the Assembly. We want to discuss important issues currently being faced by Cambodia, including poverty, international peace, and economic issues. Poverty remains a major challenge in Cambodia, with around 13.5% of our population living below the poverty line. Factors such as limited access to quality education, affordable health service, and decent employment factor have caused significant economic strain. We recognize that eradicating poverty requires a collaborative effort involving government, the private sector, and civil society. Therefore, the Cambodia government has launched inclusive programs such as the Samdet Tekno Hansen Cash Assistance Program for poor and vulnerable households to provide cash transfer to poor and vulnerable families. We are also greatly enhancing international recovery. We believe that dialogue, diplomacy, and international cooperation are solid foundation for achieving sustainable peace. We support global efforts to resolve conflict and promote dialogue between countries. We also believe that close regional and international cooperation is the key to creating a safe and prosperous world for all nations. In terms of the economic inclusive and sustainable economic growth is our top priority. Although Cambodia has made significant progress in economic growth, challenges remain in achieving equitable development across the country. We are committed to improving the investment climate and developing potential economic sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and the manufacturing industry. We support global effort to build fair and inclusive lending system promote sustainable investment. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Cambodia is committed to overcoming poverty, promoting international peace, and meeting economic challenge. We believe that through
Delegates, your time is over.
Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for the closing incredible statement. Delegates, I ask you to pay attention. Then we move to our next agenda. Delegates, now we move to agenda item 6, which is other matters with the topic support for Palestine proposed by the delegates of Palestine. During the working group session, all the leaders agreed on a document separate from the leader's statement expressing support for Palestinian rights. I will read out the results. Support for Palestine. First, the heads of state and government condemn Israel's continuing military occupation of the Palestinian territory in breach of international law and UN resolution. They condemn the continuing brutal Israeli military campaign against the defenseless Palestinian people, by which the occupying power has continued to commit grave human rights violations and reported war crimes, including by use of excessive, indiscriminate force that over the years has killed and injured thousands of Palestinian civilians, including children. The second, the heads of state and government expressed grave concern, in particular over Palestinian child, prisoners and detainees, and demanded that Israel, the occupying power, cease the abhorrent practice of imprisonment by means of administrative detention, and that is respect its obligations under international law, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The third, the heads of state and government reaffirmed their long-standing support and solidarity with the just cause of Palestine and strong commitment to continue supporting the Palestinian people and their leadership. They underscore the urgent need to continue providing political, economic, and humanitarian support to assist the Palestinian people and to bolster their resilience and efforts aimed at achieving their legitimate national aspirations, including their inalienable right to self-determination and freedom in their independent state of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital. The fourth, the heads of state and government called for urgent efforts to further support the development and strengthening of Palestinian national institutions, stressing the importance of this effort in laying strong foundations for the independence of the state of Palestine. Delegates, I have delivered the statement. If any of you would like to give some comments, additions, or suggestions, please raise your placard. I see none, then the statement is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, during the plenary session, there was also a working group forum to discuss and draft the leader's statement of non-aligned movement, which became a joint decision document of all delegations today. This document summarizes the forum's response to three main issues, which are efforts to promote international peace, addressing world economic recession, and efforts to elevate poverty and to achieve SDGs 2030. I will now give the floor to Vice President His Excellency Raihan Rifki Maulana, President of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the leader statement of non-aligned movement. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all delegates for attending the 19 NAM Forum in Bandung. I will present the leader statement that was drafted and agreed upon by all delegations during panel working group. In the preparation of this leader statement, all countries have deliberated and agreed to, first, in efforts to promote international peace, all countries agree the ongoing conflict between Palestine and Israel can disrupt global stability and peace. Most heads of state and government agree on the peace proposal presented by Palestine regarding the conflict with Israel, with recommendation to emphasize peaceful resolution of the conflict, strengthen international cooperation and diplomacy, as well as strengthening armed control policies establishing an international consortium to discuss peace and poverty. Delegates agreed on the formation of an international forum. Promote collaboration and contribution to the promotion of international peace, and recognize the importance of dialogue, diplomacy, and negotiation as the primary means of resolving disputes and conflicts. Therefore, it is proposed to establish a special forum under this working group that actively facilitates political dialogue among member states through the exchange of experiences, mutual learning, and cooperation in conflict mediation. We can create a more peaceful, just, harmonious, and transparent environment without exclusion and without discrimination at the global level. With joint efforts, we can advance sustainable international peace and create a better future. The establishment of humanitarian body in NAM is necessary to specifically address the humanitarian issues of countries, especially NAM members, which are tasked with collecting and reporting data. NAM as an organization that has an important role in creating world peace must comply with international law in order to create peace so that the conflict between Palestine and Israel can be resolved quickly. These commitments include preventing further escalation, reducing tension, and restoring peace. Second, addressing world economic recession. All countries agree that non-governmental organizations are also needed as facilitators to bring together developed and developing countries in economic forums. In addition to aid from developed countries and NGO, developing countries which face threats of poverty should strive to diversify their economics as much as possible. The importance of increasing international trade is seen from the case of an economy that has fallen due to COVID-19 and also conflicts that occur between regional countries. Increase international trade cooperation. If international trade is disrupted, it will have a negative impact, such as a decrease in exports in developing countries and regions in this world. This should be a common concern in forums to uphold international trade, especially in non-aligned movement. Inadequate education facilities. Discuss educational inequalities and solutions to equalize them. Reduce access to education. Africa seen as lacking in access education. An education equity program that includes improving access to education in Asia and Africa. This is because it is known that the Asian region also has inequalities in access to education. This discussion is also accompanied by equal access to health facilities in the Asia-Africa region, with the hope of improving the quality of life and human resource capabilities of countries in Asia-Africa for the Asia-Africa region. The third, efforts to alleviate poverty and achieve SDGs 2030. All countries agree to promote economic diversification away from hydrocarbons, diverse economic sectors that do not focus on agriculture, so that economic equality can be felt in real terms by the community. This is linked to reducing carbon emissions by 2030, sustainable implementation and creating greater openness for the private sector, as well as strengthening investment in human capital, as this is considered especially important in the Asia-Africa region. Efforts to equalize equal rights for all genders in encouraging opportunities for women to get equal rights in employment and creativity. Issues can be included in the SDGs points to be realized because it is known that the process of realizing the SDGs in the African region is hampered, as well as poverty alleviation programs to support the realization of the 2030 SDGs. Last, I want to inform you that the statement is not the final results. So I will hand over to Madam President, Ms. Finewita Waruwu, as the presiding officer of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, I see that there are still debate about the leader's statement that have been drafted. Therefore, I will leave it to the floor whether this statement will be adopted or not. But first, I will present the results of the examination of the credential paper of the delegates that have been examined by the conference officer. Please note that the delegates with invalid credential papers do not have the right to vote on the statement. Other delegates can vote in favor if they agree with the leader's statement, vote against if they disagree, or can vote to abstain. I have received 90 credential papers from delegates today, with 71 valid credential papers and 19 invalid credential papers with the following countries. The countries' invalid credential papers as follows: the Republic of Lebanon, Republic of Colombia, Republic of Arab Syria, India, Grenada, Turkmenistan, Antigua and Barbuda, United Arab Emirates, the Republic Democratic People of Korea, Belarus, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Chile, Algeria, Angola, Dominican Republic, Ethiopia, Philippines, Republic of Congo, and Senegal. Bearing in mind, delegates, that the countries with invalid credential papers do not have the right to vote on the statement. Delegates, so now we will start voting for the leader's statement. To delegates who agree with the draft, please raise your placards. Once again, to delegates who agree with the draft, please raise your placard. Delegates who agree with this draft, please raise your placard high and wait for the conference officer to finish counting. The delegation of Jakarta, the conference officer, please kindly report the results of voting. Once again, conference officer from the delegates of Jakarta, please kindly report the results of voting. Conference officer from Bandung, please kindly report the result to Coordination Bureau. Thank you. You may now lower your placard. Now, the delegates who against the statement, please raise your placard. Once again, the delegates who against the statement, please raise your placard. I see none. Last, the delegates who vote for abstain, please raise your placards. Excellencies, you may now lower your placard. From the voting result, there were 67 country delegates who agreed and 1 country voted for abstain. The voting result, more in favor, the leader statement made during the working group is adopted. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the end of this year's Non-Aligned Movement Summit. We had a warm and serious discussion. What all of you delivered today is a manifestation of our passion and optimism in promoting a world peace and prosperity. Let's work together to ensure the best for the world and all people is achieved, leaving no one behind. Let's continue to innovate and find effective solutions for the promotion of international peace, to deal with the world economic recession, and to work on poverty eradication, including efforts to achieve the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals 2030. I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their views and statements. I would like to extend the gratitude for all the participants who came today. I hope that the resolutions that we have concluded from today's meeting will benefit all of us in solve world's problems. That is all from me and the Coordination Bureau. Once again, this is our spirit, Bandung Spirit, non-aligned movement for a better world. Now, I close the 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit. Thank you and see you on the next summit. The meeting is adjourned.
It's so great. Give again applause to all of us. Thank you very much for all the chairpersons sitting in front of our table, as well as in Jakarta also the Indah, yeah, and also the chairperson of Working Group 1 and 2, Rangga, Ridwan, Sophie, and Wari in Jakarta. And now I think we have already completed all the simulation as a part of our ujian akhir semester. I will give the comment, review from our docent first, and then from all the volunteer, yeah, journalists, yeah, just only representative from Jakarta one, and representative from in Bandung also one, and the conference officer, yeah, representing in Jakarta as well as in Bandung, and the docent Ibu Anggun, Pak Sunten Manurung, Ibu Tulus, Bu Natalia will give the comment, and from among you. Representative from Bandung, I will ask Marvelin, and also from Jakarta, we will listen from Ibu Tulus who will represent. Ya, bahasa Indonesia aja sekarang kita bebas free ya. Bahasa Sunda boleh, bahasa Urdu boleh. Sekarang kita lebih free. Tetap santai di tempat duduk masing-masing. Kita mendengar review dari para dosen dulu ya. Siapkan yang udah saya tunjuk para mahasiswanya dan juga nanti dari jurnalis Bandung, jurnalis Jakarta, conference officer Bandung, conference officer Jakarta. Oke? Feel free. Pertama tentu saya akan meminta dulu dari Ibu Anggun sebagai kaprodi kita ya. Silakan Ibu Anggun untuk memberikan komen. Beliau sudah sangat tekun sekali mencermati kalian yang berdiri berpidato. Ada yang sambil joget, ada yang sambil bergerak-gerak ya, ada yang nervous atau ada yang merasa confidence. Silakan Ibu Anggun.
Selamat sore semuanya.
Siap-siap aja nanti ya belakangan.
Gimana rasanya sekarang? Udah lega? Ngantuk? Pasti ngantuk ya, normal karena emang dari sebelum subuh jalannya ya. Ya ada yang ini tadi katanya ya, semoga tadi laren ya Pak ya. Semoga cepat sehat lagi. Tadi udah makan semua, udah cukup ya. Nah, tadi saya dapat kesempatan untuk menilai di bagian public speakingnya teman-teman semua, gitu menarik. Dari pertama kali saya ketemu kalian, dari pertama kali saya ngajar kenal kalian, untuk saat ini public speaking kalian ternyata sudah improve banyak sekali, gitu ya. Tepuk tangan buat diri kalian sendiri dari awal ternyata semester ini sudah it's improve a lot. I'm proud of you guys. Terus kemudian ada beberapa yang memang masih secara gestur masih entah mungkin kurang pede atau ternyata memang persiapannya lebih kurang dari teman-temannya, masih baca banget. Jadi gini gitu, dan nanti mungkin kedepannya harus diimprove lagi. Jadi masih yang baca kadang-kadang walaupun kita pakai handout gitu ya, kadang-kadang kita walaupun pakai handout kita tetap bisa melihat ini ya, melihat audiens gitu. Jadi diharapkan walaupun kita megang handout, jangan handoutnya dibaca bener-bener sampai nunduk gitu, karena itu engagementnya kurang, karena engagement menjadi salah satu bagian penilaian dari public speaking kalian. Nah mungkin kalau misalnya untuk diplomatic skill saya nggak tahu, karena yang megang Pak Dubes ya, yang working group ya, sama yang itu press conference nanti dinilainya sama Kanatal. Saya cuma bagian yang di sini aja. Tapi overall semua kemampuannya di atas rata-rata, nilainya nggak ada yang jelek, alhamdulillah. Tangan. Dan saya rasa hal ini atau hari ini bisa menjadi salah satu batu loncatan buat kalian untuk lebih pede lagi, untuk lebih engage lagi nanti ketika public speaking, entah kalian mau jadi diplomat atau mau jadi apapun itu. Semoga public speaking ini bisa membantu kalian lebih baik lagi ke depannya, untuk membantu karir, untuk membantu nanti relasi dengan teman, dengan partner bisnis dan lain-lain. Jadi makin lagi ditambah lagi kemampuan public speakingnya, apalagi nanti mau skripsi gitu. Kalau sidang skripsi kan juga harus punya skill itu gitu ya. Jadi jangan lagi baca handout. Saya yakin kalian pasti hafal handoutnya gitu ya. Kadang-kadang kita sudah hafal tapi karena memang nggak pede gitu ya, jadi udah dibaca aja gitu. Tetapi tadi nggak banyak yang seperti itu, sudah improve semua. Saya harap makin improve lagi ke depannya. Terima kasih Pak Dubes, itu saja. Kita habis ini langsung beberes, kemudian check-in ya Pak. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Anggun, dan kita ucapkan juga terima kasih kepada Ibu Anggun yang bisa membantu dan sampai kita bisa di Bandung ini ya, dan juga yang tentunya di Jakarta. Sekarang saya akan memberi kesempatan kepada Bapak Duta Besar Sultan Manurung untuk memberikan reviewnya. Silakan Jakarta.
Tes. Mana? Udah?
Sudah kedengar.
Baik. Terima kasih untuk semua, terutama Bapak Dubes Foster Gultom yang telah membimbing dan juga semua teman-teman termasuk Kaprodi, bahwa ini bisa berjalan baik adalah juga saya kira hasil kerja keras semua yang involved di dalam acara ini. Secara keseluruhan saya kira ini sangat sukses, walaupun panitia saya kira bekerja keras juga, mahasiswa yang telah juga membantu sangat keras. Jadi saya menyampaikan apresiasi yang tinggi untuk Fisik HI, khususnya kelas yang ikut dalam acara diplomatik praktis ini, praktek diplomasi. Catatan saya bahwa bahasa Inggris mereka saya kira pada umumnya mungkin kalau enggak mungkin 75-80% sudah termasuk bagus sekali. Jadi saya tidak ragu menyampaikan bahwa mereka sekolah di luar negeri pun harus berani, atau mencari pekerjaan di luar negeri juga harus kalian pede sehingga tidak ada merasa ada rasa kecanggungan kalau mau traveling ke luar negeri atau mengadakan kerjasama dengan universitas lain di luar negeri ataupun mau ambil S2 satu saat di luar negeri. Jadi saya kira ada improvement di Fisik HI kita bahwa semakin tahun semakin maju, karena ini saya ikuti mulai dari tahun berapa saya udah lupa, jadi ini banyak kemajuan. Mengenai substance, saya kira juga karena ini sudah diarahkan, jadi pada umumnya substansinya sangat baik. Tadi juga di kelas waktu working groupnya, saya kasih pandangan-pandangan yang sesuai dengan kenyataan di negara terutama yang pernah kita jalani. Jadi saya kira ini praktek yang bagus untuk mereka. Saya juga sharing pengalaman di negara tertentu yang bisa membantu penambahan pengetahuan mereka. Jadi sukses untuk Pak Foster, karena saya kira sangat percaya dengan Pak Foster sehingga hal-hal apa yang dilakukan saya kira itu baik sekali. Terima kasih Ibu Anggun dan juga Natali yang selama ini selalu membantu. Terutama yang di samping saya Ibu Tulus, ya dia tadi koordinator kesana kemari, saya yang menilai yang tertulis, jadi butuh waktu nanti memberi nilainya walaupun saya udah catat semua, tapi saya kira pada umumnya di atas rata-rata seperti Pak Foster tadi bilang ya, nggak ada yang jelek yang menurut saya, jadi don't worry ya. Saya kira itu untuk komen saya. Semoga kalian mahasiswa semua sukses di hari depan, dan kalau yang akan datang kalian bantu promosi juga untuk anak-anak SMA yang baru lulus supaya masuk budi luhur, karena ada spesialisasi khususnya di fisik yang bisa membantu pergaulan internasional kalian. Mengenai table manner nanti Bandung akan lakukan, yang di Jakarta nanti akan kami tanya kapan mereka bisa ya. Setuju ada table manner? Jadi di sini setuju, jadi kita bisa, kalau mereka duluan berarti makanan kita yang lebih enak, karena yang biasanya yang terakhir yang lebih enak ya. Oke, don't worry. Selamat untuk kalian semua yang di Bandung maupun di Jakarta ya.
Terima kasih Pak Dubes.
Harapan
Sultan
saya
Manurung.
ada yang gantikan kami someday di Kemlu dari grup ini ya. Mulai ya. Terima kasih. All the best. Ibu
langsung lanjut kepada Bu Tulus.
Oke, izin Pak.
Dekan atas.
Pak Sultan, saya berdiri. Biar kelihatan kan, kalau saya duduk pendek kan, nggak kelihatan. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, pertama-tama tepuk tangan dulu buat kalian semua yang di Bandung sama di Jakarta. Oke. Ya, Pak Dubes Foster, mohon izin Pak. Jadi saya kenal adik-adik ini public speakingnya dari sejak bahasa Inggris HI ya. Dan saya sepakat sama Kak Anggun ya, public speaking kalian itu meningkat secara signifikan. Dulu masih ada yang malu-malu gitu ya, yang pronunciation-nya masih ada gitu ya, yang banyak nya kayak saya gitu, suka pakai nah sekarang udah mulai lancar ya. Nah tapi tentu saja adik-adik sebagai kakak saya akan selalu mengingatkan, selalu ada langit di atas langit ya. Jadi jangan puas diri gitu, jangan puas diri kemudian diimprove lagi, karena saya lihat kalian memang punya potensinya sangat besar untuk mengembangkan skill kalian dalam public speaking. Dan sebenarnya bukan cuma itu ya Pak Sunten ya, tapi juga critical thinking ya. Tadi teman-teman di working group meskipun saya dan beberapa penilai tidak bisa hadir, tapi ada Pak Dubes dan saya yakin kalian sudah berusaha secara maksimal di negotiation rounds-nya. Tahu udah semester 6 dan semester 4 ya, ada banyak ketemu dengan negotiation rounds. Jadi saya rasa jam terbang itu jangan dilupain ya. Udah banyak nempel di badan kalian, diinget aja. Pak Dubes mungkin dari saya itu aja Pak. Pak Sunten mau ada penambahan Pak Dubes?
Pak Foster, saya juga mau menyampaikan terima kasih ke Chairwoman yang telah bekerja keras dengan timnya. Tepuk tangan untuk Vini dan kawan-kawan. Ya.
LMK. Baik.
Sukses akan bisa dilihat fotonya di mana-mana, termasuk di NIAS nanti bisa diekspos. Ya. Selamat untuk Chairwoman maupun Vice Chairman maupun yang sebagai Presiden of Indonesia sebagai host country. Sukses. Terima kasih Pak Foster.
Baik, terima kasih. Sekarang kita berpindah kepada para volunteer dan juga yang ikut juga bersama, yaitu dari tim Conference Officer dulu. Silakan tim Conference Officer Bandung Lintang untuk berikan komen semenit ya. Nah, silakan nanti yang berikutnya. Belum Lintang, sorry. Kanata dulu. Sini Kanata, kasih itunya Habel, mikrofonnya. Ini super woman yang behind the scene loh, behind the screen kita loh, ya. Silakan Kanata.
Oke, baik. Sore semuanya. Pak, ini kayaknya di otaknya udah mau ke Braga aja Pak nanti malam ya. Udah mau jalan-jalan.
Kita nunggu tukangnya ambil meja. Kalau boleh pulang kalau belum mejanya beres dan kursi-kursi diberesin.
Oke. Tadi udah banyak ya dari Kak Tulus, Pak Sunten dan Kak Anggun ya, bahwa teman-teman di sini sudah mau berani gitu ya untuk mensimulasikan konferensi yang sudah kalian pilih tentang gerakan non-blok. Overall oke, sukses gitu ya. Tadi saya lihat semangat ya pagi-pagi ya, tapi kalau sekarang kayaknya udah drop gitu ya. Tapi ini salah satu langkah yang baru Pak, karena ini pertama kali kita kerjasama sama Asia Afrika Museum. Tepuk tangan dulu dong. Ya, saya sendiri belum pernah ngadain simulasi di sini, tapi udah pernah beberapa kali kunjungan. Jadi ini langkah yang baru, mungkin vibe-nya juga baru, karena biasanya praktiknya dilaksanakan di kampus gitu ya. Yang paling penting juga Pak, kita harus berterima kasih ya untuk panitia dong, tepuk tangan nih, yang udah capek-capek H-1 ya, datang nyetingin kursi, mungkin teman-teman taunya udah ke setting semuanya, padahal di balik layar ini ada teman-teman panitia ya, ada Sarah, ada Via dan teman-teman yang lain yang udah survei, sama juga dengan Pak Foster ya, udah survei, ikut juga H-1 gitu ya untuk setting ruangan dan segala macamnya dari beberapa waktu lalu gitu. Jadi terima kasih, dan saya juga berterima kasih, mungkin LMK nggak mungkin kasih kesan dan pesan ya Pak. Terima kasih juga untuk kakak-kakak LMK, Mas Rizky dan teman-teman yang selalu support kegiatan Prodi HI ya. Semoga nanti di hotel bisa tidur-tiduran dan jalan-jalan juga. Dan kemudian saya juga terima kasih ke teman-teman LMK dan Biro Umum yang ada di teater yang sudah koordinasi selama kita persiapan. Dan tentu tidak lupa juga Pak Sunten, Kak Tulus, Kak Anggun yang selalu support ya. Dan mungkin tidak lupa juga berterima kasih, mungkin ada yang nonton ya, rektor yayasan gitu ya di YouTube ya, yang sudah support juga mendukung kebutuhan teman-teman di sini, di teater dan juga di Bandung ya, yang sudah support dananya dan juga support secara semangat ya untuk teman-teman. Pak Rektor juga sudah tahu acara ini didukung penuh oleh beliau. Semoga kalian ke depan ya teman-teman, mungkin yang cita-cita jadi diplomat ya mungkin tercapai, dan apa yang kalian terima dari Pak Foster dapat bermanfaat untuk kalian semua.
Terima kasih Kak Natalia. Ya betul itu tadi, karena ini tayangannya live streaming, supaya paling tidak YouTube-nya atau medsosnya IERS, Prodi HI dan juga UBL banyak like-nya ya. Dapat banyak subscribernya supaya mendunia. Sekarang Dek Lintang, ini junior kita ya kan? Angkatan 22. Silakan memberikan komen. 1 menit, sini aja sini. Siap-siap yang jurnalis juga yang Jakarta ya, salah satu wakilnya. Silakan.
Lintang. Sore semuanya. Sebelumnya terima kasih buat Pak Foster, teman-teman yang lain udah mempercayakan aku jadi conference officer di acara hari ini. Terus untuk panitia terima kasih atas kerja kerasnya buat bikin simulasi sebesar ini, dan terima kasih juga udah mengajak aku buat ikut serta menjadi bagian dari acara ini. Terus mungkin beberapa dari hal yang aku lakuin hari ini ada yang kurang, dan aku minta maaf untuk hal itu, untuk kurangnya. Selebihnya aku berharap kalian semua dapat nilai yang baik di praktik ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Delintang. Delintang masih 2 semester lagi akan mengalami PD praktik diplomatik ya. Tapi semester depan diplomasi dulu ya. Kayak kita dulu, diplomasi dulu. Tapi diplomasi nanti juga akan ada, tapi nggak usah jauh-jauh ya. Nanti lain kali kita ke Semarang aja atau Bali gitu loh.
Setuju.
Oke, jadi dari conference officer di Jakarta, Kak Tulus silakan. Yang di Jakarta wakilnya. Semua yang dari tim karyawan ya, kalau nggak salah itu ya, eksekutif.
Ya, terima kasih teman-teman dari kelas
Silakan.
karyawan, silakan sweet dulu aja. Yang kalah deh yang nggak boleh. Ayo sini. Sweet. Oh, udah Rifki. Oke. Yuk Rifki. Ada Rifki, Pak.
Ya, silakan.
Tes. Terima kasih sudah.
Bisa kita lihat wajahnya dari Bandung? Ya, oh ganteng sekali Rizky. MC tadi atau ini? Bukan.
Terima kasih untuk
MC.
para panitia juga.
Wah, langsung bisa diterima di media televisi nih.
Terus terima
Silakan,
kasih juga
Mas Rizky.
para anggota delegasi yang sudah hadir. Overall, oke. Tapi ada cukup kurang.
Terus terang aja, apa yang kurang? Ragu-ragu.
Mungkin lebih dirapihin lagi nanti ya untuk kedepannya. Sekian Pak dari saya, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih juga Mas Rifki untuk dukungan bantuannya. Tapi mereka juga sebenarnya juga masuk part dinilai juga sama Ibu Tulus sebenarnya tadi ya, yang partisipan dari eksekutif ini ya, kelasnya. Sekarang jurnalis, ayo siapa? Oh Nana akan mewakili jurnalis Bandung. Gimana kesan-kesannya? Ada yang gemeter, ada yang kira-kira agak sedikit grogi, yang cowok-cowok ngeliat Nana terkesima atau gimana? Nana, silakan. Tapi kan pasti akan minta supaya Nana kasih mereka nilai tinggi-tinggi ya. Oke, silakan.
Sebelumnya terima kasih buat Pak Foster udah kasih kesempatan buat aku jadi jurnalis. Mungkin tadi pas aku jadi jurnalis banyak yang grogi ya, karena pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari aku yang mendadak. Cuma overall semuanya udah bisa jawab dengan baik dan semoga mendapat nilai yang memuaskan. Sukses buat semuanya. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Terima kasih Denana sama Deviola ya, dari Bandung angkatan 22. Mereka juga ikut ini ya, anggota Himahi ya. Vin? Akan ya, cukup. Udah masuk kan anggota part of the pengurus? Ya, oke, selamat. Sekarang saya minta yang dari Jakarta, jurnalis yang dari Jakarta, wakilnya, silakan komen.
Saya pilih aja ya. Kakak Sania. Kakak Sania, ya, Kakak Sania. Biar cepat kelar, kita cepat pulang yuk. Wah, ada yang naksir sama jurnalis.
Ada yang naksir kepada jurnalis yang di Bandung atau yang di Jakarta? Kalau gini kita bisa teruskan lanjutkan nih. Pokoknya kita semua guru-guru dosen-dosen di HI akan mendukung. Siapa itu yang agak ada PDKT? Silakan Mbak ini Kak Nata. Ini dari eksekutif juga, eksekutif kelas juga nih kan?
Terima
Terima kasih Pak Foster
Oke.
atas kesempatannya. Terima kasih juga Kak Tulus dan Pak Sultan. Walaupun aku nggak turun langsung kayak membuat country profile dan country statement, tapi karena kalian semua ngumpulin dan buat, aku jadi banyak tahu tentang gimana sih negara-negara itu. Terus juga tadi juga pada bagus-bagus banget jawabannya, walaupun ada yang beberapa yang grogi. Namun kayak ada beberapa juga yang kerennya keren banget gitu, jadi keingat. Semoga juga nilainya pada bagus-bagus. Terus juga semoga pokoknya all the best buat semester ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak. Sekarang kita dengar dari diri kita sendiri. Dari Bandung sudah ada orang yang mewakili, wakil dari peserta di Bandung, di Jakarta, 39 peserta. Silakan, siapa yang mau nanti terakhir akan disampaikan oleh Marvelin dari Bandung. Silakan Jakarta. Yang begadang karena harus mempersiapkan teater dan lain-lain, silakan. Nanti dari MKA ya kita minta wakilnya. Ada Pak Dedi? Belum keluar? Udah keluar? Oke, siap. Habis Marvelin, Kak Dedi terakhir sebagai pemilik wewenang yang kita bisa ke sini dengan deg-degan ya, betul kan? Ini panitia-panitia sangat sadar sekali ya bagaimana bisa menghasilkan kita bisa duduk tenang menikmati atmosfer begini ya. Tapi cukup deg-degan juga waktu itu. Oke, silakan Jakarta mulai.
Oke, kalau saya harus milih, merem enggak. Oke, Nelsi maju. Nelsi, come on, turun Nelsi. Nelsi.
Mereka nggak bisa ke Bandung karena kebanyakan akan dalam waktu dekat KKN.
Oke,
Mudah-mudahan.
baik, terima kasih. Terima kasih. Sebelumnya saya berterima kasih sama Pak Dubes, Pak Sultan dan dosen-dosen, Kak Tulus, Kak Anggun dan lainnya. Teman-teman, hari ini luar biasa banget ya. Terus mungkin saya sendiri sudah banyak mempersiapkan ya, banyak latihan, dan setelah berdiri di depan itu tadi memang benar-benar gugup. Akhirnya yang sudah saya persiapkan sepertinya kurang maksimal gitu. Pasti teman-teman juga ngerasain ya. Jadi tapi kami berharap semoga nilainya bagus-bagus semua sih. Lulus semua. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Nelsi. Sekarang Marvelin. Tepuk tangan semua yang di Bandung untuk Marvelin. Nanti setelah itu wakil dari MKA ya. Dan kemudian kita tutup. Bukan berarti bubar. Kita beri kesempatan yang Bu Anggun, Kanata yang itu kita di sini dulu sampai dia datang. Baru kita tata ulang ruangan ini. Silakan Marvelin.
Ya, saya sudah siapkan catatan, Pak. Ya, jadi pertama-tama selamat sore teman-teman. Udah lega ya teman-teman. Jadi yang pertama-tama aku mau ngucapin dulu terima kasih kepada Pak Foster. Banyak-banyak terima kasih kepada Pak Foster yang sudah menemani kita semua dari survei, dari buat konsep juga semuanya. Pak Foster ikut menemani dan ikut membimbing juga. Terima kasih banyak. Kemudian aku juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kak Anggun, Kak Natal juga, especially karena dari kemarin kita udah mengganggu Kak Anggun dan Kak Natal sampai malam-malam juga kita masih ngechat gitu ya. Kak Tulus juga. Jadi terima kasih banyak untuk Prodi, terima kasih untuk kampus sudah menyediakan dan memfasilitasi kegiatan seperti ini karena menurut aku pribadi memang acara ini tuh bagus banget untuk kita dan melatih public speaking juga kepercayaan diri juga Pak. Jadi banyak-banyaklah membuat acara seperti ini nantinya teman-teman harus siap untuk menjadi panitia, ambil bagian dari panitia juga. Gitu. Yang kedua, aku juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kang Ginanjar terutama pihak KAA. Terima kasih banyak Kang udah menemani kita dari kemarin kita datang disambut ditemani sampai malam yang nggak pernah lelah gitu ya Kang Ginanjar menemani kita gitu. Terima kasih banyak Kang Ginanjar. Yang ketiga aku juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada LMK yang udah direpotkan juga sama kita. Terima kasih banyak atas kerja kerasnya. Terus juga untuk orang-orang yang terlibat di belakang, ada supir juga yang udah nemenin kita, ada Himahi Conference Officer yang juga udah menemani kita juga. Terima kasih banyak semuanya yang sudah bekerja keras di balik ini. Yang terutama juga aku mengucapkan terima kasih kepada teman-teman panitiaku. Terima kasih semuanya atas kerja kerasnya. Dan sampai saat ini walaupun kita di balik itu semua kita punya rintangannya masing-masing, kita punya dramanya masing-masing, kita punya konfliknya masing-masing gitu ya. Tapi sampai saat ini aku belum pernah dengar tuh Pak kata kecapek dari teman-teman tuh, aku belum dengar sampai detik ini gitu. Jadi memang teman-teman ini semuanya bekerja dari hati dengan tulus gitu. Dan juga buat teman-teman semua yang udah bekerja sama dan kooperatif gitu ya, buat teman-teman yang udah datang ke Bandung, terima kasih banyak atas kooperatifnya. Dan apapun yang terjadi, kita semua udah berusaha semaksimal mungkin. Jadi gak ada kata kurang, gak ada kata buruk dari ini semua. Menurutku ini udah sukses banget gitu. Dan kita semua percaya bahwa hasil gak pernah mengkhianati usaha gitu. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih. Tadi ada satu yang sangat terbersit juga di benak saya. Apa yang terjadi, terjadilah. Nanti kita lanjutkan ya malam ya, karaokean. Walaupun Marvelin mewakili kita semua panitia, tapi ini semua adalah di bawah bimbingan ketua-ketuanya yang selalu pendiam, senyap-senyap, tapi dengan tegas ya, mengatur, menyelenggarakan waktu dan segala macam, selalu mengingatkan, yaitu satu, Jeremia. Berdiri, tepuk tangan untuk Jeremia. Dan yang kedua, Wais. Tepuk tangan untuk teman kita Wais. Dan tentunya teman-teman juga yang dari Himahi ya, mewakili ya. Karena ketua Himahinya aja udah ada di sini. Sehingga semua Himahi yang di Jakarta Pusat ini sekarang masih konsentrasi untuk mengamati ya, dan berjaga-jaga jangan sampai ketua Himahi nanti kesasar ya di Bandung ini. Baik, kita minta lamun aya di MKA wakil 1 menit untuk ucapan apresiasi kita. Kalau enggak Kang Ginanjar aja sini. Kang Ginanjar ya, dari MKA yang sudah bantu kita untuk mengatur. Silakan Kang.
Iya. Oke, terima kasih Pak Dubes dan yang terhormat Pak Dubes Foster dan para pemimpin yang ada di Universitas Budi Luhur. Tentunya kami di Museum Konferensi Asia Afrika, saya pribadi Ginanjar, mewakili dari tim Museum KA, mengucapkan terima kasih banyak dan bangga sekali rekan-rekan bisa berada di sini dan meneruskan nilai-nilai Konferensi Asia Afrika ya Pak. Karena tidak bisa terlepas bahwa Konferensi Asia Afrika dan GNB itu memiliki kaitan yang sangat kuat sekali, dan apalagi gedung ini memiliki makna yang sangat luar biasa bagi negara-negara Asia Afrika, bahkan untuk dunia. GNB merupakan warisan intelektual dari Konferensi Asia Afrika. Dan kemarin, mungkin kesan kemarin teman-teman begitu berusaha mempersiapkan ini Bapak-Bapak, Pak ya, mengeluarkan meja, menyiapkan kursi dan lain-lainnya. Saya jadi teringat apa yang pernah disampaikan oleh Pak Ruslan Abdul Ghani pada saat KA 1955 menyampaikan bahwa organisasi is 89% en allemaal en 89% transpirasi en allemaal 2% inspirasi, bahwa suksesnya suatu karena suksesnya organisasi tidak terlepas dari 98% adalah usaha, kerja keras, dan jerih payah dari rekan-rekan. Dan apapun yang disetting di gedung ini hanya menyumbang sebesar 2% katanya tuh gitu ya, maupun dipercantik, tapi kalau misalkan jerih payahnya tidak ada, itu hanya sia-sia. Dan tentunya saya tutup dengan pesan dari Pak Ali Sastroamijoyo, semoga kita terus berada di jalan yang telah kita tempuh bersama, semoga Konferensi Bandung, semoga gerakan non-blok tetap menjadi mercusuar dan inspirasi bagi kemajuan bangsa Asia Afrika dan bangsa Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Amin. Tepuk tangan sangat rendah hati ya dari pihak MKA, bukan 2%, saya malah mengatakan 200% ya dukungan MKA sehingga kita boleh ada di sini bersama. Tapi itu pun juga memang didukung karena kekompakan, soliditas semua teman-teman. Jadi saya melihat bukan karena mau UASnya ya nilai, tapi memang ada suatu antusiasme ya dari kita semua. sehingga kita bisa bersama-sama ke sini dan diatur. Oleh karena itu, selesai semua, kita tutup ya lembaran ini di sini. Kalian nanti akan melihat lembaran dari apa namanya tembok ya, nggak ditempel di tembok nilai-nilainya, nggak ya. Kalau zaman saya nilai-nilai ditempel di tembok, jadi kita ikut ngantri dia. Cuma dulu ya Bu Anggun ya, kan ada ya. Aduh, masih dapat D gitu, berarti harus hair gitu kan. Tapi ya I wish you all of course success and lulus semua ya. Oke, sampai di sini kita tutup ya, dan terima kasih. Ada yang raise flag? Ya, dikirain raise the flag bendera lagi. Baik, tapi kemudian kami mohon izin ya, kalau Kak Tulus sama Bu Anggun sudah, silahkan saja. Kami yang di sini bukan hanya yang panitia, tapi yang nggak panitia pun, terutama yang laki-laki, ada 300 kursi di samping itu ditaruh atas bantuan dari MKA menyimpan. Kita akan tata lagi di sini. Nanti meja-mejanya kita taruh dulu di pinggiran. Ini kita LMK akan menggulung dan menyiapkan ini. Kita taruh tata lagi di bawah bimbingan Pak Ginanjar, posisinya seperti apa. Oke, kekompakan kita, soliditas kita tunjukkan sampai detik akhir kita. Nanti malam kita ada free program, silahkan. Ada yang mau menikmati kuliner Bandung, ada yang mau menikmati musik-musik, ya lembaran-lembaran atau telah kenalan dengan teman yang di jalan ya selama 2 hari ini, silahkan. Tapi tetap mematuhi apa yang ditetapkan oleh kita sendiri tata tertibnya ya. Nah di sini, oke. Terima kasih kembali Kang semuanya. Kita bisa tutup. Terima kasih yang di Jakarta. Yang di Jakarta ya, Pak Dubes Sultan, Bu Tulus,
terima kasih.
Dan semua tim anggota. Kita tutup. Baik, selesai sudah. Terima kasih semua teman-teman yang di Jakarta juga ya, peserta dan semua volunteer yang ada. Tepuk tangan semua. Kalau kalian mau foto balik lagi boleh silakan di sini. Atau foto-foto individual wifi atau apa sih istilahnya kalau mau ini. Atau selfie silakan. Thank you.
Saya minta tolong kita di mute dulu.
Oke teman-teman, mau mengingatkan kembali ya teman-teman, kalau jangan lupa update di story ya dengan mention Prodi HI, Fisik, Asia Afrika Museum ya, dan Kampus Budi Luhur. Kita kasih waktu sekitar 10 menit untuk kalian foto-foto dulu ya, silakan sebelum kita mau beres-beres. Thank you.
Adik-adik sabar sebentar. Duduk dulu. Tenang. Oke. Ya.